Alright, so as the title of this stream and or video, depending on where you're watching this implies, today I am going to be leveling a new Blood DK in Cataclysm Classic. Because obviously I am still dealing with the bullshit where my main account got falsely banned, and I'm fighting Blizzard over that. But it's going to take some time. I, at this point, have a feeling they're just going to keep stringing me along for a while. And while I do hope that at least things get resolved before the War Within, so it doesn't completely screw me over for the launch, and I am preparing for that. I have started leveling characters on retail as well. In the meantime, there's really no time for me to wait for Classic, because my guild raids on Monday, Tuesdays. I've already missed one raid week, and while I don't necessarily know if I'm going to be able to get this Blood DK ready in time for Monday, especially because at this point we only have, like, prog bosses left on this week, because they cleared most stuff on this past Tuesday. I'm hoping that I can at least get it up to 85 and ready for raid by Tuesday the 6th. So that way, if I can tank a lot of the reclear bosses and get a bunch of gear that way, because I'm 99% sure that most people already have everything they need, then hopefully I can just slot back in to prog. We'll see exactly how that goes, but I don't have time to wait for Blizzard's bullshit at this stage. Who knows? Maybe Monday they'll finally fix it, but given their track record, I really doubt it. So I'm just taking matters into my own hands, effectively. And also, for this run, despite the fact that I did need to create a fresh account and semi-fresh account, so it's, I mentioned before, but I have the WoW starter account that I used for mop remix stuff that is linked to my main account, and I turned that into a regular account. It has, like, all my collection stuff shared, and that does apply to Cataclysm Classic. So I do get to keep all my transmog, heirlooms, toy box, blah, 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 which is nice because I, do have a good amount of stuff there. But I don't have access to any of my characters and any of my gold. Thankfully, one of the officers in my Cataclysm guild, Taco, was kind enough to loan me 50,000 gold. And obviously I've already spent half of that, but I think it's on all good stuff. As you can see, I've gotten a bunch of consumable stuff, so that's going to help with leveling, and all this stuff will of course be useful at max level for whatever I don't use while leveling. I've gotten my engineering up to 480, so I am going to be doing this run with, like, synapse springs already on my gloves, and I have flex weave underlay, nitro boosts, all that fancy stuff. I even have a engineering trinket. This thing isn't that good, but it's a max level trinket. Item level, at least, will be nice, and it's going to be better than the crap starter trinkets that you get from a boost character. And then I have, like, a few other miscellaneous stuff. I got, like, a few crafted or green items for really cheap. I threw some cheap enchants on it, and that should make the early process of the leveling a little bit easier, hopefully. But yeah, I did basically all the prep work and stuff before actually beginning this run. I guess real quick, obviously nothing crazy here for talents. I've already done a few Death Knight runs before, obviously at the start of the expansion when I was leveling my original Death Knight, so these are all my glyphs, these are all my talents, and yeah, that's pretty much it. If obviously, I'm sure throughout the run, one or two people may have specific questions, and I'll cross that bridge when I get to it and see if I can answer that, but there's nothing too interesting, I think, about my build that I really want to explain right now. And for the route, I'm just going to be doing pretty straightforward stuff. There are technically slightly faster ways than, like, my questing route that I have a guide for to level up in terms of, like, pure time to reach max level, if that's all you care about. But the reality is my questing route is about, like, 80 to 90% as fast as some of, like, the boosting methods that people use, with, like, running Stone Core is one of the more popular ones. And my methods will get you an insane amount of reputation, which really, really, really matters at max level, so you're going to have to do that at some point. So it's just kind of like, why would you ever do anything else? Grabbing water and stuff before I start. So, first thing that I'm going to do, and I'll start the timer when I get to the quest giver, is, I think it's over there, the transportation of Moonglade. So basically, the moment I interact with the portal over there, that's where I will consider it like the start of the run, is we're going to do high gel. So I'm going to do all the intro stuff to high gel. I'm going to do that up to level 81. I do have a little bit of rested experience banked over the last like few days, because I boosted this character a few days ago, pretty much once I realized Blizzard wasn't going to help me out anytime soon. And I haven't really gotten a chance to level it until now, so we're finally getting around to that. But I'll go ahead and start the timer, and we will jump into this. And obviously, Mountain High Gel is pretty good for leveling, and I recommended it, I'm pretty sure, in my leveling guide, definitely over Vashj'ir, because Vashj'ir is fucking awful, and one of the things, at least for Blood DK, is that you actually never need to touch Vashj'ir. There's a lot of specs where you'll have to go back and do it at some point to get Earthen Ring rep, but the items that Earthen Ring gives for Death Knight are all completely terrible. They're, like, all the high item level pieces are, like, caster healer pieces. I think there might be an agility item, I don't know, but either way, there's no good strength pieces. Only some, like, low-level catch-up gear things, which I can just get from normal dungeons. So, I just don't need to worry about that. However, Guardians of Hyjal, not only is it one of the easier reps to hit Exalted with, but it has two really good pieces for Blood DK off the rep. And considering this is one of the better ways to get experience anyways, it's usually just the best way to level from 80 to 81. The only reason I didn't do this on Cataclysm launch is because, obviously, Hyjal and Vashj'ir were both extremely swarmed with players on launch. There's some pretty tight bottlenecks here. So I just skipped this, came back to it later, and I instead did Halls of Stone spam, which allowed me to jump into Deepholm. And even in Deepholm, I still had to compete with a bunch of other people because I ended up starting like 15-20 minutes late. So unlucky there, but I still feel like overall I made pretty good time on my launch day leveling, so I think it will be really interesting to compare and see how much faster or slower this run ends up being compared to that, now that I'm doing kind of what I genuinely believe to be the fastest, which is high gel into dungeon spam plus high gel up to 82, then Deepholm, then Ultim, and then finish off with Twilight Highlands. So I guess we'll see how that goes. Hello, CS Austin. Good to see you. Also, I forgot to use my food and flask before I started, but I can just pop that now. Big deal. Get my buffs rolling. And yeah, there's not going to be like anybody leveling at this time, which will be really nice because I just get the entire zone to myself. I think that's pretty much all the consumable stuff that I have. Why is Leatrix Plus isn't working for some of those quests? Weird. Let me just grab all this stuff, and then as I kill everything. So, one thing that I'm going to be doing during this leveling run that I didn't really do so much in my other one is I am going to be making a lot more use out of Unholy Presence, which obviously for any sort of like content where you're under geared and you need the survivability of Blood Presence, this is generally going to be better. Now, I do have some stuff that makes it overall good to have. So, what's it called? Improved Blood Presence basically gives you some of the benefits of like your other presences, etc. It makes Blood Presence more impactful damage-wise, and it makes you a little bit tankier in Unholy and Frost for any sort of dungeon content where the survivability actually matters, and especially for any endgame content, you're going to want to be in Blood Presence. So when I hit level 81 and I'm tanking like any of those dungeons, Throne of the Tides, Blackrock Caverns, etc., then I'm absolutely going to be in my tank stance, but Unholy Presence has some slight damage increase advantages at this stage, and as a result, I'm going to use it. The main downside, damage-wise, is that you can't actively use Runestrike. Normally, you can just spam that in Blood or Blood Presence, yeah. And in Unholy Presence, you need to, I believe it's parry an attack. Or 10 seconds after you dodge or parry. Okay. Yeah, so I can still use it sometimes, but Rune Strike is generally going to be my main runic power dump, so there are going to be cases where I lose a little bit of single target damage because of that, but on, like, extended single target fights, you know, if there's a quest to kill, like, a big mob, then I usually will get enough dodges or parries to weave that in. And in cases like this, having the ability to press Rune Strike may shave off a little bit of time, but usually because all my runes refresh by the time I get into combat again, it's not a big deal. So, the movement speed increases and the other benefits, global cooldown reduction, etc., is going to be more impactful overall. Right. And honestly, leveling this character shouldn't take too long. I don't know if I'm going to do all of it on one stream, just because, obviously, the leveling process in Cataclysm can be a little bit time-consuming. I think my previous run was just over 10 hours, like, on launch. It was about 10.5 hours, give or take, which is about average. Oh, man, the berries are really hard to find today. Normally, I think they're a little bit easier to spot. And then let's... I need one more Scalding Rock Elemental, so I'll just go ahead and grab this guy. And... there we go. Right. And that should be the last thing that I need for this quest. So, I don't know if I'm going to do the entire leveling process on one stream. We'll see. If it ends up feeling a lot faster than I expected... Where's the Twilight Inciter? Oh, there we go. If it ends up being really fast, then I guess I will just continue, but if we reach a point where it's like 6 in the morning and I am super exhausted and I don't feel like doing the last level, we'll just do that at a different point. And then for all the people watching on YouTube, I will try to combine it all into one video. The only problem is that 10-hour videos on YouTube can sometimes be a little bit iffy. Technically speaking, you're allowed to upload up to 10 hours, but I found that any video that's like 8 to 10 hours long, there's a very high chance that something breaks during the upload process, and then you're sitting there for 2 hours waiting for it to process, and then when it's about to complete, it gives you an error, and you have to try again. And it could just keep breaking over and over and over, and that usually just ends up consuming a shit ton of time, and it's not worth it. So a lot of times I just find it to be a lot easier to break a video up into 2 parts, at the very least if it's around that time length. So we'll see how we handled that. That is not better than whatever I happen to get off the auction house, but I will use it in the meantime. One of the other big advantages for questing in a zone like Hyjal first is I eventually want to get the Guardians of Hyjal Tabard, which requires Friendly. Because before you start doing dungeons at max level, you want to have all of your good tabards, and making sure that I at least have access to each one of those will be important. So the main ones that I need are Therazane, Guardians of Hyjal, and then... what's it called? Blanking. Ramka Head will be good as well. Wildhammer Clan, I need... I guess I don't technically need them, but I could try. We'll see. Either way. Which one is this? Chard. Yeah, I was trying to remember what quest. There's one that I know there's fire elementals back there that I need to siphon. But, yeah, that's not this one. That's the next quest after this in the chain. I need to loot this. The pre-patch event lag is rough. Everything about the pre-patch event is rough. Pretty much, yeah. It's a bit of a shit show. I'm extremely surprised and honestly a little bit disappointed in the community that, like the WoW community in general, that there's not enough backlash as to Blizzard just kind of stealth nerfing the events I've still seen a lot of people saying, wow, it's super fast, and, like, it really isn't. If you want to level completely mindlessly, it's not the worst thing ever. But also, Blizzard very intentionally gutted its, you know, usefulness for leveling. And it's also just now much more of a slog than it was even 24 hours ago. And I kind of feel like people should be a little bit more up in arms about that, because it is just blatantly disrespectful to players' time. That after complaining about how bad the event was at the start, and Blizzard said they were going to fix it, they just immediately went back on that and heavily nerfed the events. And unfortunately, a lot of people aren't really paying attention to the nerf and are just like, oh, well, Blizzard, you know, it technically needed some adjustments, right? Which is maybe fair, but definitely the amount that they adjusted it was nowhere near reasonable. It's kind of bullshit. So, I don't know. I'm kind of waiting to see what they do, because I just don't think it's fair what they've done. And I have a feeling that at some point, hopefully, people are going to start saying, what the fuck? Why did you just stealth nerf it again? And then they're going to change it again, because they way overshot the tuning on the elite events. It went from being, yeah, maybe a little bit too inefficient, or too efficient, and like it could have used a slight nerf, to now it is just significantly slower to do any elite events whatsoever. And that just doesn't seem okay to me. I think they need to make adjustments on that. Pick that quest up later. Used it to get a few levels, and once you made enough memories to get a full set of 480, you dipped out and leveled normally? Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I don't think, other than like 1 or 2 slots, I'm not going to be getting too many gear upgrades at this level. It's going to take 1 or 2 more levels before I start really replacing things. Okay. And one of the main reasons why I don't want to do dungeons until 81 is at 81 you get access to Vortex Pinnacle and Stone Core in the pool. Before then, it's just the 2 level 80 dungeons, and it's just not really worth doing that. I'd rather queue for dungeons once I'm able to get all of them as options. I think I need this one. So I'll wait for this. This should give me enough little elementals. Oh yeah, that's more than enough. Alright, perfect. Oh, and I think I, like, mentioned this in passing, but I do have the 2 heirlooms that you're able to use up to 85. So I do have my helmet and my cloak, because I got that on my previous accounts. I think you can just AMS and lock in, right? Yeah. Oh, shit. Okay, it broke AMS too early. So I can AMS it, but I can't go in that fast. I have to, be a little bit more careful about it. Yeah, that was just, I was careless there. I'm gonna wait to get my food buff. Looks like, can I reach him from here? No, out of range. Ah, shit. Okay, I can use it again. This quest is really annoying. It's like one of the worst RNG quests in Hyjal. If he does it again, I'm just gonna face tank the last 2 hits. Yeah, there we go. Then he marks you as a living bomb. Because, like, there was, like, a pretty long stretch of time where I was able to siphon off Baron-Geddon, but sometimes you only get, like, 5-second intervals where you're actually able to do it. Kind of, it can be a really annoying quest sometimes, but other than me being stupid, that was fine. The pre-event seems like the most efficient way to level 60 to 70 right now. It's not. It's definitely not. I've already done it faster. Yeah, there are multiple faster ways to do 60 to 70. It's not like a terrible way to level 60 to 70, just because Chromie time is broken right now. So when Chromie time eventually gets fixed, that'll just be faster. But until Chromie time is fixed, it is not an awful method relative to everything else. But it's still not that good. I have to kill the Overseer. I'll put out a video on this. Currently, my plan is I'm going to put a video out on Tuesday, I think, because I want to give them a little bit of time to potentially make adjustments to the pre-patch events. I still need to do testing, obviously, right? But, like, I could sit here and do testing immediately and try to get the video out right now. But the last thing that I want is for, like, my video to be put out, and then Blizzard makes more adjustments to fix the dogshit nerfs that they just did. So I figure waiting until Tuesday at the very least, if they haven't changed anything by then, they're probably comfortable with this being the final state of it. We'll see. But I think that's kind of a fair time to do it. And that way, Tuesday, like, that's what? What does it say? Yeah, Tuesday's still the 6th, right? We basically still have 2 entire weeks for people to level characters before the expansion, so I don't think that the video will be a waste of time. They'll still give people ample opportunity to use that as like a mini guide to level up characters. But yeah, like right now, I would say both party sync and even just regular Dragonflight leveling are significantly faster. No matter how you slice it, unless it gets fixed, Dragonflight crafting is also like 2 levels for free in a minute or 2, which is very, very fast. And the price of mats for Dragonflight crafting is nothing at the moment. It's like, I don't know, like 1,000, 2,000 gold for 2 levels completely for free. If that. I don't know the exact number, but it's very, very, very cheap. So, unless you just really do not care at all about leveling up slightly faster and you're purely AFKing it, which I will probably note. Obviously, as a pure AFK method, nothing can truly compete with that mode, but the other problem with purely AFKing it, and kind of one of the potential issues with the pre-patch event in general, is that, while I mentioned it's maybe comparable to other leveling sources at this immediate moment, the moment that it falls off and people stop doing it actively, it's going to become extremely inefficient. Because right now, the only way that you can reasonably level with the pre-patch event is literally flying around, not interacting with anything, and just leeching off other players. You just fly over an event right before it completes, you get credit for it. You fly to the next event while other people are doing it, you get credit for that. And because actually tagging the mobs doesn't make any difference... What quest is this? Wings over Mount Hyjal. Oh, that's the breadcrumb for... Huh. I don't remember that being given out there. But yeah, because you don't actually need to tag any mobs, and like the mob kill experience is pretty pitiful, the only good source of XP is completing those limited events. And the other problem is, unless they nerf boss health, which that is one of the main things I expect them to do, because right now, like, Onyxia and Ragnaros, etc., take way too long to kill. It is unreasonable how long they take to die. And that really slows down the event. Also, I don't know if they're going to do further rebalancing, but at the moment, Dustwallow Marsh is just significantly better than both of the other zones. The entire thing's just kind of a mess. So, that's kind of why it's weird. There are potentially some ways to level with it. I wouldn't necessarily say quickly, but at comparable times to some of my other methods for, like, the average player. Because that's, I suppose, one of the other things about the pre-patch event. There really isn't a lot that I can personally do to speed up pre-patch event leveling, since you're just AFKing it no matter what. And that means that if you're actively leveling, you could potentially save like 15, 30 minutes from 60 to 70, and that's just 60 to 70, right? It's potentially hours faster for an entire 10 to 70 process. If you're really trying to like follow my route and at least be somewhat engaged in it. And the other kind of elephant in the room, right, is we're comparing regular World of Warcraft leveling methods. Mop Remix with like 0 time investment is still roughly like 3 hours faster than the pre-patch event leveling. So if you're just trying to get alts up, Mop Remix is so much better that it's not even close. Unless you really would rather AFK for an additional 3 hours just to get like an extra character. So I suppose if you're like the type of person who you can play WoW at work or something, like you can keep it open on a second monitor, and you can't actually play the game, but you could theoretically sit over like an event in Dustwallow Marsh and kind of like mindlessly move from point A to point B, maybe that would be the only real type of situation where that's better. But otherwise, just do Mop Remix instead. It's just a really hard thing to compare. So, I don't know. Lich King is up to 15 minutes for a kill. That's because something is fucked up in Dragonflight and it's lagged beyond belief. Is it, like, worse today than it was before? Because don't get me wrong, the bosses were taking me a while. But I think the slowest boss fights that I had were, like, around 6 minutes. I haven't seen one that actually lasted 15 minutes. And the only times when I've seen people saying that it takes them 15 minutes is if they accidentally did it in Chromie time. Which, of course, is another thing. You need to make sure that you're outside of Chromie time if you're leveling in this event, because just like with the Dragonflight events, it's entirely dependent on leeching off max level players. So if you're in Chromie time, nobody's going to be scaled properly, everything's going to take forever to die, and it's not even remotely fast. So, that's one of the big problems there. You missed the Legion Invasion leveling days? Yeah. Sharptooth Signets. Is that better? No, that's not going to be better than any of what I have. I think there's... What's the one slot? My Trinket. Trinket and Relic, I think, are the two things that I wasn't able to buy small upgrades for off the auction house. So if I find one of those, that'll help me out. You haven't looked... You tried looking but wasn't successful in finding anything. Have I done any classic era runs? You found hardcore Cata Sod, but no era. No. But I'm why... I guess... It depends on what you mean. To quickly answer your question, no, I have never recorded any classic era runs. If you mean, like, literally just era. But also... Why would I play era? I'd have negative interest in it. Like, the reason I played Sod is because it's different. I played 2019 Classic. Now, admittedly, while I did play 2019 Classic, that was before I made YouTube videos. I didn't start making YouTube videos until, like, late 2020. So anything that I did before that, there's obviously no videos of. And... I suppose if I had been making videos back then, I probably would have recorded it. But at this stage, I have genuinely zero interest in playing just regular classic era again. It's one of those things where, I'm going to be honest, I had fun playing, like, vanilla 2019 re-release. It was like a fun experience, but just doing that again with nothing different... I would never do again. Because I enjoyed it from a purely, like, historical, go back and see what things were like back then. But the moment-to-moment gameplay isn't something that could really keep me engaged for a long period of time. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, it's pretty fucking boring. Even Sod, which, like, I gave Sod so many chances... and they did a lot of stuff to kind of fix the issues that I had with vanilla pacing. But there's just too much bullshit even in Sod for me to really want to deal with that. The things that I like about Vanilla Era is I do like the gearing progression and some of the itemization and stuff. I like that, you know, all gear feels very unique. And I actually think that's one thing that in SOD they did a pretty good job with. Where they added a bunch of new items that feel really unique to like either Nomergon or Sunken Temple or wherever it dropped from. That's definitely one of the best parts of Vanilla. Your gear progression feels really impactful, and a lot of the time you spend grinding for that doesn't feel wasted. I generally like a lot of the like in-depth. When it's done well, I will say I think SOD tried to replicate this and drop the ball a little bit, like the big world-spanning quest lines that feel really epic and engaging. It's cool in theory, and I think there's a lot of really iconic and fun ones in Original Classic. But the way that SOD did that, you know, I think they just took all the tedious parts of those gigantic quest lines and none of the fun parts of it. So I didn't really like that. Also, considering their view of this is what people liked from classic questing, let's just make like all these tedious runes that you have to like zigzag across the world to get is really annoying. That I didn't have a lot of fun with. And most importantly, the main thing that I did like about SOD, which has gotten a little worse as the phases have progressed, is the fact that it made classes feel more engaging. But the main issue that I ran into with SOD is it made classes feel more engaging than Vanilla, sure, but it was too afraid to take any real risks with a lot of the class design. So while there was a little bit more involved gameplay, it still felt way too basic. So it's still like really, really, really face roll in many cases, like you're just kind of mashing one or two buttons, or the way that they design the classes, like making Incinerate the best Warlock tank rune when hard casting abilities as a tank fucking sucks, something like that. Or the fact that spamming Searing Pain and nothing else is a lot of times the best way to do damage instead of spamming Shadow Bolts, right? It doesn't really meaningfully change how it feels to play the game. I didn't love that. Also, for a while, I've heard that Phase 4 improved Prop Alley, but Prop Alley being literally just Exorcism fishing, and you just spam Exorcism whenever it resets, like that was kind of lame. So it was like a step in the right direction, but the problem is you have a lot of people who love the classic era combat because it is brain dead, and that is all they want. Okay, I can just, free these guys. They just want to press one button, and the fact that SOD added like a second button to press, they are upset about that. And it's like, I want SOD... Effectively, the way that I wanted SOD or Classic Plus or whatever to be is I want Wrath of the Lich King or Burning Crusade classes in vanilla, world content, right? And raid content and stuff. I want the content of Original Classic, the world of Original Classic, and like all that it entails, where gearing progression feels meaningful, and you have like actual stuff that you have to go out into the open world and do. But I want classes to actually feel engaging, and I want the content to be tuned appropriately. So I like the idea of raids having more mechanics. Like, I thought Sunken Temple... The thing about Sunken Temple is, while I've been a little bit harsh on it, I actually think a lot of the fights in Sunken Temple had promise. It's just the problem is Blizzard's, like, adding these cool Sunken Temple fights that have, like, really engaging mechanics, except you don't have the tools to deal with half of them, so it just ends up feeling really annoying to manage with your toolkit inside. And then instead of, like, adjusting the fights to be a bit more reasonable for most players, they just nerfed it into the floor, and now there's no engaging difficulty. It is literally just face roll easy. So I guess I'm kind of like, I'm discussing 2 points at the same time, right? I'm bouncing back and forth between why I wouldn't want to replay Classic Era, and also why SOD didn't quite solve the problems with Classic Era for me. So kind of two different issues that I'm bouncing between. So I guess to summarize, the Classic Era stuff. Obviously, there's a lot of good things in Classic Era, and again, I had fun playing it in 2019. I do not regret the time that I spent playing 2019 Classic. But my experience in 2019 Classic was I played a warrior, obviously, because I like tanking. What was it again? It's not air first. God, it's been a while since I did this. I want to say it's fire, earth, air, water. Yeah, okay. I remember the order at the end. I knew water was last. And I remember the order basically being you do like earth either second or first, but I couldn't remember if it was fire or air that I did first. Yeah, I don't need any of this stuff yet. But yeah, my experience with 2019 was I was bored of retail. That's another thing. I think 2019 Classic and, well, Classic in general, it's extremely time consuming. That's another problem with it, where you have to grind an insane amount to make progress. And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, as long as there are meaningful ways to engage in the content without having to do all the insane grinding. I don't think that you should be as powerful as somebody who did all the insane grinding. I think that's part of the appeal of original 2019 era, etc. But I think that one of the things that SOD kind of did well, and then it dropped the ball in other places, is that it did try to smooth that intro to raiding thing, give you more options to get catch-up gear. Like, as far as I can tell, I never ended up reaching level 60 and experimenting with it, but the Tarnished Undermine Reals seemed like a pretty good system. And it seems like that's a nice way to get like a few pieces just by running dungeons. So I think ideas like that are honestly some of the better things they've done in SOD. But then they also add like extremely powerful crafting gear that's BOP, so you can't even get it by farming gold and buying it off the auction house. You have to level the profession yourself. And those items are just like way more powerful than anything else that you could obtain in that slot. So if you don't have it, you're just kind of trolling in raid. So again, SOD's design philosophy was extremely conflicted in that regard. But definitely in original Classic, it was expected that you grinded a lot. And while I still play World of Warcraft a shit ton, don't get me wrong, there's a lot of other stuff in WoW that I want to do, right? Like, right now I'm actively playing both versions of WoW, both Cataclysm and Retail, and that's on top of making videos, which is really time-consuming, because that means that a lot of times I have to spend time doing research for topics that aren't necessarily related to just regular gameplay. And while I am, quote-unquote, playing a lot, the actual time that I can spend just grinding something is non-existent. Or at least not to the extent that would be required for Classic era. So back when 2019 Classic came out, it was back when I was in college, and I had a shit ton of free time. In fact, for completely unrelated reasons, like, obviously for context, I have now, at this point, graduated college, so I did eventually go back. But during the semester where 2019 Classic came out, I actually took a leave of absence from college. Wasn't because of Classic, so I didn't, like, take a leave of absence to play Classic, but for unrelated, like, IRL reasons, I had been taking a leave of absence already, so I had a lot more free time. Again, I wasn't making YouTube videos at that stage. That was one less thing that I needed to worry about. And because of the state of BFA, I had no interest in playing retail for the rest of Eternal Palace. So it was kind of a unique situation where I had nothing to do for like 3 months. And like, obviously, because it was only like a 1 semester thing, I went back to college the semester after. I wasn't like going to look for a job for, you know, the 3 months that I was not in college. So I literally had nothing to do during that time. So it's the perfect opportunity to just grind my face off in 2019 Classic. And again, it was fun. But that was really time consuming. And even then, I still burnt out in Molten Core. Because while I spent a ton of time grinding, almost every single one of my friends burnt out before they hit level 60. And like, the original guild that I was going to play with, only like 5 of them ended up making it to max level. And we, like, merged with some other guild for early Molten Core, but everybody was complete dog shit, and we couldn't even clear Molten Core, so I had to join a different guild to actually clear Molten Core, and then before Blackwing Lair even came out, I wasn't having fun anymore. One of the other bigger issues with Classic, which, like, I get that that's, again, part of the design philosophy back in the day, and that is one of the things that, based on what I've been reading about Molten Core and SOD, I think they made a good decision there, is the amount of gear that dropped is, like, ridiculously low for 40 players, so you never really feel like you're getting any meaningful upgrades. So you show up to raid, you, like, do all that work, get all the consumables and stuff to get raid done efficiently, and then you have literally nothing to show for it, like, 3 weeks on, because nothing drops. So that ends up feeling really, really, really bad. And I'm not saying this is, like, condemnation of Classic, like, as a game mode. It obviously has a lot of good things about it, and there's a reason why so many people still like it to this day. I just would not have the time to sift through it. And the most important thing, right, because this is all just in context of would I ever do Cata or Classic era runs, is this is all endgame stuff. Leveling in Classic era, and this is probably going to be the most unpopular thing that I'm going to say, I find to be exceptionally boring. I get that it's one of those things where a lot of people say that they prefer the style of Classic leveling, and it's one of those things where it's fun to do once or twice on your own, just to experience it. And I didn't hate it the first time I did it, but I never leveled a single alt in 2019 Classic. I had my one Orc Warrior, and that is the only thing that I played. I could not be bothered to get another character leveled up. And even in SOD, with the streamlined leveling, dealing with a lot of Classic quest design can just be very frustrating. It's just kind of an exhausting process. Leveling in general, maybe a little bit counterintuitively, I say this a lot, but I know not everybody is around when I say that. I'm not, like, the biggest fan of leveling characters. I level characters because, you know, there's a lot of stuff that I want to do with those characters, and at this point, it's because, while I may not love it, I am good at it, and people rely on me for guides. So I continue doing it and optimizing it to get it done as quickly as I possibly can so that other people can use my guides to get through the process as painlessly as possible. But yeah, it's not really a super fun thing for me. So in order to enjoy the leveling process, a lot of times I need to do stuff to spice it up. Like with this Death Knight, for instance, obviously the only reason I'm leveling this character is out of necessity. So I'm not doing this for, like, a fun speed run. The reason I'm streaming it is because, like, if I'm gonna do it, I may as well stream it, and I may as well turn it into a video. But I'm doing this because I have to get it up to max level as quickly as I possibly can, which is one of the advantages of having tested a shit ton of Cataclysm leveling. But, of course, I'm doing it with heirlooms, with, like, enchants, with gear, because I don't want to make the process a slog. I want to power through this very quickly. Alright, there's 81. It's not too bad. That's actually, yeah, under 40 minutes, level 81. That's pretty reasonable. Obviously, that was with some rested experience, so it's not completely accurate, but talents. Just gonna do that so we get on a pale horse in 2 levels. Yeah, we have to do this guy. It's getting worse every time it cycles through Dragonblight. Well, I think another thing for Dragonblight that I would imagine, right, is at this stage, a lot of people are starting to realize, a lot of people are probably starting to realize that leveling in Northrend is terrible compared to the other zones. So there's probably less and less people, like anybody who's trying to level efficiently at this stage is likely just logging off for the hour that it rotates through Northrend, which I guess that makes sense. Then the longer the event goes on, the worse and worse Northrend gets, because the more people realize it's just not worth their time. Hello Tipolo, hello Zasaru, sorry, I ranted for a while there, I wasn't looking at chat. But welcome to the stream. What I'm going to do is Obviously, I'm stuck, like, in this little cave for now, so I'm going to finish these quests, and then the moment that I get out of this area and I, like, turn in that stuff, then I'm going to quickly pop over to Acaris. I'm going to learn Outbreak, because that's, like, a really, really helpful thing to have, especially for dungeons, because then I can do Outbreak into Pestilence on AoE pulls. And then I'm going to queue for dungeons while I do the rest of Hyjal. But I want to make sure I get these quests done first. Classicer is fun with friends and guilds. You probably never play it by yourself. Yeah, exactly. Definitely, if you have a group of people to play it with, it could be very fun. And that was kind of one of my other problems. Even in 2019, all of the people who I started playing with quit really early. So, kind of soured the experience for me a little bit. Go. Alright, I'm gonna have... I'll round these mobs up just because might as well. And we'll do Empower Rune Weapon and just kill them really quickly because Heart Strike is insane. And then this Labor is going to pull because he walked into my D&D. But now we'll just rocket boosts and run out of here as quickly as we can. Also going to have Dark Flight up in a second. For something with Discovery in its name, you never really felt like you were discovering anything. Outside of the one dungeon they picked for the patch, all dungeons were shit. Yep, I completely agree. Season of Discovery flopped hard in so many ways. And the fact that, like you said, Discovery, it was just this shallow, I guess, excuse to say, what's it called? Like, you're discovering the runes, when the entire design of the runes in the first place were you're meant to look them up on Wowhead. Yeah, that's kind of why, as I answered that question, I realized that more and more I was just ranting about how bad SOD is. I was getting a little bit off topic. Because, like, yeah, I could rant about all the things that the SOD developers fucked up for hours, because SOD is just a fucking train wreck. And okay, there's one thing that I want to rant about related to SOD, but I know that's going to spiral. So before I do that, I do know that there's one message that I missed. Didn't they ban GDKPs in SOD? Yeah. Which, like, I mean, it's just a really shallow gesture. The only reason they did that is because they knew that it would get, like, them browning points for the community. Okay, so Deathgate. You grab some popcorn, yeah. You brought up Era because that's your go-to when retail goes poo-poo, and with War Within launching in a couple weeks, you have a strong feeling it may be poop for a handful of days. That's fair, yeah. And I guess, like, Era could be a nice, fun place to go if you already have characters there and you're just kind of chillaxing. But, I enchanted, yeah, I have Rune of the Fallen Crusader, okay. Wanted to make sure I didn't forget to do that. Seek Training, Outbreak. Outbreak there. Yeah, that's it. That's all I'm missing. And then, well, Hearth. Yeah. So I don't, like, fundamentally hate Era, but I definitely wouldn't really want to play it again. And, at least not with any major changes. Basically, the type of gameplay that Era offers, while I don't necessarily think it's a bad game, it's kind of like the same thing where I was saying the other day of, like, you know, I don't really want to try old school RuneScape, and that's kind of the general same reasons. Random Cataclysm dungeon. Yes, that's the correct one. So you actually get Justice points while... Wow, that was fast. I did not expect the queues to be instant. Sweet, we get Vortex Pinnacle. Now, I'm not going to be able to do the Vortex Pinnacle quests just yet, but at the very least, this is like a faster dungeon than some of the others. And the mobs are higher levels, so... Oh shit, I need to be in Blood Presence. Yeah, for dungeons, I definitely want to be in Blood Presence. Almost forgot to do that. That would have been bad. But, like, I think that's why I've always said, I feel like the biggest mistake that SOD made, like, fundamentally from the get-go, where if they ever do another season of WoW, and if they don't do this, it's just a non-starter for me, TBC talents. Now, I think, honestly, they should go further, and they should do a full talent revamp and take, like, the best of TBC and Wrath talents. Like, have like a mix and match of when the specs felt the best. And that's like your fundamental starting point for a classic season. And if they build upon that, it could very much work, and I think it could be interesting. But that is like a starting point for me for any classic season. And the rant that I'm going to do in a moment, but obviously I want to finish reading chat before I talk about that, is it sounds like they're not going to do that, which it basically, the SOD developers, as always, are just continuing their streak of L's. They are going around on, like, interviews proving that they have learned all of the wrong lessons from why SOD is failing. And that's why I just have zero faith that even if we get another season, they're just going to continue making the same mistakes and new ones instead of taking SOD's failure as, like, an opportunity to improve upon the game. But again, I have a lot to rant about that. Let me just finish chat, or reading chat. It's a little bit difficult now that I got into dungeons. These mobs fucking truck. Okay. But yeah, all that to say, though, I do think that the class design of, like, TBC was already a massive step up. And if you had, like, the content in Classic Era, with it being slightly accelerated, and, like, the class design of TBC Wrath, I think it could actually be very fun. Because I had fun playing in both TBC Classic and Wrath Classic. TBC Classic, I think the world content was still really good. It still had a lot of fun stuff to it. Wrath Classic, I think the world content was pretty shit. And it was definitely not as good as I remembered it. But the class design in Wrath was a massive step up from the previous versions. Of course, I prefer Cataclysm class design to any of the previous versions. But I do understand that Cata class design is when they started to have, like, a radical shift in the design philosophy for many roles, especially tanks. And while I love those design shifts because it brings it a little bit closer to retail, and I love retail tanking, I understand that that's, like, antithetical to classic for a lot of people, and they wouldn't want that. But I'd be fine even with just, like, TBC Wrath classes. Big damage spike there for a second. And of course, it goes without saying, too, that it is criminal that we do not have any sort of TBC or Wrath era. Because while that may not be something that I would personally play in my free time, I know that there's a lot of people who absolutely would play that, and I think it is, quite frankly, ridiculous that Blizzard did not give players that option. I feel bad for all the people who were really looking forward to being able to, like, stay in TBC or Wrath forever, and Blizzard just said, nah, fuck you. Server costs don't justify it. We don't really consider you as a valuable player. That's, like, insane to me. Looks like this healer's kind of struggling a little bit. But at the very least, my self-healing should be more than enough. It's cloth. Yeah, let me scroll up in chat, see what I missed. You're taking time off work only in November to play War Within because you know stuff will be shit for a lot more than just a handful of days? Yeah, I feel that. Okay, need to make sure that I don't fuck this up. Okay, Pestilence. Okay, yeah, the healer can't handle basic pulls, man. Oh, God. I'm also... I feel like we're missing a DPS. One of them just somehow wasn't there and did 0 damage that pull. Yeah. That's probably the bigger issue, the fact that somebody's just literally not here. Who is it? Who's the leech? 84 rogue. Yeah. What a fucking leech. Yikes. Alright. I mean, if he AFKs another trash pull entirely, then I'll probably boat kick him, because that's kind of shit. You just love hearing Harlan rants. Give him a topic and let him run with it. It's that trademark bluntness. I'm glad you enjoy that. Sorry, that poll just distracted me a little bit. Let me... What's the last thing I read? I read, I don't know how to say that. Senior pigs, I'm guessing, is what that's supposed to be. Message. That was the last one I saw. Jesus, am I gonna get any heals? Problem is, I can't... The hitbox on this is too difficult for me to stand in without letting the dragon heal, so I was hoping I would get a little bit. Just a singular heal. Por favor. Okay, and then... Hey Haraldin, fan of the speedruns, did you ever do a tier list on fastest classes? Yes. Yeah, literally, I have that. Balanced druids are pretty average. They're one of the worst leveling specs. They're not bad, like, balanced druids are pretty, like, middle of the pack, I would say. But literally go to my channel and just look. It's Dragonflight classes, but the thing about War Within talent changes is they really don't fundamentally change a lot about how classes feel to level. So the ones that are good are still good, the ones that are bad are still bad. Like, rogues, for instance, haven't really received any meaningful changes in terms of how good they feel to level. So, at this stage, I probably won't update my tier list for the War Within, especially because I don't plan on doing another, like, speedrunning every single spec thing. Just because really have no interest in spending more time on this game than I need to just to, or retail at least, to finish my guides. So I'm probably not going to remake that, but at the same time, it is basically unchanged. There's going to be some slight adjustments. It's pretty baseline for the class. Well, no. For the class, no. No, definitely not. Guardian Druid is literally one of the 2 best leveling specs in the game. So definitely not based on the class. Yeah, Balanced Druid is definitely aside from Resto, but Feral is like a good bit better, and Guardian is significantly better. It's literally one of the best specs. Balance just isn't what you should level as. Yeah, if you meant like for the spec, then yeah, that's pretty baseline. The main thing is casters in general, aside from some exceptions, like, mages are one of the few casters that are just, like, extremely good for leveling. I think I have to face the direction of the winds. Yeah, it's the old version of the fight. So mages are exceptionally good leveling classes, or, like, almost all specs. Frost Mage struggles a little bit, because both Fire and Arcane are extremely mobile range specs, and mobility is really, really important as a ranged. But a lot of other ranged, like Balance, are very turrety, and they have a lot of ramp-up time to actually do their damage, and that just doesn't really work for the type of damage that you want to be able to do while leveling. But yeah, like, Warlocks are also slightly better. Warlocks are out of the the turrety caster's probably the best just because they have really good AoE. So they can kind of just round up a ton of stuff and blow it up. But even then, Warlocks will struggle a little bit more than mages. I'm stunned. Yeah, that one's bopped. Nice. The mage actually spell stole it. With a rogue hatred. The hell? Why is the rogue is rolling need on mail items? Yeah, this rogue, yikes. He hasn't said anything in chat, so, like, as long as he doesn't go AFK again, I won't vote kick him, but that's kind of, like, all the telltale signs of, like, the worst type of person you can get in your dungeon group. Does no damage, randomly AFKs trash pulls, starts rolling need on items he can't even use, like, yikes. Is he gonna activate the stars? Watch him activate the stars. Oh my god, he literally did. Holy shit. Did I call it or did I call it? In hell, man. The healer said, always someone. Yep. I don't know. Look, I'm not going to be the one to initiate the vote kick unless he does something else. But all I'm saying is if somebody else were to initiate a vote kick on him right now, I would definitely press yes. But that's kind of annoying. Because the stars thing, like, admittedly, it's annoying, but, like, as the healer jokingly said, someone always fucking does it. I just think it's hilarious that I'm like, watch him do it, and of course, it's the rogue. Ah, God. It is actually just perfect. Pestilence. Shit, I didn't tab and kick in time. Okay. Yeah. And now... Geronimo! Love doing that. You know, actually, I could have used my parachute, but it's cooler to do it with Path of Frost fall damage reduction. Just an extra flex. Focus on this so I don't... does he not do, like, the... You have to jump mechanic on normal? I guess he doesn't. It's probably heroic only. Okay. Oh my god, the rogue almost died. Dude, it's too perfect. It's too fucking perfect. Ow. That actually really hurts. That's a caster relic. Unlucky. And Heart of Thunder is dog water. Oh, I won it anyway. Alright, cool. I guess it's bag item level in case I don't get anything better. I know what you're saying, Chori, how it looked like it was on purpose. I don't think he did it on purpose. I think what happened is he just was kind of like mindlessly auto-running in that direction, and then he saw us all off to the side and tried to like correct at the last second, and it was too late and he pulled the stars, because you have to really hug the wall or you pull it. So I get why you think that, and believe me, I'm not thrilled with that rogue's performance, but I don't actually think he pulled the stars on purpose. I think he accidentally ran a little bit too far, went, what the fuck? Why? Why did the guards kill me? What the hell? What? Okay. Alright, Blizzard. That's a weird bug. Also, I have enough rep to, buy the tabard. What the hell? Just throw this in a bag somewhere. It's only heroic dungeons, right? While in level 85 Cataclysm dungeons, yeah. But, I mean, I might as well buy it now. Let's see if it's insta-Q again. They heard you talking trash about their favorite rogue, yeah. Maybe the rogue thinks warbands are in Cata? Oh, man. The rogue is leaning into the personality of his class. Is there a good gearing method people do to get high item level, like reach max level, do M0s? Just Keith, I have a guide exactly to answer that question. So it's your lucky day. So far, all of your questions, I have something covering that exact topic. Yeah, go to my main channel. I have a guide basically explaining exactly how I gear up my characters. I even just the other day, I streamed myself following my own guide to gear up a second character and showcasing, like, step-by-step how it works. So the guide itself is on my main channel, Harlden, and then the video where I went through the guide on my own is on my second channel, Linara. I need to make sure I kick, well, that ability, which I forgot to kick. Now we just need to kill it ASAP. Okay, we killed it fast, so it doesn't matter. Berserker. The rogue is AFK. Did I really just get into dungeons with 2 AFK rogues? He literally put the priest on follow. You can see. Watch, the priest, when the priest moves, the rogue is just gonna follow him. Also, oh fuck, I need to adjust my camera. Options, controls, camera, never adjust camera. There we go. Surprised it took me this. Yeah, the rogue is... Yeah, okay, he said right at the start of the dungeon, BRB 1 second, so sorry. Okay. At least he said something. I had to scroll up to check. Obviously, I understand some emergencies, so... But that's a little bit just annoying. Unlucky. I can a little bit understand it for DPS because they have really long queue times, so it could be like he had to AFK right as the queue popped. It's still kind of bad for him, but at least it looks like he's back now, so... No, yeah, it doesn't look like he's dual boxing. It looks like he just had to AFK and he happened to put the priest on follow. But that was, of course, my initial impression before I saw what he put in chat. We've just had some interesting groups so far. Dude, I've forgotten to kick that every single pull. Kind of fine, but... Alright. If you get a third rogue, does it mean you can redeem a price? Yeah. At that point, I feel like, you know, if I have to deal with 3 AFK rogues in a row, I should get some compensation for that, right? Get a special title, the Rogue Babysitter. Ow. I swear we're not all like this. Yeah, this rogue's making the rest of you look bad. I mean, actually, you know what? He's doing good single target damage, so I'll give him some credit there. At least, even though he did AFK a little bit, he's not like the previous rogue. He actually does damage. Can't be too upset. Problem is, are we going to kill Corberus before... No, not before intermission. And I just used Empower Rune Weapon. Did the boss reset because I did that? Oh, if the boss reset because I did that, that's gonna suck. I didn't think it did. But I'm not seeing his fucking burrows. It's a dope video. Thanks, Harlan. No problem. Glad it's helpful. Yeah, it did reset. Oh, fuck me. Alright, well, I didn't... Now we know. Did it for science. I've never tried to do that before. I think what probably happens is it picks a player in the group for, like, the burrow thing, and I'm guessing it just happened to pick me to burrow when I ran out of the room briefly. I assume if you just, like, fire a shot at the mob from outside of the hallway, you can still pull them in, but obviously my range isn't super great. It's like if a hunter did that, for instance, they should be able to do it safely. Yeah, oh well. My hitbox on that is jank. Now they're like, man, fucking DKs. Yeah. Now I'm making the DKs look bad. You know, let's just say it's because I couldn't stand to be beaten in damage by an actual DPS. I have to maintain blood DK supremacy. So the rogue was getting a little uppity there. He thought he could beat me. Had to put him in his place. Grab some ads to pad on with Heartstrike. Could you skip the boss since the tunnel is open? Potentially. Oh, it's fucking intellect plate, man. Maybe you could. But obviously, you know, I want the XP from the boss. Gotta do a big pull here. Nope, please. Attack that target. Yeah, I hate that without my full talents. Oh, they pulled extra. Kick-ass Chara. Well, that was unlucky. What was their damage on the boss? I don't know what they're doing. Yeah, I don't want to kick that warrior. This is definitely an iffy group. That was an aggressive pull, but one guy did just stand in the frontals, immediately die. Another one pulled stuff off to the side. It is my fault for getting distracted by the vote kick pop-up. They kicked me instead? Okay. Wow. Alright. Hug dungeon groups, everybody. Jesus fucking Christ. Yeah. That's rough. Well, I just got vote kicked. But if you want to run more in 30 minutes, Sure. It's only normals, though. Yeah. How they vote kick you? Oh, you did call it, yeah. Yeah, it is what it is. Fucking LFG groups are toxic as hell. And here I was being nice, spamming, or sparing the warrior. And, yeah. Fucking... classic players, man. Kamaseshi, subscribe with Prime. Thank you so much. What did I miss in chat earlier? Because I missed a few messages, so I'm just gonna take a moment to read that, because fuck it. You're taking time off for the pre-release, hopefully you'll get to play some, but you don't mind if that turns into era questing time, less stress, slower pace, nostalgia tour? Yeah, that's completely fair. What server do I play Cata on? Benediction on Alliance. Alright, so one of the healers in my guild will... I think they're a healer. I can't remember, honestly. It's gonna queue when the dungeon thing is up. Am I on the Firestone quest? No. Okay, that's the one after this. Evening Captain was wondering if you go into detail about how Blizz could fix War Within, assuming they fix major bugs, what fundamental changes do you think they need to make War Within Season 1 passable? That's a good question. Give me a second to answer that. Let me just make sure. I think I read everything else. Yeah, I read everything else. So... how do I put this? I think there's kind of two major issues that I have with War Within. For starters, I think no matter how much they fix it, quote-unquote, it's just going to be a very mediocre expansion, at least on launch, right? They could obviously do more in patches, but one of the bigger issues that I have with it, that I kind of ranted about on yesterday's stream, is that they are just creatively bankrupt. I guess. I don't know how else to describe it. They are completely immune to taking risks at this point, and I think they just want to keep rehashing the exact same type of content that they've been doing for years without any variation whatsoever, just because, despite the fact that it's objectively not really that good, outside of raids, right? Which, raids... I have a potential problem with what Silken Court is looking like. I think Silken Court is looking to be the entire issue that I have with retail Mythic raids, because I love Mythic raiding in retail, but my biggest issue with it is it feels like a lot of times they design fights that are just like Tindril, basically, that are completely impossible to do for 99% of guilds in the world, myself included, right? Unless you're in an insane raid team where all 20 players are like extremely good, extremely coordinated, and can follow really like advanced strategies perfectly over the course of like 600 pulls or more of progression. These fights are not designed to be possible. Tindril, until the major nerfs were like phase 2 seeds were gutted, was just not a possible fight for 99% of the player base. My guild at the time included. I'm pretty sure that the guild that I've joined now, because I had friends here before I even joined, and my friend Kelly, when I was talking to her about their progress, she said that they were very close to killing pre-nerf Tindril. So, and I mean, this guild definitely is a massive step up from the guild that I was in before. No offense to those guys, because, you know, I liked a lot of them, but some of the stuff in that previous guild, in terms of, like, raid efficiency, was really bad. And that's kind of the issue with a fight like Tindril. It wasn't even, like, the worst guild ever. Like, we killed Tindril a day or two after the nerfs. We still, my previous guild got, like, 400-ish US, and it was, like, 130 North America, or, no, 400-ish worlds, and 130-ish North America, which, like, isn't even that bad, all things considered, But of course, there was no chance that they were ever going to kill that fight pre-nerf, because there were like 4 or 5 people who simply, their brains could not comprehend phase 2 Tindral. Every single time, it was the same people who just failed the mechanic. And 3/4 of the raid understood it, and we knew what to do. And those 4 people, they just would never have killed the fight. They needed it to be nerfed. And the problem is those people, of course, they're unwilling to really improve. They just effectively are like, I'm going to wait until this gets changed because I just don't really care enough to learn. And that can be a really frustrating experience. So, like, I'm fine with Mythic raiding being difficult, but, like, basically Tindral is when it's a little bit too far. From what I've heard, I never got to try pre-nerf Varrock, because most guilds didn't even get there. They were still stuck on Tindral. But apparently that was, like, the end of Phase 3 before the nerfs was insane as well. And they designed a lot of these fights for Race the World First guilds, and then every single other person suffers for it. And they've been saying, like, in interviews for a very long time now that they want to move away from that design, and they still want Mythic raiding to be challenging, but they don't want it to be impossible to the point where you pretty much need weak auras to even be able to handle certain fights. And even within that, it still feels insane. And then they do, like, hidden auras that prevent certain things from being done with weak auras, so it just becomes extra bad. But the problem is they say that, and then they continue to design fights like Mythic Tindral, like Silken Court, where if Mythic Silken Court doesn't receive extensive changes, it's just not going to be fun. That fight just looks like fucking dog shit. I've absolutely no interest in progging that fight if it does not receive significant changes, or maybe at least if they nerf it very quickly after the Race to World First kill. If they just want, like, Liquid and Echo to be kicked in the shins for, like, a week, and then the moment that every other guild outside of the top 10 world gets there, they gut it to a point where it's actually a fun fight, maybe. But it just looks shit. There's nothing fun about a fight with, like, ridiculous coordination and positional requirements for all 20 players, where if you make a single mistake over the course of, like, 10 minutes, everybody explodes and dies, and it's tuned to a point where you need to play absolutely perfectly on top of all of that other stuff. That's just not fun. And I say that as somebody who loves Mythic raiding. There is a point where it stops being a fun challenge and it starts just being punishing for the sake of punishing. And I just don't know why they're dead set on doing that. Because WoW raiding will never be the esport that they want it to be. It's fun, but they keep trying to make it into something that it just isn't. And in their quest to try and force, like, a round peg into a square hole and force WoW raiding to be an esport, they're slowly driving away all of the people like me who really do love WoW raiding, but are getting fed up with this bullshit. So, like, I'm not saying I'm gonna quit in the Rhubarb Palace, but if Silken Court ends up being yet another Tindral, and if, like, the raid after that has another Tindral, I don't know how long I want to fucking deal with that, right? And I've said many, 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 many times, raiding is the only reason I play retail WoW. The moment that continues to go to shit, I'm out. But that sounds like you described most raids at expansion launch. You remember how insane Nax was when it released? It depends. Tindral is a different beast, right? I'll be honest, like, Razageth, I did not like Razageth as a fight, but, like, Razageth and Diurna and Dathia, while those fights were annoying, and I still think they were poorly designed fights, Dathia was a really annoying 70 to 80 pull boss, which it's not that bad. I can deal with 70 to 80 pulls. What I can't deal with is a really annoying 600 pull boss, because Dathia was a massive pain in my ass for a week. Tindral was a massive pain in my ass for the entirety of the month of December and early January. I was miserable every single week in raid for over a month, because that fight wasn't just garbage and, like, just absolutely horrifically tuned and didn't receive any meaningful changes for a long time. Well, I guess it didn't receive any meaningful changes, but it took a while for those meaningful changes to come, is the real kicker. It's the fact that instead of, after, like, 100 guilds have killed it, they nerfed it, they waited until early January to make any adjustments to that fight. So the entire month of December, it was a brick wall for countless guilds. That was what really fucking sucked. That's why, like I said, if they want to make... That definitely not like Cenarius and Emerald Nightmare. Absolutely not. Cenarius is a tough fight, but Cenarius is not even remotely on the difficulty level of any of the fights that we're talking about. Cenarius, relative to the rest of the raid, was hard, but Emerald Nightmare as a whole is considered to be one of the easiest raids in a very long time. There are annoying fights, then there are fights that are just like straight up impossible for a gigantic chunk of guilds. And that's like why I said, if you want Silken Court to be like a week 1 or 2 of the raid, when only the Race the World First guilds are progging it, it's like really difficult, and then you got it to where it's, you know, okay for everybody else. Basically, once the race ends, you make those changes, sure. But there's absolutely no reason why an entire month or more after the Race the World First is over, fights like that exist without any substantial nerfs. Because then everybody just... the game sucks for everybody else. You apparently didn't have mages blinking off the edge then. Well, yeah, that sounds like a problem. Yeah, if your mages are blinking off cliffs. I mean, don't get me wrong, I've had fights that weren't necessarily considered to be very hard fights that whatever guild I was in at the time really struggled with. But Tindral, like, again, while the guild that I was in did really struggle with Tindral, and I had some issues with that guild, they, in the grand scheme of things, are still a good guild. Like I said, it's still, like, roughly just past top 100 US, which, again, not amazing, but that's not a bad guild. Like, when you think bad guilds with bad players, it's not that. The biggest issue with Tindral, again, is that you needed all 20 of your players, pre-nerf, to be playing kind of perfectly for the entire fight. And if any of them made a single mistake, the entire raid explodes. It has multiple pass-fail mechanics. And now the mechanics are still pass-fail, and it's still a really annoying fight, but at the very least, most of those mechanics don't require every single person in your raid to do them properly. You don't need as many people for seeds. Imagine Tindral if we still had 40 mans? Yeah, exactly. Maybe it's Blizzard focusing on the two extremes, tuning mythic raids for the Race the World First and implementing stuff like story mode for raids. I mean, I'm glad story mode and stuff like that exists, yeah. But the problem is, there's a difference, like, it's fine for mythic raiding to be tuned to one extreme, quote-unquote, in terms of it's meant for hardcore players, but hardcore players is a pretty big bucket. Like, I am in the top 1% of players, but Mythic Tindral was tuned for the top 0.1% of players. That's a different story. Because that, again, your Mythic raiding is already a fairly niche thing. It's not something that a ton of people want to participate in. And Tindral was painful even for people like me who get cutting edge tier after tier. It just wasn't fun. Like, that's not my idea of enjoyable raiding. So. You're thinking back to when someone made a YouTube video of the Hygen fight that parodied it as a Dance Dance Revolution battle? Yeah, that sounds about right. And yeah, like, stuff like that, I don't even necessarily hate. I like, you know, a lot of the fun Mythic Raid mechanics are ones like that, where there is a rhythm to it, right? And I think having challenging mechanics where there's a rhythm to it, and once you get the rhythm down, you can consistently do it, those are the best types of fights, where once you get it, once it clicks, it's, you know, it's consistent, and you can do it really, really easily. One of the most annoying issues about Tindral, and one of the reasons why I think it was a shit fight, no matter what people try to say to defend it, is that there was no rhythm to Tindral, there was no consistency, the seed spawn locations were extremely RNG, and you could not, like, pre-assign locations for where to soak seeds. When seeds spawned, every single person in your raid needed to scatter and soak the seeds properly, and again, if you had one or two, like, parse monkeys who just were fixated on the boss and were unwilling to move, I would consistently see a seed out in Africa that wasn't getting soaked, or one of my biggest issues that I ran into, and I yelled at the melee for this over and over, and they just never, they would tunnel, right? They wouldn't listen. Is I was playing Blood DK in Amir Jasol, and Blood DK had terrible mobility, so not only was I unable to run out and soak the far seeds, but also I'm actively tanking the boss. If I run out and soak the seeds, the boss gets dragged really far away, the boss positioning is fucked, and all of Tindrill's mechanics, the spawn locations of them were based on where he was currently standing. So you had to position him in a very specific spot most of the time to make sure that the mushrooms spawn in the right spot, to make sure that you had enough room for the DPS to grab the feathers to fly up into the air, and that they weren't spawning inside of lava patches. So I couldn't just run around. So I repeatedly said, if you are a melee DPS, you need to let me soak the seed directly under the boss, because one usually spawn there. Because if I am not able to soak that seed and everybody has to soak a seed, well then either I'm forced to run really far away and fuck up boss positioning to soak a seed so we don't wipe, or it's too far away, I don't even have the mobility to get it, and I'm never going to be able to reach that seed, and then we're just all going to blow up. And routinely, I would see a particular warrior and another paladin who every single time they would just see a seed in melee, walk 2 feet, step on the seed, and then go back to pumping the boss. Just blatantly ignoring everything that I said, pull off your pull, and we'd wipe. Same thing would happen. And just every single time. Or you'd have people who are just tunneling and not grabbing seeds again, which is insane considering that was the one mechanic that wiped us. And the problem is, you need to get to a extremely high level of rating to be in a position where all 20 players in your raid are like really mechanically minded. You're always going to have 1 or 2 people, even in like the level that I'm playing at, who are just completely brain dead and will just tunnel vision and ignore mechanics. It happens. The thing is, most fights, you can just accept the fact that those people won't be assigned to mechanics. Like, I'll be honest, I love the guild that I'm in right now, and vast majority of the players are really good, but there absolutely is one person that comes to mind who is just terrible with mechanics. Assign mechanics to that one person, and they will fuck it up without fail. And the amount of times where one person is not on the roster for whatever raid night, and we have to bring in XYZ person, I'm not naming them on the off chance anybody from my guild ever watches this, right? Because I don't want that person to feel called out, so I'm being very vague, but a few people, if they do watch this, will know exactly who I'm talking about. Every now and then, when this one person is rostered and some of our usual mechanic people are on the bench for that night because we want to rotate people in so we get all the boss kills, the person fails the mechanic time and time again, we waste like an hour, and then the person who normally handles that mechanic has to come in, even though they weren't supposed to be assigned to that boss, and they have to do the mechanic again. And, they always are miserable, because then, they were supposed to have that boss off, like they wouldn't need to do Ferox Seeds that night, and now they have to get off their ass and come back into raid and do Ferox Seeds, because that one person who is supposed to be doing it that night just has no fucking clue how to handle that mechanic. And that can be really frustrating. So, there's always somebody like that. I need to get 2 more seeds. Your fellow crayon eaters, you're not even in my guild and you feel called out, yeah. Yeah, like, I mean, it happens, and obviously at certain levels it's expected, right? But it does suck, especially at this level, like in this type of mythic raiding guilds. Like, again, I'm not going to call out that person, but I will say that individual, I do wonder why they're still here. And I do know that one of my friends has asked the raid leader on a few occasions, why is that person still here? And we'll see, but I'd be lying if I said that I wasn't dreading seeing what happens when they potentially get a difficult mechanic in Narubar Palace, because seeing how they handle mechanics in Season 4 of Dragonflight, I only dread what they're going to do when they see anything that we haven't had months already to practice. Like, at this point, if you can't do Ferox Seeds on the 20th re-kill, how the fuck are you expected to handle any meaningful mechanics in a brand new raid? That's kind of my concern. But we'll see. Let's see, what else did I miss? I think I read through everything. Oh yeah, so what was I talking about? The entire reason that I got onto the subject in the first place, right, was what do I think that they could do to fix War Within? So on the rating side of things, I really just... Silken Court is the only thing that worries me, which it would be a real shame if Silken Court effectively ruins the raid tier for me, because the rest of Nurubar Palace, I actually think looks pretty good. I'm pretty excited for it. I think it looks like a pretty fun raid. That one fight in particular, I absolutely think has the potential to just ruin the entire raid tier for me. Just like I didn't hate most of Amirjasol, but Tindril almost single-handedly ruined that past tier for me, because, I mean, it literally made me hate my guild. I was a little bit frustrated with how they had handled things for a period of time before Tindril, but the way that they handled everything, like, after we reached Tindril, made me just fucking despise the way that they ran things. And it was just downhill from there, and then I was just kind of miserable with a lot of their decisions for the entirety of Farrak Prague. Come on, Nemesis. There we go. And it's retrieving shell. Don't get into combat. Alright. And then we jump into the portal. Easy peasy. While I'm over here, I'll go grab these quests. But yeah, Tindril kind of ruins my previous guild for me, almost single-handedly, among other things. It wasn't just that. There was also, I think, it was a combination of, I would say, Tindril and Season of Discovery, because one of the other things in that, like, really pissed me off is, and it's not necessarily like Sod, right? Itself, it was kind of how they treated me. Because I was already frustrated by the fact that it felt like on Tindril, none of them gave a shit at all. But then Season of Discovery came out around that same exact time, actually. And I was, like, I made a Sod guild for the people on my retail team, and we were raiding Black Fathom Deeps. And obviously, BFD, it's a chill raid. It's not really difficult at all. We killed it on the second reset. And then we were just farming it for fun. But I'll be completely honest, I like going for parses. But I like going for parses just as a way to see, like, can I improve my performance? So it got to a point where they didn't give a shit about, like, Sod progression at all. And they were, like, I'm not saying Sod progression, but, like, they weren't planning on playing P2. They showed up to BFD runs just as a thing to do, right? And I told them multiple times that if they didn't want to continue raiding Sod and they just weren't having fun with it, nobody was forcing them to come. They were still signing up. I would put a little sign-up thing. They put their names on it. They're making the choice to show up. But then every single time we would get to BFD, they were just miserable the entire time. And they would, like I was getting flasks and stuff like that, and prepping my character, and I didn't expect them to prep their characters, right? I never expected them to get any world buffs, consumables at all, but they were, like, making fun of me for the fact that I wanted to do that on my own, and they were, like, there were a few times where they deliberately went out of their way to, like, not do mechanics to try and get me killed, so they could ruin my world buffs and then, like, laugh at me for it. Like, haha, look at him, he cares so much about, you know, trying to get a slightly better parse on his warlock tank, and at one point, I basically said to them, like, look, you guys don't need to give a shit about this. I'm not expecting you to show up to Sod and get world buffs and try to get, like, faster kills, right? I have been very much hands-off. The only thing that I am asking is, can you not be assholes? Can you not deliberately try to grief me in raid and, like, criticize the fact that I like getting world buffs? Because, like, why do you care? Why does it matter to you at all that I show up to raid with world buffs, with consumes? It shouldn't matter. But they kept saying, the response that really pissed me off, and again, kind of like soured my entire perception of the guild, is when one of them told me, like, I think you just don't understand the guild environment, right? And that's just what we do here. We all, like, mess with each other and just have fun. And if you don't like that, maybe this guild isn't for you. And it's like, at that point, it has nothing to do with messing with people and having fun. It's a difference between, like, playful jabs at somebody mid-raid. Like, my raid leader in Classic and my co-tank in Retail sponsored, I joke with him all the fucking time, right? I always poke fun at him and stuff, and in raid, if he fucks up a mechanic, you know, I prod him a little bit. But whenever it's time to, like, actually raid and do something seriously, I'm focused, right? I'm not fucking around. And if Sponsored ever were to ask me, like, stop, please don't do this, I would stop. Because if somebody says, hey, this isn't funny to me, I don't like this, please don't do this, if you do it again, you're just an asshole. So I even said multiple times, like, I get it, I'm giving you guys the benefit of the doubt, I know that you probably thought that I found this funny, but I don't. I would appreciate it if you stop trying to grief me in Black Fathom Deeps, right? I would like to try and get parses on my Warlock tank. It's just something I am doing for fun on my own, and the fact that you're deliberately trolling me just really bothers me. And then they just kind of brushed me off, said that I was whining, said that I was, you know, being unreasonable, and I didn't understand the guild environment. And it's like, the other thing that kind of bothered me is they're saying guild environment, right? When, even though we're all on the same retail raid team, I was the one organizing everything for the Sod Guild. I was the one prepping all the consumables and giving them away anything that they wanted for free. Because some of them did want to use flasks and stuff. They didn't want to farm it on their own. But if I offered, I'm like, hey, I can give you, like, stam flasks or whatever for free, they would take it. They'd be like, sure, yeah. It wasn't every single person in that guild, I should note. But there were a few that kept doing that shit. And if you're showing up to the raid that somebody else forms, screwing them over just for fun, and then when they ask you to politely not do that, you tell them you just don't understand our sense of humor, you're just an asshole, right? So that honestly was one of the biggest things that really pissed me off. But it was more like the combination of that plus how apathetic they were throughout all of Tindril Prague made me realize that, like, there were multiple people in this guild that had been there for, like, 10 plus years who were deeply entrenched in the guild. There's no chance that they were ever getting replaced. And they just had this complete just sense of apathy towards anybody actually trying to play the game for fun and take the game seriously. And if they were pushed to do anything that went beyond minimal effort, even if that thing that goes beyond minimal effort is don't be an asshole to people who are taking things seriously, right? Because they didn't care about parsing in Black Fathom Deeps, they could not understand why I would care, and therefore I shouldn't care that they're griefing me over it. Because in their minds it doesn't matter, therefore I should just suck it up and be okay with the fact that they're griefing me. And that is just like such a toxic mentality for life in general that I'm just like, okay, fuck you guys, I can't do this. And again, I think I swallowed something the wrong way earlier. I was drinking my coffee. But yeah, like, it was a shame because I did politely tell, like, the guild master, I should note, he wasn't, like, part of any of the sod stuff, and I brought up some of these concerns to him, and he basically told me he kind of agrees with me, and he's looking into it, and he was cool, I liked him, but I very politely told him towards the end of the tier that, you know, these are some of the problems that I have, and unless this gets addressed, you know, in Reclear, like, leading into Season 4, I don't really know how much longer I want to stay, and he told me things would change, and they didn't really, and I didn't really stick around to see the writing on the wall, because I was already like, yeah, I doubt, again, one of the bigger issues is a lot of the people who were particularly toxic were, like, people who had been there for a very long time, since, like, Mop or Cata, like, original Cata, and I'm just like, yeah, there's no chance that these people are going to get replaced, so unless those people decide to change their behavior, I don't really think there's much that the guild leader could do, even though I do think that he was a good guy and genuinely did want what was best for the guilds. His hands were kind of tied in that situation, unfortunately. You do feel like older Mythic raids felt like you could stick with the guild until you nailed it all, whereas current Mythic raids feel like you need to move from guild to guild? Well, I mean, it kind of depends on the guild, obviously. Like, the thing is, no matter what issues I may have had with that guild, they did end up killing Mythic Farok, and they didn't even take an exceptionally long time to kill him. Like I said, they got US 130. So, while I was very frustrated with that guild's progression, they did get cutting edge. And they got cutting edge with months to spare. So, at a certain point, I think a lot of people only want to join a guild where it's guaranteed that they will eventually get cutting edge, right? As long as they keep, you know, the players are good enough that if they keep at it for the entire tier, you will eventually get there. Okay, yeah, that's my heirloom slot, so I don't need that. And that guild, despite its problems, certainly was a guaranteed to get cutting edge no matter what guild. But that's not really what I want in a guild, right? I want to get cutting edge, for sure, but I don't just want to get cutting edge. I don't want to sit there and waste my time for an entire month and just keep slamming my head into a boss that is just unkillable. One of, you know, kind of going on a little bit of an off-topic thing, but it relates to Tindral a little bit, is a problem that I had with how they handled this whole situation is the moment that we reached Tindral, they just decided we are extending the lockout. Immediately after our first ever Smolderon kill, we are extending lockout all the way until Tindral dies. And I tried to, like, very politely bring up to them that this was an incredibly stupid decision. Because, again, we were never killing that boss. And I pointed out multiple times that they agreed with me, right? There was, like, one or two officers who, for whatever deluded reason, genuinely believed that we stood a chance at killing Tindral. And I think that they were, because we had, like, fallen a little bit behind on Smolderon, we didn't shit the bed quite as much as Tindral, but, like, I think they were really hoping to actually get top 100 that tier. And we were, like, basically 50 pulls behind most other guilds on Smolderon. So I'm pretty sure that to a lot of them, their hope was, okay, we're just going to keep slamming our heads into Tindral. Our guild is going to have, like, this eureka moment where magically everybody just suddenly knows what to do, and we're going to destroy this boss, like, way faster than everybody else, and that's going to secure our spot in top 100, or something like that. I'm guessing that is what they thought, because their decision to extend literally makes no sense to me otherwise. Because, of course, what ended up happening, because, duh, is we shit the bed on Tindral so much harder than we did on Smolderon, and, well, all of their guilds, like my current guild that I'm in now, my friend at the time who was in this guild was telling me, like, oh yeah, we got to Tindral, and then we continued doing reclear for more gear and stuff for, like, almost an entire month before they actually locked out and progged on Tindral. And they still killed Tindral faster than my guild at the time. Except they also now had way better gear, and that was the other thing that, like, really bugged me. Whenever I brought this up and I said, why are we locking out on Tindral? Why are we not re-clearing? They're like, what good is re-clear gear gonna do? Tindral and Farok both had pretty tight damage and healing checks. What do you mean? What is re-clear gear gonna do? Even, like, 3 item levels on every single person in the raid can actually mean a huge difference, especially if it's that or slamming your head into an unkillable boss. And the biggest issue with Tindral for us is that we spent easily 200, 300 pulls progging a phase that got completely invalidated with the nerfs, which I didn't expect it to be nerfed that hard when I was telling them this, but I did point out that most likely when it gets nerfed, because we are going to have to kill it after the nerfs, we are not a guild that can kill pre-nerf Tindral, the fight is probably going to look a lot differently at that stage, so wasting our time trying to prog a version of the fight now that will never be there again once we actually kill the boss, like, we are just better off spending our time elsewhere. And there's kind of 2 points to that. One, obviously, I think just from a logical perspective of it uses your time wisely on progression. I think that my friend's guild at the time, which is my current guild now, they spent their time wisely because they knew that they were not going to be able to kill pre-nerf Tindral, or at least their chances of doing so were low. So they continued re-clearing. They got some better trinkets, some, like, slightly higher item level gear for everybody in the raid. That way, when they actually when Tindral got nerfed, they killed it literally the night of in like an hour. And they were immediately moving on to Farok and were able to progress him. And now they had better gear for Farok. But not only that, it's just really disrespectful to your Raider's time to continue progressing on a fight where you realistically have no chance of killing it. And everybody was miserable for that entire month. You know, I think the only person who actually wanted to be there and actually wanted to slam their head into Tindral for 800 pulls was like that one officer who for some reason had deluded themselves into thinking that we actually stood a chance. Everybody else did not want to be there. And one of the other really annoying things about that whole situation is some of the people who I mentioned who were like being toxic in Season of Discovery and like griefing me in BFD, those same people, they got to sit for the entirety of Tindral prog, because usually in Mythic Raids, you have like a roster of 24-ish, and you don't bring every single person to the boss, because you can only bring 20 people. So a lot of those people who were being assholes to me in SOD were also criticizing me for complaining that we were progging Tindral instead of reclearing, and they're like, you know, who cares, just suck it up, that's Mythic progression, when these people weren't even progging Tindral. They got to sit on the bench and wait out the 600 so pulls, and every single night in Discord, they were actively chatting, like, in Discord about whatever other game they were playing. Like, they played through entire other games during raid time because they didn't have to sit there and wipe on Tindral, and then they're acting like I'm making a big deal out of the fact that we're wasting our time on Tindral. It's like, yeah, you don't really get a fucking say because you're not actually wasting your time. You're sitting here doing other shit while everybody else has to slam their head into Tindral for fucking 600 pulls. So I wasted a month of my life on Tindral, and then I had to listen to people who got to sit on the bench for that entire month tell me that I was complaining for no reason, while they didn't actually fucking participate in the thing that they said I should just suck it up and deal with. So, yeah. Needless to say, that entire experience, multiple factors, left me extremely bitter. And there was a very good reason why I left. Also, holy fuck this RNG. I have never had to click so many generators to get the egg to spawn. Finally, holy shit. I've had it happen like on the third generator, but I've never seen it take that long. That's genuinely deranged behavior, that's toxic as fuck, yeah. It absolutely was really, really, really toxic. It really confused me, too, because admittedly, and this is kind of why the entire thing was so depressing, and again, like, I've mentioned before that, like, I generally have trust issues just across the board in general, and, like, can you guess why? Stuff like this usually doesn't go towards helping with that. But the problem is, pretty much all the way up until all of that shit happens, they were relatively nice to me. And then it was just kind of like a wombo combo of multiple things. This is all within the span of a month, right? Everything that I just described all took place in like December of last year. And like in the grand scheme of things, I have dealt with worse guild drama. I've dealt with a lot of other shit where, you know, at the very least, the officers in that guild were not the ones who were being toxic. I disagreed with a lot of their, like, choices for progression, but they were all fairly nice, reasonable people, so I have been in significantly worse guilds environments in the past. But the entire experience was incredibly frustrating, especially dealing with a lot of shit from those people, yeah. I don't even have enough space on my bars for all this stuff. I guess I'm not really going to use swiftness potions that much, so I don't need to worry about that. The more you talk about these people, the more I want to see you tear them down. Yeah. It's like, okay, here's the thing. I will be absolutely clear. Obviously, this situation really frustrated me. There's a reason I left that guild. Again, all things considered, I have been in so many infinitely worse guilds and dealt with infinitely worse situations than that, many of which those stories I've told on my channel. Like, the stuff that they did was, yeah, they were assholes, and some of them I think were just actively going out of their way to be assholes to me. Others I think were just a little bit inconsiderate and genuinely probably did think that it was all one big joke. And credit to a few of them. Some of them, when I did express that it annoyed me, they did stop. But others didn't. And others, like, you know, said they were going to keep doing it again and again. So it wasn't every single person in that guild. It was only a select few individuals. And all they did is, you know, petty... it's mean girl shit, right? It's just petty bullying for the sake of bullying. Does it suck? Yes. Is it the worst thing that I've ever experienced? No. But it does sting a little, because it is really frustrating, and I try to not let it color my entire outlook on life sometimes, but there are so many times where, like, people are very outwardly nice to me, because, like I said, a lot of these people early on when I joined the guild were very nice, and then over the course of a single month in December, I realized that, wow, so many of these people are massive assholes. And, like, only one or two of them ever gave me real apologies. And I do still talk to the two that did apologize, because I do think that if somebody is willing to actually admit that, hey, what I did was shitty and I'm sorry about that, I think that's okay, as long as they actually mean it. In those cases, I think they did. But, yeah, I mean, anybody who does shit like that and is unwilling to even give, like, a cursory apology, I just have no interest in interacting with those people. Think, yeah, this is where we summon Aviana. It's amazing to have that level of guild efficiency in 2024. Which part of it? Which part of the guild efficiency? I forget which exact thing I was saying at that moment in time. Yeah, none of this is still good, especially with 20 gold vendor rewards. How can they say the guild environment if you're the one that made the guild? Well, in that particular case, they were referring to the retail guild environment. So, while I was the one who ran the Sod Guild and organized, like, the Black Fathom Deeps raids, they, you know, it was still effectively... The Sod Guild was, like, an extension of our retail guild. So, I think they felt... I guess that they were entitled to, like, bully me because it was still technically the retail guild, I guess. And they didn't respect the fact that I was, you know, trying to have fun in my own way in SOD. But I did point out to them that, yeah, it is especially, like, a really fucking asshole thing to do when I'm the one organizing all of this stuff in the first place. You know, I didn't ask much. And... effectively, I should note that all of the SOD raids ended because after I got, like, I posted about it and I very politely said, I wrote, like, a 3-paragraph post in, like, the classic channel, basically outlining some of my concerns with how they were treating me. And I tried to be very nice and diplomatic about it. And I basically just said, all I ask is that you please just, you know, don't fucking bully me, right? Don't show up to SOD raid and try to screw me over just because. Like, if you don't want to come, you don't have to come. But I'm not okay with you just trying to fuck me over for the sake of it. And then in response to that, a bunch of them, like I said, started shit-talking me. So I said, all right, no more SOD raids. If you guys want to raid, you can do it yourselves. And I don't think they actually thought I was serious. And then, like, the next time when our normal raid time rolled around... a bunch of them were, like, they just logged on and were waiting for me. And one of them messaged me and was like, oh, are you gonna make the raid? And I'm like, did you just, like, miss the entire thing that I discussed, like, the other day? Like, that wasn't a joke. I'm not dealing with this shit. I'm not going to log on and just be fucking bullied because I had the audacity to try and be nice and help organize the fucking raids for everybody else. So I'm like, if you guys want to do it yourself, go ahead. But until I get a confirmation that you guys, or these individuals weren't going to be assholes, because, of course, the guy who asked me, are you going to put together the raids, was one of the people who was nice to me. So, you know, I wasn't really mean in my response to him, but I did kind of tell him, I'm like, you know, you see the shit that they do. Like, do you really expect me to, like, just show up and organize this raid? And, like, it sucks, because I know that person still wanted to raid. And he had always been nice to me. And I'm like, I'm nothing against you, but, like, you can't possibly expect me to show up and put in all this work organizing this shit when I have to deal with bullshit every single week. It's like, I don't need that shit. And then suddenly all of them quit SOD. Which is just, again, it never made sense to me. It's like, I could tell that 99% of them had no interest in playing SOD. So effectively, they only showed up to fuck with me and nothing else. And then the moment that I stopped organizing the raids and giving them that opportunity, they just quit playing the game, which, I don't know, some people are just really weird, man. I will never understand that type of mindset. Anyway, let me just focus on getting this done. After this quest and I do the Asina's Miracle, I will probably do queue for dungeons again, because obviously the penalty has been gone for a little bit. But I figured it's just going to be easier to do some of those dungeons if I'm 82. That way I won't have to deal with the mobs being orange in some cases, which, I mean, I still would have been able to tank that dungeon just fine. But the problem is, when you have shit healers like that, and multiple DPS are just standing in mechanics, I need to, like, be really, really, really closely focusing. One small slip up and I just die, tanking mobs like 3 levels above me with a shit healer. So this should just make the entire thing a lot less painful. In fact, probably gonna queue again in a moment. Just finishing a quest. And, okay, I need 4 eggs. But how did we get on that in the first place? Oh yeah, the whole, what do I think War Within could do? That was a very long tangent. So outside of raiding, I think my biggest problem with the War Within is that no matter how well they manage to patch it up, if every single system is working perfectly and has, like, quality of life adjustments to not fuck over players, like if the gearing isn't arbitrarily, like, gated, as most WoW gearing systems are, if they make crest, like, one of the biggest changes, I guess, just outright, that if they don't do this, the expansion's going to really suck for a lot of people, is they need to, A, increase the rate at which you earn crests. So the current crest drop rate, and I'm not necessarily saying increase the cap per week, but you should be able to get crest cap with way less grinding. The amount of grinding that you're going to have to do in the War Within is obscene. And that's just, like, at a baseline. But then they absolutely need to make some level of alt catch-up mechanism, because if they don't, playing alt in the War Within is going to be absolutely miserable. There's already, like, this is probably the biggest point that a lot of people have been discussing, why, you know, like I said, it's a really obvious one that they need to do that. If they do not make those changes, this expansion is going to flop hard, because it's just going to be extremely grindy for anybody who wants to engage in both endgame Mythic Plus and endgame rating. And it's going, like, this is on top of all of the other shit that I've already discussed on, like, the issues with pre-raid gearing. So in addition to all of that, crest acquisition is a massive pain. And I'll just throw myself in queue. So if they don't fix that, the game is just going to fucking suck for a ton of people. Silver Spur boots, that's caster stuff. That's, like, the bare minimum, for sure. But there's a lot of other minor adjustments that they can make. But the biggest issue with the War Within is that it takes 0 risks whatsoever. Outside of warbands, which is, like, nice quality of life, but fundamentally adds nothing to the game, The only new real feature that we're getting is delves, and delves are just extremely unimaginative. They are very, 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 very boring, and I think that after people play through them a few times, they're just not going to want to progress them at all. It's meant as like the solution to open world gearing for what's it called, for like casual players. But effectively, the only thing that it is just glorified island expeditions. I've talked about this before. It's not a bad feature. It's like they could expand upon it, but no matter how much they like fix the gearing system and stuff in delves, and fix the bugs in delves, and fix the tuning in delves, because right now, like the higher level delves are just going to be tuned to be like dungeons, where it's just all unavoidable damage, so you just need to have a tank anyway, because you can't just solo survive that damage as a caster DPS. It's not possible. So they could fix that stuff, and even if they fix all of those issues, it's still just going to be boring content. And there's just nothing in the War Within that's exciting. You know, like, what are we getting? And I mean, I kind of felt the same exact way about Dragonflight, right? Which, again, is why I never understood why people were so excited about Dragonflight. I have always said it was a fairly mid-expansion. The only good thing that we got in Dragonflight, which I guess I'll include Dragon Riding in that. Dragon Riding is fine, but I would say Dragon Riding to me is like comparable to Warbands. It's a nice quality of life feature, but it doesn't make the game for me. I'm not going to say, it's a good game that you should play because of Dragon Riding, right? Like, hell, even Guild Wars 2, I like the mount system in Guild Wars 2, but I'm not going to go out and tell people that the reason they should play Guild Wars 2 is because of the mounts. And even then, it's way more fleshed out and way more interesting than Dragon Riding ever has been. But the reasons why I enjoyed Guild Wars 2 was the other content, and then the mounts were just like a fun bonus system on top of that. And they had way more customization, and they had way more interesting variations of mounts. So, yeah, if any game was going to have that as like a major content feature, it is Guild Wars 2. But I kind of view that and Warbands in the same light, like I was saying. They're both little additional things that make the game feel a little bit better to play. Is this guy literally just AFK? Has he done anything? Was he here for any pulls? He did less than the healer on every single pull. Okay, at least he's been here. He just AFK'd after, like, the very last trash pull. What is it with people AFKing and fucking leveling dungeons, man? How is this constantly happening? That Guild Wars 2 Skyscale grind, though? Yeah. Skyscale is the only mount that I never got. Oh, we were 2%, dude? If the mage was doing more than 1k DPS, because, you know, he was AFK, that would have actually been a one phase. Right. But I mean, like, obviously Skyscale definitely is the grindiest of the Guild Wars 2 mounts, and I will admit, yeah, how long it took to acquire that mount is definitely not super great, to the point where, as I said, I never got it. I wasn't willing to sit through that grind. But I got all the other mounts, and most of them were pretty reasonable to obtain. And then once you had them, they were pretty fun to get the rest of the unlocks for and stuff, and just using them was fun. But that's kind of not my point, right? Mostly I'm just saying that Warbands, Dragon Riding, that's like the nice bonus quality of life features that you expect the game to add over time. Yeah, that's not something I need. The only true feature that we're really getting is delves, right? Unless, am I blanking? Am I missing something that's technically a feature? If I am forgetting something, let me know. But I genuinely cannot think of anything. Delves, it's the only thing they're really advertising. And, like, to be clear, Earthen is not a feature. Earthen is just a new generic race that nobody asked for, which, like, I'm not taking points away from the War Within with the fact that it's getting a boring race, because, like, any race is better than no new race, but the Earthen are, like, pretty fucking lame. So definitely not giving them points for that. Rockier dwarves. Yeah, rockier, taller dwarves, exactly. And they don't even have particularly exciting racials, which, I mean, racials in WoW are a whole separate argument on potential issues with them. But there's just nothing exciting about the Earthen. So I know that if I said that and didn't mention the Earthen, somebody would bring it up. You yourself are an Earthen and you take great offense. So you living in the future? Unless you played exclusively on the beta. I know you're joking, though. One of them doesn't work on... Yeah, I've heard that that racial is bugged. I haven't tested it myself. I have yet to actually create and play an Earthen. So I couldn't tell you whether it works or not. But... I did hear somebody saying that one of their racials was bugged. A bug on the beta? Yeah, I know, right? Couldn't be. What was I saying then? Yeah, delves are basically the only major feature, because, like, every single thing, aside from, like, Warband's account-wide stuff, is... It's just, like, the same as Dragonflight. Reputations work exactly the same, professions work exactly the same, and I'm gonna be honest, the bones of the Dragonflight profession system, some people might agree with me, or disagree with me on this, but I think the core fundamental components of the Dragonflight profession system are just kind of flawed. It's not good. I know a lot of people really like the profession rework. I've heard many people say that the profession rework was one of their favorite things in Dragonflight. And this is yet another reason why I probably dislike Dragonflight's launch a lot more than other people. I genuinely think it's a downgrade. I think a lot of the decisions with, like, what they did with professions in previous expansions were bad. I don't necessarily disagree that it needed some sort of rework, but if you look at, like, what Final Fantasy does, Dragonflight's system is just so much worse. And a lot of... Oh, shit. I gotta kill the sentry. Okay, we're good. A lot of the things that got added in the professions for Dragonflight just objectively made professions more tedious to interact with. Now, I'm sure a lot of the people who made millions of gold off it aren't really too upset, but for the average player, it's just an extremely annoying, tedious system, and the vast majority of the pain points with the Dragonflight profession system are not being addressed at all. They're gonna continue to exist. Pretty much the singular pain points in Dragonflight professions that I think is being addressed is inspiration. The fact that now you don't need to fish for RNG procs to get an item completed, and you can get, like, you spend a currency to guarantee that you get, like, an increase, that is good. That is a good change, because that was one of my biggest issues with professions in Dragonflight. And the annoying thing about that to me is I can't believe it took them this long to fix it, because I was complaining about that in early beta. The moment they announced their little blue post, where they said how professions would work. And the reason why this stuff made it to live, by the way, is I know a lot of people who don't follow, like, the testing cycle don't know this, but they literally did not test Dragonflight professions until, like, the last few weeks of the beta. It was so broken for most of the Dragonflight testing cycle, and we could only get feedback based on, like, the theoretical concepts that they outlined in their blue posts. And the problem with that is I spotted the issue with inspiration from the very first blue post, and I remember arguing with people in my guild at the time about that exact topic and saying that based on the way that Blizzard described the system, you are going to need to stack inspiration and fish for procs in order to get the best gear. And I explained it's common sense, right? There is absolutely no way that, and Blizzard lied about this, right? They lied through their teeth multiple times before the expansion launched. They said that inspiration procs would never be necessary to get the highest possible crafts on items. They literally said that, right? And I know because I distinctly remember arguing about the fact that that is impossible. It is just physically impossible that they are going to add this stat that gives you a chance to get a massive increase in skill bonus when crafting, and somehow not a single high-level craft in the game is going to require an inspiration proc. That just doesn't make sense. One of two things is happening here. Either they're lying, and it's going to require it, or it's just a worthless stat. And why would Blizzard design a stat that is fundamentally worthless? Because if you never need to use an inspiration proc to guarantee a high-level craft, why does inspiration exist? It is just nonsensical design. And I noticed this contradiction in their very first blue post, where they explained how Dragonflight crafting would work. Unfortunately, again, none of this was testable on the beta until the very last week or two. So it wasn't until the last week or two where I was able to play around with it and confirm, hey, what do you know? And I should note, rudimentary things of professions were testable before people, comment on the video later on and say that. The final tuning wasn't testable. It was like the last thing that they got around to finishing. So the only way that you could really test professions on the Dragonflight beta was kind of like how we have in War Within. There were endgame servers and there were leveling servers. And on endgame servers, you had NPCs that would like set your knowledge to max and give you like all the materials that you needed, and you could like test the basics of crafting, see what the skill trees did. But so many things were like work in progress, not yet final, and like they multiple times said the values are not final. It wasn't until like the last few weeks where they actually said these are the final values, we would want help testing this. And by that point, yeah, I played around with it. I realized, yep, in order to create like half of the endgame crafts, you're going to need to get an inspiration proc. This is garbage. This is just not a fun system. And it was way too late to do anything. So at the very least, they fixed that, but it annoys me because this is not something that you needed to look at tuning to see. The inherent concept of inspiration is flawed, because the thing about Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy's crafting is actually skill-based. So in Final Fantasy, you have like a crafting rotation. Ooh, Let in Despair. Don't mind if I do. In Final Fantasy, you have buttons that you can press to improve your chance at like successfully crafting an item. So if I know like the right order of skills to press to like optimize my crafting, I can consistently get like perfect or high. In Final Fantasy, it's called high quality crafts. That's another major issue that again is not being addressed in the War Within. Crafting quality. Crafting quality is just an absolutely dog shit system. The fact that we have 5 tiers of it. In Final Fantasy, you have normal quality and you have high quality. Normal quality stuff, garbage, worthless. Nobody wants it. High quality is considered the baseline, right? If you're going to get an item crafted, you want it high quality. And World of Warcraft has the same problem, except now there's multiple tiers of dog shit in the middle where you have high quality, equivalent, like effectively, the rank 5, and then you have rank 4, rank 3, rank 2, rank 1. All of this may as well just be low quality. The idea of, I am a crafter that can get a rank 4 quality craft guaranteed, nobody gives a shit, right? You can either do the best possible crafts or you're fucking worthless. That's just how the system is designed. So having multiple tiers of quality, it's nonsense design. It's terrible, and it's not going away. Somehow the fact that it's still in the game in War Within blows my mind, because it's just objectively terrible. But yeah, that's another big issue. So much about the crafting system is just dog shit, and yeah, none of that is getting fixed in War Within. So it's not really doing anything fundamentally new or engaging. It's the exact same systems. Most of the existing problems with said systems are not being fixed. Like, what is this expansion changing in the game in any meaningful, positive way? I forgot to equip Let in Despair. Shit. I think I'm gonna get teleported, yeah. 2 people got hit by that? I guess they were just assuming that we'd kill it in time. If I tag these mobs in time, you get XP from them. Nice. Easy XP. The rest don't. You hated the whole tiered crafting qualities? Yeah. And the thing about, and this is why I, just to elaborate, one thing I forgot to say, I, generally speaking, dislike the idea of low quality, high quality, because it will always be, whenever that is a thing in the game, you're either going to go for the highest quality or you're just not going to bother. Because if it requires the exact same materials and it's just dependent on how good the crafter is, why would you, as the buyer, ever settle for low quality? The only thing that matters is high quality. Just, duh. But in Final Fantasy, the only reason why it works is because crafting has a skill cap to it. Because somebody who doesn't have the best crafting gear and is just using like generic entry-level crafting items can still craft high-quality pieces just by knowing the proper way to manage their resources and use their abilities to get a guaranteed high-quality craft. So you can avoid the gear check by being good at the game. So it adds, it makes crafting quality an okay thing to have, because then it's not necessarily just determined by, does your crafter have the best crafting gear and are they able to get the best skill modifiers? It has more so to do with, does your crafter actually know what they're doing? And I think that is actually kind of fun. But World of Warcraft, while they did this gigantic crafting revamp in terms of the menuing and all of the tiers and the quality of the items, absolutely fucking nothing has changed in terms of how you craft items since 2005. You still just press a button, watch a bar fill up, and then the item gets crafted. So if the entire crafting system is still the same mindless button clicking simulator that it has always been, adding extra layers of skill requirements and bullshit to it just to make it arbitrarily harder to get the item you want is just fucking asinine. It is just a fundamentally terrible rework. I do not like really anything about the Dragonflight crafting rework. And the only times that I've seen people praise it are the people Chori, you're one of them. I understand why you like it, but the people who make shit tons of gold off it. So obviously, yeah, the fact that it made the entire system require so many more hoops to jump through, people like Chori who are good at figuring that stuff out and are able to use it to make a shit ton of money, they're probably pretty happy. But for the average player, it's just bad. It's really bad. Nice, that's a good ring. That is marginally better than what I have, and it has solid stats. It is strength, right? Yes. Nice, I beat the other guy. Oh, and let me equip my trinket. I don't really care about the Elementium Dragonling, though this is really high item level, so I'm going to keep this in my bag so that when I hit max level, I'll be able to queue for dungeons. Oh shit. Was my character ping because I can't see. Are people playing Cata? Is it safe to start playing Cata now? It's a weird question. What do you mean safe to start playing Cata? I've been playing Cata. Tons of people have been playing Cata. It's always been safe to start playing Cata. I don't understand that question. Sorry. Unless it's intentionally meant to be a question of Cata's dead on arrival, classic Andy, woo, all other versions except vanilla suck, which is admittedly the only way I understand how to read that. That isn't maybe I'm misunderstanding it. It's pretty dangerous in there, yeah. But no, I like Cataclysm. I've been playing Cataclysm since launch. The only reason I'm leveling up new characters is because my main account was wrongly banned, and I'm still fighting Blizzard over it. The crafting system is too complicated, so the only reason it makes gold is because the majority of players can't even bother with it? Yeah. And, speaking as someone who... I have made a lot of gold through it. I mentioned before, when Loam Niffin contracts came out, I made a shit ton of gold off Loam Niffin contracts. And I leveled up my inscription quite a lot at the start of the expansion. And I made a lot of gold early on, too. Not quite as much as people selling, like, lariats and shit. But I still made a good amount of money through the new crafting system. So that's not my complaint with it. I figured it out for videos and stuff. I did all the stupid research to understand it. It's still just frustrating to deal with. So you're absolutely right, Chori. Even people like me who understand the crafting system, I pay money these days because I just can't be fucking bothered to deal with it. I'd rather just let somebody else figure it out and craft stuff for me. Wow, this does, like, no damage on normal. What a boss. What a fucking boss, man. I mean, obviously, you know, we have a really good level 85 healer, but still. We took no damage just from me planting it in the lava. It's kind of funny because, like, I don't remember exactly back in the day what it was like. But I feel like people struggled a little bit more with that boss back then. But maybe I was just in really shitty dungeon groups that didn't understand how to optimize it, but... I also didn't tank back in original Cataclysm. I was still playing a hunter back in OG Cata. The first time I ever played a tank is towards the very end of Cataclysm. Like, basically a few months before MoP came out, I started leveling a Blood DK for the first time. And then I really liked it, so I played it a little bit in MoP. And then it eventually, towards the end of MoP, by, like, Throne of Thunder, it became my main. Also, I know I've missed a few messages, just give me a moment, because I'm trying to get through this dungeon relatively painlessly. Also, did I ever get a quest in, Blackrock Caverns? I don't think it ever gave me the quest. I think I'm going to abandon this, because I feel like picking up that quest prevented me from getting the breadcrumb, or picking up the breadcrumb prevented me from getting the actual quest in here. Because I don't know why it didn't pop up for me. TOT was such a good raid? Yeah. Do the dogs despawn? No, we still need to kill them. Caster ring. Yeah, I can't wait till MoP Classic. MoP Classic's gonna be so much fun. War Within launch is going to be something, yeah. The thing is, like, obviously, I do really hope they fix the bugs. And if they fix the bugs, then it has the chance to not be, like, a good launch, but still be an okay launch, passable. So a lot of the things, I will admit, a lot of the issues that I have in War Within, it's not going to be, like, okay, if it's a buggy mess and all of these other issues, which right now in beta it is, then it's going to be Shadowlands quality. If it's, if they fix the bugs, then at worst, it's going to be just kind of like another Dragonflight. Which I'm sure, like, me saying kind of like another Dragonflight, some people are going to be like, well, that's good, right? But obviously, I think that, like, playing it safe and just going, like, the bare minimum isn't really something that we should strive for. And a lot of the stuff that I saw people saying in praise of Dragonflight is that it's better than Shadowlands, and at least it's a step in the right direction. But if Dragonflight was supposed to be a step in the right direction, then War Within is just, you know, we're standing still. We're not moving forward whatsoever. It is more of the same, and in some areas it's marginally better. In some areas it's just objectively worse. But you know, depending on, I guess, your perspective on Dragonflight, I guess if you thought it was really good, which I know some people did, then maybe you'll end up being happy with the War Within. But I think for most people, you're just going to be thoroughly underwhelmed. And it's just not going to do much for you. Right. I equipped all my gear, right? And yeah, instant Qs. Finally got Throne of the Tides. But Throne has no quests. Now, Throne has no quests. However, Throne does have a lot of really good gear for low-level Death Knights. So, if I get, like, Might of the Ocean, Whitefin Axe, either one of them would be huge here. Probably wouldn't replace it until max level. And then once I've done all of the dungeon quests and gotten like a few basic upgrades, then I'm going to go back to just only questing. Normally you want to weave dungeons and quests, but obviously with instant 10 Qs, it's like, I guess we're just spamming them. But I guess I'll spam dungeons now. And I'll probably stop Hygel for now. I'll turn in like Asina's Miracle just because I have that quest already completed. And then, since I'm 82, I should probably go to Deep Home and start doing those quests. And then when I hit 83, I will do Uldum. And then 84 to 85, it's just straight normal dungeon spam. Now, technically speaking, normal dungeon spam only isn't guaranteed to be the fastest way to level. A mix of some of the early Twilight Highland stuff, especially like Crucible of Carnage, is really good to do along with it. But because there's a chat bot, let me just ban them real quick. What's it called? I need to make sure that I'm getting as much gear as possible because effectively this speedrun has two parts, and if I actually end up leveling really quickly, which it looks like I am leveling pretty fast, all things considered. If this leveling process takes, like, not that much time, I'll just continue streaming the gearing process, and that's kind of the main goal. So this isn't just, like, a leveling speedrun, per se. It's a leveling and gearing speedrun, like, get a Blood DK ready for heroic rating as quickly as I possibly can. And the best way to do that is to get into heroics ASAP. I would want to get into heroic dungeons, and then on top of that, now that Zul'Aman is out, so kind of perfect timing almost, Zul'Aman will give me like a decent amount of entry-level rating gear, and then the rest I can get with Valor points, Justice points, etc., and just other shit. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it, but I do need to get some reputations. Therazane is the most important. That's why I don't think I'm going to switch to Uldum at 83 unless I finish the entirety of Deep Home, because while there is some good stuff from the Ramkehen faction at Exalted, the it's going to pop Army of the Dead, because why not? Where's the mobs that... Okay. Whatchamacallit? Because while there is good rep rewards from Ramkehen, Therazane drops or rewards enchants that are absolutely necessary, and there's no other way to get that. There are technically other ways that I could get equivalent gear pieces from the ones awarded by Ramkehen, but there is no other way for me to get Therazane. Is it Helm enchants or Shoulder enchants? Yeah, I think Helm enchants. And then I also really need to get Wild Hammer up to, I think, Revered. You don't need Exalted for the Shoulder enchant, I'm pretty sure. Now, that's not too difficult, so I should be able to get that without too much trouble. But yeah, that needs to be my top priority. Because the rest of the gear, like, I can find other ways to obtain it. Yeah, we get another water spout. nothing good. But this boss doesn't drop any of the good shit anyway. It's all off Neptulon. Just joined the stream, but what do you mean by wrongly banned? If you go to my main and second channel, I have more information, but basically a week ago, my account was wrongly banned. A little over a week ago at this point. And, you know, everybody's like, what's the reason? Well, the reason Blizzard tells me is that I use cheat programs, which obviously I know for a fact I haven't done. Especially because I have changed literally nothing with my computer, and now we're leveling this account. I have actively played multiple accounts for months on the same exact computer, and, you know, obviously those are still working. They didn't get flagged, so... At this point, I am reasonably sure that I am just being gaslit by Blizzard, and it was just a mass report thing, and for whatever reason, they just refuse to actually take a look at that and see. But they keep saying, oh, you must have something on your computer. You might not know that it's there, blah, 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 blah. And it's like, what the fuck could I possibly have on my computer that only flags my main account and none of the others that I actively play? TLDR, it doesn't make sense. The ban was initially permanent, and they gave me the template response of, like, we've decided to lower it to a 6-month, which they do this for everybody, right? One of the nice things about this whole situation is I've gotten to know a lot more about how Blizzard handles, like, these situations usually. And a classic response that they do for almost everybody is if you submit enough tickets, you always start off with a permaban, and eventually they'll just be like, hey, we have some good news for you. First off, fuck you, we still think you're cheating. But, good news, we've decided to be generous and lower your ban to 6 months. And, like, I actually had somebody last night reach out to me on Discord, basically saying they're going through the same thing that I went through, and they were like, after I reached out to the Better Business Bureau, Blizzard managed to lower it to 6 months, and the thing is, this is why they do that, right? Because what the guy even told me is he thinks that he had to go through so much effort to reach out to the Better Business Bureau to get Blizzard to even do that much, and he doesn't want to push his luck, and he's just going to accept the 6-month ban because he doesn't want to have Blizzard, like... Because a lot of times, if you keep submitting tickets, they, like, threaten you and say, if you keep reopening this, we'll, like, add penalties to your account, right? So this guy is like, you know what, I'll take what I can get, at least it's not a perma. And I told him, like, first off, it has nothing to do with the Better Business Bureau, they just do this to everybody. And that is just their standard response if you pester them enough. But also, that's exactly what they want to happen. They start off with a permaban. If people keep bothering them, they make it 6 months because they're willing to bet that vast majority of people will just take that and deal with it, and then they don't need to deal with the constant tickets. All of their customer service these days is designed to make them work as little as possible, because that means that they can cut the service department to the core and not have to pay as many people. So I just need to keep making noise about it, and I will. Because again, for me, it's not just the losing my account thing. Because losing my account obviously really sucks, and while I can recover from it, which is literally what I'm doing in this stream, I'm making steps to recover from it, and it does suck that I have to invest the time in doing this, I've already bitten that bullet. By leveling this character, I have already accepted that Blizzard has fucked me over and that I have to level a new one. So we've crossed that bridge. I obviously still want my characters back because no shit, but to me the bigger thing is I want them to stop fucking slandering me by accusing me of doing something that I've never done. That is the biggest thing to me. Being called a cheater when that is something that I just absolutely cannot stand and have opposed for years is just really insulting to me. So, yeah. The one nice thing is, at least ever since I have had irrefutable proof that it has nothing to do with the mock remix stuff, those comments have slowed down a little bit, which, thank God for that stroke of luck. But I still am going to have to deal with lots of bullshit because of it. Oh, their filthiness stains me. Your friend was permabanned for multi-boxing when they weren't. They ended up reverting it. Well, to be clear, multi-boxing also isn't even bannable, because I multi-box all the time. Multi-boxing using software to forward inputs is bannable. Multi-boxing, as in just playing multiple accounts, is perfectly allowed by the terms of service. And again, that's what I mean when I say I have been actively multi-boxing multiple accounts using no input forwarding software, etc., and all of the accounts that I multi-box perfectly fine. They are untouched. Only my main account has been touched. That's what they claim she did? Yeah. Which is kind of funny because, like, if they're gonna accuse me of something, that would be an... Oh! Ooh! Okay, well, that's caster stuff. But White Finax, I think there's another warrior, so he might need it. One of them greeted. Yeah, let's fucking go. Alright. Okay, well, that's huge. So that's 1 out of 2 of the really good items from Throne of the Tides. It's extremely rare to obviously get both of them to drop in a single run. Let me Runeforge this quick. Nipsilon would really like that one cleaner boss at Nighthold, Trilliax. Yeah, I love Trilliax. How dare you track blood across my floor? Love his voice lines. Alright. Dungeon, then I'll Hearth real quick just to get it on cooldown. The color in those water elementals look really nice. It's kind of weird that the Mythic Plus version of the dungeon, it was just kind of black. Yeah, the new models for some of the Mythic Plus stuff definitely was strange. When you get permaban, do all of your WoW... No, that's the funny part. So this account was linked to... Well, it still is linked to my main account. So I still have all my heirlooms, all of my mounts, everything. Which is just so strange. And, like, that's intentional, right? Like, you know, of course, some people will be like, oh, aren't you ban evading by doing that? Which, like, that's just not how WoW works. But that's a comment that I've seen a non-zero number of times. But yeah, no, it is only that one specific WoW account. So that's one nice thing. Small silver lining. Like, this would really suck if I lost all of my mounts, all of my heirlooms, all that stuff. But the fact that at the very least I keep all of that is... It's gonna make this catch-up process a little bit easier. But... yeah, keeping collections is definitely big. So effectively, the only thing I lose is I lose all of my... I lose all of my characters on both Classic and Retail, at least until it's fixed. And I lose all of my golds, right? Or any items that I had, which really is just golds, right? Because I don't necessarily have any special items or whatever. Technically, I have, like... If it was still a permanent ban, and I knew for a fact that Blizzard would never revert it, then those items could theoretically be risking being gone forever. Like, I have a shit ton of really valuable transmog items that I've been keeping in storage in Cataclysm Classic, because... basically, when Mob Classic rolls around and those items have been unavailable for a few years now, then I'm going to offload some of my collections and make a lot of gold back with that. But, you know, at the very least, even if Blizzard never fixes my ban, that stuff's fine, so I don't really give a shit. I'll get it back in 6 months. Now, I would hope it doesn't come to that, but again, I'll take what I can get there. So really, in the meantime, the only true concern is my characters. And if I can get this Blood Decay caught up to where I was before, then that won't be a big problem. I obviously already missed 2 raid days in Cata, which sucks, but can't change what's already happened. And my retail guild isn't raiding until the War Within, so I have time to get caught up. And, like, obviously, the end of an expansion is kind of the perfect time for something like that to happen, in the sense that gearing is going to be effectively reset when the War Within launches, so the fact that I have full Mythic gear on my retail monk won't really matter, because I can just get new gear. But it does still suck for me from like a speed leveling standpoint, because obviously a lot of what I do on my channel is like really fancy speedruns. And having a really, like I've said multiple times, I've been prepping like a super optimized speed leveling set on my Brewmaster for the last 2 months in anticipation of launch day War Within leveling. And if they don't fix it by War Within launch, all of that work that I put into getting my speed set put together is going to be completely wasted. And I've spent like, I think about like at least 600,000 gold on speed BOEs, because like basically I waited until my guild stopped raiding, and then for 2 of the slots that I never managed to get a speed piece for, I bought a BOE with speed, and those can be a little bit expensive. Now, 600k gold, I know it seems like a lot. It technically is kind of a drop in the bucket for me, because like I make 500k off every Mythic Throck sale that we do, but it is still a decent amount of gold that I would be kind of pissed if I spent for nothing. And the other thing, of course, is I am very lucky enough to have very generous guildmates and friends who have offered to give me gold to like help get my character like set up again. So that is nice. I already said one of the officers of my Cata guilds loaned me 50,000 gold to get everything set up. So very generous on his part. But it still sucks, right? And no matter how much prep I do on retail right now, there is no way for me to get a character back up to the level of my monk that I had, like all that prep work done for the last like 2 months. So I will never be able to do that type of speedrun that I was originally planning if Blizzard doesn't fix it. I can get it close, and I can try to simulate it as close as I possibly could, but it's not going to be the same thing. Nice. Yeah, night and day between Nike here and the pug healer from the last time we did this. Huh. Oh, I should also note, oh yeah, and I am still waiting for a response. Yeah. My latest response, it was 2 days ago, so I haven't received anything in the last 2 days. But the last thing that basically happens... Okay, there we go, the healing debuff went away. Last thing that happened was the 6-month change. They were like, hey, we still think you're cheating, but instead of perma, it's 6 months. But then the other weird thing, which I'm still curious what they're going to say, is the notification that I received that told me that the ban was reduced from a perma to a 6-month also told me that now the ban is for abusive chat instead of the original accusation of cheat programs, which makes no sense. Like, why is it just suddenly different? So that could just be a misclick on the customer service person's end, which not a great look, I should note, that they fuck that shit up. But if they did intentionally change it to abusive chat, then it begs the question, what the fuck? Why? Am I suddenly not being accused of cheat programs officially, despite them saying that in their ticket template responses? So the entire situation is just very confusing, and I haven't heard anything back to explain why that happened. Also, look at my damage now. Like, that is just such a massive increase just from getting this better weapon. Crazy how much weapon damage can like boost you. But that was White Finax is like so fucking good. You pretty much, I'm not going to get an upgrade for this until I hit level 84. At level 84, some of the normal dungeons can potentially get an upgrade, but none of the questing rewards really compare. There's like maybe some stuff at the very end of Old Doom, but you usually don't even get there until 84 anyway. Might of the Ocean will be really nice too, but honestly, if I had to pick one, I'd much rather have gotten White Finax. And what's funny is, on Cataclysm launch, I also got White Finax off my very first Throne of the Tides, so... keeping in tradition. And then I screenshotted it and sent it to Sponsored, my guild leader on Discord. You ever see those videos where the cops falsely arrest someone, realize it, and be like, well, we're booking you because you're resisting arrest? Yes. I don't necessarily know if that exact scenario I've seen, but I watch a shit ton of true crime videos, and definitely some of, like, the really interesting cases that you hear about are the ones where it's completely proven years later that the person was innocent, and then you're watching the interrogation footage of this person, knowing in hindsight that they're innocent, and you see firsthand how the cops railroad them. And I think that's like the most interesting part about all of it, because I'll be completely honest, there are a few times when I'm staring at Blizzard asserting to me over and over and over that I cheated, and I'm like, did I? And I know for a fact that I didn't, but it is like, I know that the term gaslighting is kind of overused, but it feels like that, because I keep having people telling me that I cheated. And it's like, I know I didn't, but then if I know for a fact that I didn't cheat, then why is it so hard for Blizzard to see that too? So unless they're just lying to me and they literally have never actually taken a close look at my ticket, then what is it that they are seeing that has them so convinced that I have cheated that they're refusing to tell me about, that I don't know about? That's what's so frustrating. But, like, yeah, it really does. Like, I've thought over everything that I've possibly done, because I know that, obviously, I have not deliberately cheated in any shape or form. And that's why I've gone through what possible programs could I have, etc., and none of them are bad, right? Every single thing that somebody has said, like, sometimes this can flag auto-cheat, I have none of it. Absolutely none of it. No auto-clickers, no, like, team viewer things, etc., nothing like that. And the other thing is, any programs that I do use on my computer, like Photoshop Premiere for video editing and stuff, that shouldn't count as a cheat program, that shouldn't flag it. But even if it was mistakenly flagging those stuff, why is it only on my main account? Why are all my other accounts completely fine? It just doesn't make any sense. And I haven't received a compelling explanation from anybody, much less Blizzard, right? And that's the other problem. Because Blizzard's system is so thoroughly, you are assumed guilty until proven innocent, and the only person who can prove you innocent is Blizzard, and they just seem to give no fucks about actually taking the time to try and see whether somebody is innocent, because again, guilty until proven innocent, and they have no interest in proving that themselves. It becomes impossible for somebody in my situation to get any information on what they're even being accused of. You're accused of using cheat programs. Which cheat program did I supposedly use? We can't tell you that, because if we gave out that information, it would help bot developers, like, circumvent our policies, blah, 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 blah. Like, it's fucking stupid. Why am I? Oh, I got stunned. This is still going on for you? Breaks your heart, brother? Yeah, I appreciate the support, though. And the kind words, yeah. It sucks, but, you know. A few people have told me, like, oh, no, Nike, levitate, no, I have my own parachute. Yeah, a few people have said, like, hey, on the plus side, at the very least, this gives, like, one more person a reason to fight against false bans, which, like, I guess that's true. Because I can tell you one thing, even after my false ban gets resolved, I'm not going to shut up about this until something fundamentally changes at Blizzard. Because it's fucked up that this happens. Not just to me, but to other people as well, so... Blizzard falsely banned the wrong fucking person, I can tell you that. You find it insane that we can spend so much time playing a game and then get permabanned over something that you never did? Your friend got unbanned from a permaban, so there's still hope that they remove it? Yeah. I mean, there is still hope, but of course it requires somebody to, like, actually really look at it. instead of just giving me the runaround. And who knows how long that'll take. I can mount up here, right? Yeah. It does kind of make you think, though. It sucks that you spend so much time on doing things like this, and it can be ripped away by some unfeeling, uncaring company because they don't do the due diligence required. And that does really suck. That's actually trash. I'm gonna take that, but I'm gonna vendor it. I don't even want that. Strength ring, mastery hit, that is an upgrade. Yeah. I want the ring, I don't want the pants. Despite it being higher item level. Okay. So I still need stone core quests, because I forgot to do them the first time. I need, oh, actually, I should buy back this, just so I have higher in-bags item level in case that's necessary. And then... yeah. Nice, okay, stone core. So I can get these quests done, finally. Sounds like they don't know what cheats people are using, and hoping a cheater will tell them what they're using so they can look into it. I doubt it's that interesting. This, you know, I'm pretty sure 99% of the time, if somebody who is actually cheating gets banned, they aren't going to even submit an appeal, because they know for a fact that their account is not coming back. Right? If Blizzard, if they are cheating, right, and this is how a lot of, you know, wide-scale or widespread bot farms work. If they're cheating, getting banned is just the cost of business. To them, they don't care about fighting to get that one account back, because they can just open up a million others and just continue doing the same thing. And given how slowly Blizzard operates, the reason why bots are so profitable in this game, and why no matter what the fuck Blizzard does, unless they actually crack down in a more meaningful way, it's going to continue to be rampant on every single version of WoW, is because all they do is ban the individual account. So it punishes people like me, but then for actual cheaters, for actual, like, widespread botters, they just make a bunch of other accounts. The amount of gold that they're able to farm in the time it takes them to get banned, 99% of the time is enough to pay for the account and then some. So as long as they remain profitable, it's just free money to them. Why the fuck would they appeal? Why would they even care that they lost one account when they can open hundreds more? You saw a picture, I think I know exactly what picture you're talking about, Matafang. Was it back in the day with Black Temple botting in TBC Classic? Because, yeah, I remember seeing a picture back in TBC Classic of tons of rogue bots in Black Temple, and it was somebody who took a picture of all of their rogue bots on a bunch of different monitors. Maybe it's something different. Obviously, that's not the only time botting has been widespread, but it has been completely rampant in all versions of WoW for the longest time. Classic especially. Honestly, I would say it's even worse in Classic these days. I don't think we're going to phase him in time. I'm trying. Yo, we got him! Let's fucking go. I think that's one of the first times I've ever one-phase Corberus in a normal dungeon. Did I equip the other stuff that I got? Yeah, I did. That sounds like trying to kill a mosquito with a shotgun. That's a good metaphor. Yeah. You don't keep up with Classic at all? Are they still releasing newer expansions? Well, yes, they released Cataclysm fairly recently, so they definitely are. Obviously, we don't know how long they're going to keep doing this. I am 99% certain that we're going to at least get Mop. I am about 75% certain that we're going to get Legion. Just spitballing. I think there's better than average chance that Legion Classic will happen because there is a lot of appeal. I don't know what they're going to do with WoD, and I would say there's a very low chance that we'll get anything after Legion. But it's not impossible. It could be that Blizzard considers it to be free money. But beyond Legion, I just don't think the game has any replay value. Okay. Can I get in the right position for this? Oh, I fucked the angle. So close. A little to the left and I could have parachuted all the way to the ground. I think we'll probably get, like, Legion Remix before Legion Classic, but yeah. Either one would be pretty cool. I definitely want Legion Classic more than Remix, though. Because if Remix events in the future are anything like Mop Remix, then I just don't really have any true interest in it. Because Mop Remix is just kind of a shallow collection simulator, and, I mean, my thoughts on, like, collection stuff is pretty well known. It's just not really a thing that I care about too much. I don't hate it. Like, I don't hate the existence of Mop Remix, but unless they focus more on making the actual gameplay fun, and not just, like, a soulless vehicle to collect recolors of stuff, then I just can't see myself caring about it much. Oh, let's fucking go. There's another Death Knight in the group, so he might need it. But that's basically... Oh, let's fucking go. And that's even better than the one that dropped off that optional boss in Throne of the Tides that we skipped, so... I am getting really good loot. Let me equip this. I need to keep an eye out for sentries. I don't have Death Grip for that sentry, but I will have it in 3 seconds. Nice, okay, somebody sniped it. Oh shit, that hunter ripped threat. I was focusing too much on the sentries that I accidentally let the hunter get threat on one of the mobs. To be fair, though, the sentries are kind of more important, because if one of them goes off, it's fucked. Nice. Oh, no. Alright. That wasn't too bad. God, it's dungeon pulls like that that make me feel alive. Okay, let me scroll up in chat, see what I missed. Give me that Shadowlands Classic. Yeah, I think I'd be okay with us not getting a Shadowlands Classic. Ow. Did that hit me, or did he just auto me immediately after? I need to stay kind of on the edge of it, so I don't die to shatter. Pretty good. You feel like Beyond Legion, they'd probably start doing huge server merges, because at that point there's a non-zero chance that the player base drops off a cliff? Oh yeah, absolutely. I just don't really see any widespread interest in BFA or Shadowlands Classic. The only way that they could ever possibly justify that as a thing is if they... I forgot to do the Stonecore quest again. Fuck. I can run back after this and do the first one. There's a chance we get it again, who knows. But the only reason I could ever see them justifying that is they probably make so much money off people like collectors who buy the Classic Digital Deluxe bundles despite having negative interest in Classic at all. So if they can just keep printing money by people who blindly buy every single cosmetic added to this game, they might just consider it worth the cost of adding Classic for those expansions. Nice. I won that. I don't need it, but it's transmog, so. Oh, everybody left the instance group, so I couldn't teleport back. Fuck. Okay, well, I guess I can't run back and do the intro Stonecore quest after all. Oh my god. Queue times are so fast, it's painful. Suffering from success right now. It's the deep home breadcrumb. Definitely not going to get to gain all the recolors of the weapons. Yeah, I doubt they would let you do that, unfortunately. At this point, what do I need from these? I can live this, right? And we just kill him, I think. Yeah. Kill XP. Nice. What is... There's one dude who's just dying off in a fucking corner. Where is he? Can confirm you're part of the problem. The rag mount looked nice. Yeah. What's my least favorite spec? Probably Outlaw Rogue. It's hard to say, because, like, there's a lot of specs that I don't necessarily hate, but I just, like, I don't care for. Well, it depends. Are you asking least favorite, like, tanking spec? Because obviously I play all tanks. Or least favorite spec in general. Because, like, I main tanks, right? So there's tons of specs out there that I just don't actively play, and therefore I don't hate them. I just have no reason to play them. Like, in retail, at least, there's obviously a ton of specs in Cataclysm that I haven't played, so I can't really say for all of those. But in retail, it would probably be Outlaw Rogue, because the only situation in which I've played every single spec in the game is, well, Oggevoker. Because, like, Oggevoker, I actively think is just bad for the health of the game. Outlaw Rogue, I don't necessarily hate, and, like, there's a lot of people I know who really like Outlaw Rogue. It's just one of those things where I don't enjoy playing it for leveling, which leveling is the situation in which I've experienced all of the specs. There's many specs that I played in a raid environment, but most of the specs that I've played at, like, a high level are ones that I do enjoy, so it would be hard for me to really pick between those. And then there's way too many specs that I just haven't really played at all at a high level, so it's kind of hard for me to say which one I don't like. Because again, like, a lot of people will also tell me that while I may not like Outlaw Rogue for a leveling perspective, apparently a lot of the issues that it has while leveling aren't really present at max level, so it's a little bit difficult to say. And thematically, there are some things about Outlaw that I actually do like, so, you know, it's not all bad. Yeah, but in general, I would just say Rogue as a class, right? Because, like, Priest, for instance, Priest is, like, not one of my favorite classes, but I actually do really like playing low-level Holy and Disc Priest for leveling. I wouldn't really want to play a Priest in endgame content, just because I'm not really a big healer player, and while Shadow looks like a perfectly fine spec, and I know a lot of people will like it, Shadow's gameplay just doesn't really speak to me personally. But I would say overall I enjoy Priest in more situations than I end up enjoying Rogue. Whereas Rogue as a class, I've just never really enjoyed that much. Nice. You were gonna say, what's cooler than whipping out a pistol? Yeah, like, thematically, the idea of Outlaw is really cool. I love that part about it. So, yeah, it is just unfortunate that the actual gameplay, in many ways, kind of falls flat. And just doesn't really do it for me. Whoa, that guy got fucked. And that is why, boys and girls, you always stack up under the group when you're fighting those trash mobs, because if you don't kill them fast enough, you just get one tapped by meteor. Honestly, unlucky for him, though, that out of the 5 people, it decided to target him. But you never know. That's why you stack up. Most MMORPGs, here's the die system. Wow, we need to create a whole system for recolors. Yeah. It is definitely very odd. Is that good for me? That is strength plate. That is... I have hit expertise. How much strength? Oh yeah, that's enough strength that I'd say it's better. Ooh, somebody rolled on it? The Unholy DK rolled on parry plate? I mean, who knows? He might normally play tank. Still weird thing to do. But at least my rolls are hot tonight, honestly. Though judging by the Unholy DK's damage, I'm willing to bet that he probably just would wear a parry plate on an Unholy Death Knight. I'm not going to wear that just yet. I'll grab an enchant before I use it. Alden, you cannot. You are useless. You would do a Shadowlands remix if it meant you could speed through all the Covenant BS for Mogs? True, yeah. It actually is so annoying trying to get... Oh, that's actually really good. Oh, wow. The crafted item I have is literally, like, exactly the same. This is actually a slight increase. I might lose it to the DK. Yeah, I lost it to the other DK, but you know what? I don't even really care, because... out of all of the stuff that I could have lost, that's actually a side grade. Oh, the guards almost murdered me again. Look at that shit. They were ready to clap my cheeks, and then they just gave up all of a sudden. I don't know what is causing those guards to just murder random players. Oh my god, this just doesn't end. I just want to turn in this one quest. I haven't been able to, like, move 5 inches just because every single time the queue instantly pops. It is a really first world problem to have, but, like, damn. I just want to turn in Asina's Miracle. Please don't accept the queue. Yes. Alright. I made it. Okay. I don't need that. Oh shit, I'm stuck in this quest. I'm stuck in a vehicle. That's odd that this doesn't kick you out. Actually, Throne of the Tides is one of the better ones that I could have gotten, too. Because pretty much the last item that I even need from these lower level dungeons is Might of the Ocean. So, if I get Might of the Ocean, then that would actually be so fucking perfect. Because this is the last dungeon that I'm going to do until 84. And if I get that, then it would mean that I have every single item that I could possibly need from dungeons. Which would... yeah, that would just actually be sick. They heard you talking trash about that DK, but they also hated him, so all good, yeah. The one thing is this is going to skew the timer. So, oh, we need to go, we need to go, we need to go. Onto the elevator. Yeah, so it actually, the timing worked out perfectly for us because we normally would have had to wait. I was just worried that if it took slightly too long, we could have barely missed this elevator cycle, which would have put us way behind. But in the end, all perfectly calculated. Just imagine Legacy Raids, Ragnaros, Elemental Lord of the Firelands, random max level rogue gun. Yeah. I always forget that you can mount up in here. For that one very brief area, you are allowed to mount. Right. And I miss having Arcane Torrent. One of my favorite parts about playing Cataclysm Classic before is on my Blood Elf Blood DK. I had Arcane Torrent back again, the original, the good Arcane Torrent. But of course my stupid friends have to be Alliance, so I had to give up my Blood Elf to play with them. Grumble, grumble. It just doesn't feel the same. Once you've tasted OG Arcane Torrent, it's like so difficult to play without it. There's some mugs that look amazing, but you refuse to go after them because of all the BS you have to go through to get them. I feel that, yeah. Some things in life aren't worth it. Definitely. Yeah, I, kind of similar thing, so I was looking to put together a transmog for that fresh account monk that I was leveling up, like, earlier this week. And one of the pieces that would have gone perfectly with the transmog I wanted to make was a Shadowlands Covenant reward. And I just looked at all of the steps that I would need to go through just to get that again, and I'm like, I'll pass. Like, at the very least, on my main account, I've done all of the unlock bullshit, so it's still really grindy to get some of those rewards, but I could just jump in and start the grind. But there's so many prereqs just to access half of the Shadowlands things. It's just, it's such a pain. Was that mount-up spot available during Mythic Plus? You remember a lot of groups having to go out to repair, popping an auto hammer on that dungeon? I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm gonna be completely honest. I kind of, like, avoided Throne of the Tides like plague throughout the entire Mythic Plus season when it was available. I really like this dungeon in Cataclysm Classic, but almost every single change they made to it for Mythic Plus was just, like, absolutely fucking terrible. It's a shame, because I really liked a lot of the changes they made to Vortex Pinnacle, and that's going to be unpopular because I know so many people hated Mythic Plus Vortex Pinnacle. I'm probably one of the few people that thought Vortex Pinnacle was one of the most fun dungeons in that season. I really liked a lot of it. But I had the exact opposite feeling about Throne of the Tides. I hated what they did with it. The only thing that I liked is that they added a lot of the Nazjatar models to it, because, like, thematically that works really well. So that was pretty cool. But other than the Nazjatar stuff, it just, it was really annoying. Especially all the Gilblin mobs on the, and, like, the endlessly spawning trash, which, you know, Cataclysm Throne of the Tides has the endlessly respawning trash in the left hallway. But it, like, dies in 2 hits. It's just, it's thematic. It doesn't really add anything to the dungeon. But in Mythic Plus, it's just an actual pain in the ass. Yeah, like, look, it falls over. So there is technically endlessly respawning trash here, but it's not, like, it may as well not exist. But it definitely didn't die in 2 hits in Mythic Plus, and that made it really annoying. Especially when they added a pack, like, right here, right in front of it, the Gilblin guys, and there was just no easy way to access that mob without having to deal with all of it. Unless you pulled it into these Tainted Sentries. Everything about the trash redesign for Throne of the Tides was just awful. Oh, I suppose another thing that I did kind of like that they did with it is the fact that the teleporter is gone, and instead of having to wait for the elevator up or just take the teleporter back down, you like get freely sent up. So taking out the RNG of the elevator, that is actually quite nice. That's one of the best things they did. And the fact that on your way back, instead of having to just teleport down and run back from the entrance, you have to avoid the gauntlet of, like, the big Leviathan guys doing, like, shockwave patterns. That actually was a really neat addition to the dungeon. I like that. But everything else about it I hated. So. And admittedly, I'm kind of concerned about what they're going to do with Grim Batol, because Grim Batol is definitely not one of my favorite Cataclysm dungeons. It's probably, like, bottom 3 for me. And the universally most hated part of Grim Batol is the Dragon Gauntlet, where you jump on dragons and bomb everything. And honestly, in Cataclysm, it doesn't really matter that much. It's annoying when people completely fuck it up. Like, it's not a fun thing to do, especially towards the end. However, the difference in difficulty isn't super big. But having that Dragon Gauntlet, even with, like, limited shots or whatever the change they're going to make to it, it's just going to make Grim Batol awful. And somebody was asking earlier, what can Blizzard do to make sure War Within Season 1 isn't dog shit? Well, I'll give you a very easy one. Change the Grim Batol thing to not have the Dragon Gauntlet. Unfortunately, at this point, because they've just dug in their heels in that for the entirety of the beta testing cycle, I think it's probably a little bit too late for them to change that, so we're probably just going to end up with Grim Batol being just an absolutely atrocious Mythic Plus dungeon, and it's going to be yet another key where for the entirety of the season, nobody touches it, because after you get your portal, who the fuck wants to deal with miserable bullshit like that? The Grim Batol runback is the only part you don't like? True, yeah. Runbacks in older dungeons, like Cataclysm dungeons, are pretty bad across the board. I'd actually say Vortex Pinnacle is one of the rare exceptions where it has a really good runback catch-up thing. That it, like, already exists in this version, in Cata. But that tends to be the exception. Most dungeons are like Grim Batol and have a shitty one. Halls of Origination, Mythic Plus. Ah, we got another White Fin Axe. Yeah. Alright. Second, just talking to my guildie real quick. Alright, so I'll just turn in the Tortola quest and just... Actually, I'll keep that, because that's the breadcrumb, and then there's just going to be a bunch of others after that. So, what I need to do now is... Deep Home. Yeah, I'm going to head back to Stormwind. I'm going to fix up some of my gear. So, no, not that. That's not the one that I want. So that's the, yeah, lower item level one. So I want this, and then I need to enchant my chest with something just cheap, like 50 gold plus stats. Then... Yeah, and then I want to reforge a little bit just to balance out some of my stat priorities. Halls of Origination, Mythic Plus. I do think Halls of Origination has a lot of cool ideas for boss fights. If they were to do Halls of Origination Mythic Plus, I think they should cut out the Hall of Lights entirely, or fundamentally rework it. Have you do, like, the camel boss, and obviously they should redesign the camel boss so it's not, like, an annoying vehicle thing that bugs out with, like, a lot of classes. And then, what's it called? They should rework the final section where, like, maybe split it into 2 different boss encounters where you fight, like, 2 of them at once. And it's 2 fights. You face, like, Set and... Like, what's Hall's Origination? Where one fight would be Set and Ra, and the other is Isis and... Isis Set. That's not a good abbreviation. There is certain bad context there. Isis Set and Amune. And yeah, you fight 2 bosses at once, and it's like a revamped encounter where their mechanics kind of play off each other. Something like that could be pretty cool. Where is the sword that I want? Just fight the whole organization. Oh, God. And then... Oh, yeah, that's actually the transmog piece. Okay, what am I... Yeah, so I still need an enchant for my chest afterwards. What are my stats looking like right now? Hit chance... Against level 85 mobs, I have a slight chance to miss. And expertise, I'm looking perfectly fine on expertise. So the main thing that I want to do is reforge off any tank stats. So dodge, parry. What am I missing? How's my... I could use some more haste. My mastery, I have a good amount of mastery, pretty healthy amount. And obviously that already comes with mastery, so I wouldn't be able to reforge that. Whitefin axe. We'll reforge dodge. Again, I can't do mastery because it already has it. I could do a tiny bit of hit. I think that would be just enough to... Yeah, so all the way up until 85, I'll have guaranteed hit chance. And... Then, yeah, that's it. I could probably get off some of this expertise rating. And yep, still guaranteed to not have any of those targets dodge. And then that way we get a little bit more mastery. Okay, I'm happy with that. Grimbatol is an updated respawn on the beta? Yeah. There's no way that we got the original Grimbatol respawn with no changes in War Within. That would be terrible. Was it super stats? Is that... Yeah, this is the one that I used before. Yeah, 1 gold for a chest enchant. I'll take that. Alright. And now we go to D-Palm. How am I looking on Guardians of Hyjal rep? Pretty good. I should get revered just by doing the quest line, so I'll probably come back at level 85 and just blitz that. It should be really quick. I'm already like 2/3 of the way done with it. Okay, portal to D-Palm. What did I miss? The first boss of Grimbatol is basically Dragon Hygen with player position puddles to make the dance harder. Oh, yeah, I heard that they changed some of the mechanics, but, I mean, they usually do for Cata dungeons. But I haven't really looked into what it's like. Because obviously, good old General Umbris. Man, I will never think of General Umbris the same way after Sinestra Prague. But yeah, General Umbris, like in Cataclysm, he just summons like a big spooky ad that needs to be CC'd and killed off in the corner. Otherwise, it gives him a big buff. Oh yeah, I remember earlier I said I was gonna rant about Sod. Probably a good time to finally get around to that. I forgot. But real quick, and just quickly make sure I haven't missed any pings in Discord. Okay, I was wondering if there were any new Wowhead articles or whatever that's happened since I started streaming, but no. Surprisingly, slow news day for Wowhead, apparently. Very few posts by them today. Also, I wonder how long it'll take me to get to 84. Because, generally speaking, during all of my test runs, 84 to 85 took almost the exact amount of times it took for 80 to 84. Like that singular level is almost longer than the entire rest of the questing process. But as it stands, hitting 83 at like 3.5 hours, we're already, I think, faster than my launch day leveling. And, I mean, D-Palm's pretty good, so... Assuming that this doesn't take me too long... If I make it to 84 with less than 5 hours, then I think that's a good sign. No idea if I will, time will tell, but that could definitely be a good sign for sure. Let's grab you. But yeah, okay, so... Oh, I do not want to pull him. The thing that I was mentioning with Classic earlier, or like Classic Plus, because I started getting on that rant about Classic Era, I have noticed that there's been a lot of interviews with Agrand and other devs, and they've kind of been doing this the entire Classic cycle, but lately I keep seeing the shit where now the big thing that like the brain-rotted Classic players keep latching onto is that, hey, did you guys know that the SAW developers, they've, like, soft confirmed Classic Plus? It's big news. All of the Classic Andes are talking about it. Classic Plus, it's finally confirmed, boys. It's finally happening. And now, if you're like me, and that statement confuses you, and you're like, wait, what the fuck? SOD literally is Classic Plus, then you're forgiven for being confused. Because this is somehow the new brain rot thing rolling around the Classic community. The developers are now teasing people by saying that Classic Plus is something they're working on now, or at least considering. They're, like, gauging interest in Classic Plus again. When it's like, the fuck do you mean? That's literally SOD. But there are somehow... There's, like, a bunch of posts on the Classic Reddit about this, and you go into the comments, and there are these people who are, like... arguing to the death and defending Blizzard and saying, well, actually, they said multiple times that SOD wasn't Classic Plus. The community just decided to call it Classic Plus. It was never meant to be that. And I genuinely don't understand how stupid these people can be, because if SOD is not quote-unquote Classic Plus, what the fuck is Classic Plus supposed to be? It's like if Blizzard were to say that War Within wasn't actually an expansion, it's just a major content update. And they never said that War Within is an expansion. No. You guys wanted all of these new big features with War Within. You can't expect those features from a major content update. Those are expansion quality features. You know, we're doing this major content update to gauge interest in different features for the World Soul Saga. That's the real expansion. And the World Soul Saga as a whole, that's where like all the real things that you want are going to happen. All of those things that you don't like about War Within, that's just because it's not an actual expansion. And that's basically what the fucking SOD developers are doing. It's like the most gaslighting bullshit that I've ever fucking seen, of trying to convince people that the reason why they don't like SOD is because SOD isn't actually Classic Plus. No. It's just an experiment. And a lot of people who frequently listen to these rants that I've given, you probably already know that I hate when they say that shit of it's just an experiment, right? Where, oh, you didn't like this content we added? Well, you know, don't be too upset. It's just experimenting content. You know, we're going to get it right the next time. And it's like, well, yeah, that's how it works. You know, all content is an experiment for future content, right? Like challenge mode dungeons could be argued as an experiment for Mythic Plus. The difference is challenge mode dungeons were actually fucking fun, and sure, it was built upon into what we got later. But like the idea that somehow we're supposed to just brush off all of the complaints about SOD because it's not real Classic Plus and it's just a testing ground. It's like, okay, cool. So SOD is just a test, right? So SOD shouldn't require a subscription, right? SOD should be completely free. Because if you're just using us to test upcoming content, then surely you don't care about making money off it, right? No? Oh, well, then maybe stop fucking going out in interviews and telling people that it's just an experiment and that, you know, they shouldn't be too critical of it. Because it's an experiment, but it's an experiment that people are paying money for, that is being billed as a fully fledged season of Classic. It's so fucking stupid. I don't really know what's dumber, the fact that the developers keep saying this shit, or the fact that there are actual people in the Classic community who keep believing it. And like there's clickbait videos out there of like Classic Plus confirmed, and it's like Classic Plus isn't just confirmed, we're fucking living it. No matter what label you want to put on it, what is SOD if not Classic Plus? Classic Plus additional content. It's so dumb. But apparently, unless Blizzard themselves deems that this content is what they consider Classic Plus, then nobody is allowed to call it Classic Plus. And that you're being unfair if you judge it as an actual Classic Plus expansion. Because what am I supposed to believe, right? That all of the terrible decisions made by Blizzard were just somehow a test to see if people thought their terrible decisions were terrible? Like, Nightmare Incursions, we knew that it would get backlash, right? We're just testing the waters. Like, another thing Agron said is something like, all of the changes you're going to see are the most extreme versions of changes, which is a worrying statement for numerous reasons. One, that implies that they intentionally designed stuff like Nightmare Incursions to be really extreme on the bad side of things just to see how players would react, which, like, you shouldn't need to see players' reaction to understand that content like that is just objectively dog shit. But also saying things like SOD is going to be the most extreme version of Classic Plus that you ever see implies that, wait, so all of the other major class changes like Warlock tanks, etc., this is actually further than we're ever going to get? Because for people like me, right, I don't think they went far enough. I think one of the biggest issues with SOD is that the developers have fucking constipation when it comes to actually making real changes that improve the game. They just keep sitting there and going, well, I don't know, it doesn't feel accurate to Classic. Oh, tanks having AoE threat, that's kind of tanks not being able to hold threat on mobs is a key part of classic gameplay. And it's like, you're not fucking designing classic era, you're expanding upon it. Like, what the fuck? So that is definitely my biggest issue. So now if the developers are saying in interviews that this is the most extreme version of it that we're ever going to get, and that the next season of Classic, I can expect it to be even worse and have even less quality of life features and actually go backwards from the lessons they've learned, well then what the fuck do I have to look forward to? So I just really don't know what the fuck Agrand and the other developers are thinking when they say this shit in interviews, because I think they must believe that this is what people want to hear. And unfortunately, considering some of the really loud people in the Classic community are like praising some of these things, I guess maybe there are a few crazies out there who just really want to play a slightly altered version of the same game that we already have access to in Classic Era. Why they do, I don't know. Like, if you like Classic Era, that's great. Just go play Classic Era. Baffles me, right? But I would argue that the vast majority of the people who were interested in SOD in the first place are the people who really don't care for Classic Era as a whole. Like, as I said earlier, there's a lot of things in Classic Era that I just wouldn't want to play again, but they like the setting, they like the worlds, they like the gearing progression, and they want to play like a more advanced version of WoW in that setting. So the fact that SOD completely flopped due to, mind you, developer incompetence, and the developer's takeaway from this is, people don't like that we're doing too many radical changes. We're going to have to make it much more closer to what original Classic was like for the next season. It's like, holy shit, you guys are learning all of the wrong lessons from your game's failure. Like, fucking look inwards a little bit and say, maybe things like incursions and the terrible handling of raids like Sunken Temple is the reason why people are dropping from Classic like flies. Maybe the reason why the rune system is designed like fucking dog shit and you've refused to give any meaningful catch-up mechanics throughout the years, or not the years, throughout the months that SOD's been out. Maybe that is the reason why people aren't really sticking around for P4. But no, clearly it's because we went in too much of a radical direction with adding like Warlock Tank and Mage Healer. And if we do another season of Classic, we're not going to do that. We're going to stop making big changes to make the game more interesting. It's just crazy to me. They are, like I said, they are learning all the fucking wrong lessons. And, you know, of course, the biggest thing that annoys the hell out of me is the constant assertion that somehow SOD is not actually Classic Plus. And Classic Plus is this mystical thing around the corner that, you know, it's the good thing. Classic Plus right now, because they refuse to ever say what it's supposed to be, that's the reason why they do this, right? Because Blizzard knows that all they need to do is say the words Classic Plus, and because it is such an ambiguous term, all of the Classic Andes are just going to get rock hard and immediately envision their perfect version of Classic Plus. And now Agrand is confirming that this version of Classic Plus that exists only in this random dude's mind, that's the thing that he's going to do. Because to some random dude on Reddit, the thing that he has envisioned in his mind that is supposed to be Classic Plus, that is clearly what Agrand is referring to when he says that Classic Plus is not actually SOD and Classic Plus is still happening. Because clearly, if this random dude isn't happy with SOD, then the version that the devs are talking about must be the thing that he's always waited for. But in reality, SOD is a version of Classic Plus. And if you look at the developers' track record, the Classic devs, throughout both SOD and the entire history of Classic and how they've handled new content or things like the Cataclysm launch, what evidence do we have that just because the name of the content is slightly different, now it's actually called Classic Plus? It's not called Season of Discovery. This time it's going to magically be better just because the name slapped onto the game is changed, right? It's still the exact same team that has delivered horseshit after horseshit for years on end, right? The only semi-good thing that they've ever managed to do was the Titan Rune Dungeons and Wrath, and frankly, the Titan Rune Dungeons and Wrath were very hit or miss. Some of them were good, some of them were bad, and initially I was like, oh, this is a cool concept. I'm glad they're doing something with this. But seeing everything else that they've done in SOD, I'm not really looking forward to whatever new dungeon content they give us in Cataclysm Classic, honestly. But anyways, I meant to rant about that before, and I forgot until now, so there you go. Let me just hop on this roleplay thing, and then I'll read. SOD was a social experiment, guys. Real Classic Plus is coming. Trust. Yeah, exactly. It's such a dumb cop-out. And like I said, it bothers me that they think that they can get away with this, but the sad part is, to many people they can. To many people, they just need to say that one word, and it's like the magic word. Suddenly, all criticism is gone, and, oh, we're actually getting it. We're actually getting Classic Plus. Finally, guys, it's happening. But I have a feeling I can't be the only person who, you know, finds that annoying, right? To anybody whose brain isn't rotted to the core, they see right through that shit. It is like the most transparent excuse that the devs could ever give. So I would argue that there are probably more people like me who are seeing stuff like that and being like, go fuck yourselves, right? Like, fuck off, because the problem is when they say stuff like that, it makes it very clear to me that they have not learned any lessons at all from Season of Discovery, and the next season is just going to be trash. So why would I be willing to give the next Classic season an actual shot if the developers are just out here spouting nonsense? And I cannot be alone in that. I'd be willing to bet that while those people aren't the ones leaving comments on Reddit, they're, like me, silently seeing that. Of course, I'm ranting about it on stream, but, you know, I didn't respond to that on Reddit or anything. I just read that, it annoyed me, and then I stewed on that for, like, a few days until now when I'm ranting about it, but there's probably countless other people out there who saw that, were equally annoyed at the SOD devs trying to pass the buck and not actually take blame for fucking up anything in their game, and they're probably not going to give the next season a shot as a result. Oh, I thought I disconnected there for a second. The screen just, like, froze. There we go. Is that... yeah, it sends you back there, so... obviously, I'll head back to, you know what I should have done? So I'll just go and do this before I forget. I should have set my Hearthstone to, Temple of Earth. I always forget to do that. But, yeah, I'll go hand in this quest. Normally, I should have done it before, and then I would fly over there. I would do all of these quests, the Stonehearth ones, and the Master's Gate ones, and then I would come back. And... okay. Might as well turn this in while I'm at it. Oh, and I guess, yeah, it does give me a follow-up to Deathwing's Fall, so I can go do this. Yeah, I'll just do this one first. I think this is the one where you go into, like, the marshes, and you have to go into, like, the basket or whatever. Nice, that was fast. Twilight Slaver's Key in here. Lumion said, yo, Harleton, you play with the thought to get into Cataclysm a bit, as well as besides retail, but you fear the time needed for it. Do you know how time-consuming it is, especially compared to retail? Well, the leveling process takes longer, right? So, obviously, I would say if you really want to get into Cataclysm Classic for, like, the endgame content, then just, like, buy whatever version of, like, the bundle comes with the level 80 boost, and just do Cata leveling. Because, as you can see here, this process, I'm only 83 out of 85, and on average, it's probably going to take you 10 to 12 hours to level up from 80 to 85, and it's like about 30 hours from 1 to 80, so... the leveling can definitely be very time-consuming, but I think 10 to 12 hours just to get to max level is reasonable. It's nowhere near as long as, like, previous versions of Classic, so I don't think it's that bad, all things considered. And then, if you want to get into raids, obviously that's, like, a whole separate thing. But getting geared up enough to enter normals and stuff shouldn't be too hard. In fact, I mean, I guess if you want to watch me do it, I'm probably going to stream nearly the entire process. If not on this stream, then in one, like, tomorrow or something. So you'll watch how I do it. I have, like, a video that I made a few months ago. I need to actually click that to start the quest. Yeah, so I made a video a few months ago kind of summarizing a lot of the stuff that you need to do to get into Cataclysm raids to get, like, caught up. And one of the nice things is literally just this past week, Zul'Aman and Zul'Gurub just came out, and they give fairly solid catch-up gear relative to some of the other dungeons. So for reference, Heroic dungeon gear is, if we check Heroics, it's 346. So consider that like the baseline. Most people are going to be going into normal mode raids with full Heroic gear. Technically speaking, nowadays, if you want to like grind out a shit ton of Valor points and get a ton of Valor point gear, you can do that. The cap is like a rolling seasonal cap. So that is an option. But basically, like when I first entered raids, you know, week 1, most people still had at least like 75% Heroic dungeon quality gear. That's basically considered the baseline to enter normal Bastion of Twilight, Blackwing Descent, etc., etc. Wow, those were really fast respawns, those mobs. I should hopefully get the last 3 search notes I need. Yeah, perfect. I normally don't do that quest, but that was actually pretty fast. But so if we're considering Heroic dungeons, the baseline at 346, let me show. Zul'Aman gives 353. So roughly 10 item levels more, and normal raid gear. So raids, Blackwing Descent, on normal. Why is this? Come on. Do I have to select a class? Yeah, I don't know. Normal raid gear is 359. So Zul'Aman and Zul'Gurub are basically like a small way to bridge the gap between Heroic dungeons and normal raids. That's going to just make the entire process a little bit easier. So I think that, especially now with like the rolling Valor cap and Zul'Aman and Zul'Gurub being out, without like really that much effort, you can get a character geared up enough for raids. You would just reach max level, which again doesn't take a super long time. That. And then, okay, the follow-up is Twilight Overlook, yeah. So, and then you would, once you reach max level, you do a bunch of, like, basic stuff. Either you farm reputation with a few factions, which is pretty easy to do with tabards. So this is when, well, actually, Wrath is when they introduce the tabards, but, do this. Wrath is when they introduce these, but we still have them in Cataclysm, where you just spam dungeons and you get reputation with the factions that you need. And you don't need to get rep with every single faction. It's usually just like a handful that give gear that you need. So Therazane is one that every single person will need to get. Let me I'm trying to remember where this quest sends me. Since I normally don't do the Maziel quest, yeah, it's just the one down here. So I don't need to wrap around all the way. But yeah, so you'll farm rep with Therazane, you'll farm rep with whatever factions give good gear for your spec. So for... I don't need any of that. Basically, for Blood DK, what I would need is Guardians of Hyjal, gives 2 really good pieces. Wildhammer Clan gives me the shoulder enchant that I need, so that's another one. The other faction you'll need to get to Revered is whatever drops your best shoulder enchant. That you can just look up on Wowhead. And Revered is actually really easy to get. In some cases, like the Hyjal faction, I'm like already pretty close to Revered, just by doing quests, and you get to Revered if you complete the entire quest line. Others are a little bit harder to farm, like Ramkehen, you will just need to grind out some dungeons at max level to grind rep with them. They also don't have too many dailies, but it's not that bad. And there's like a lot of other stuff that you can do to get other sources of gear once you've reached max level, which of course pre-raid most people were doing. These days you can do it if you want, you could skip it if you want to just like farm Valor and then jump in with Valor gear, kind of up to you. But like Tolbarad dailies are a really good way to get rep and commendations, which then there's a good trinket for pretty much every single role from Tolbarad. So most people would want to do that. I farmed that a bit towards the start. You can get crafted gear, which obviously that could be a little bit expensive depending, like, I'm assuming if you're just starting Cataclysm Classic, you may not have a lot of gold, so that may not be something that you want to do unless you're, like, willing to buy a WoW token, because it can be a little bit tricky to farm golds in new versions of Classic with how much gold is floating around the economy these days. But it's not necessary. Like, professions are good, they do help, but my guild leader, for instance, is lazy, and he still hasn't gotten his professions done. I still make fun of him for that. But like, engineering is really good for most people, and certain specs have, like, a good crafted item that they can make pre-raid. Engineering has goggles in addition to power-ups like Synapse Springs, this thing, which is really nice to have. And I think I just need to kill these mobs. What item level? It's normal raid item level. So it's 359, just like normal raids. And, like, engineering goggles are kind of a weird case because NG goggles are really, really, really good. You actually get to choose the secondary stats on them. So NG goggles have something called a cogwheel slot. And a cogwheel slot is... There's, like, a special cogwheel gem that you can buy off the engineering vendors. It's not really expensive to get. And it lets you pick the secondary stats. So if you choose for your 2 cogwheel slots... hit and expertise, because maybe that's what you really need as a tank, then you can get a hit cogwheel and an expertise cogwheel, slap those in your helmet, and now bam, you have a raid quality helmet with perfect secondary stats. And obviously, I'm just giving an example. You can put whatever you want on there for secondaries, which is why it's good for pretty much everybody. The only issue is that's obviously helmet is a tier slot. So in my case, I crafted my engineering helmet, and then Tier Helm dropped on, like, the first night of raid, and they gave it to me. So I was like, okay, well, obviously I'm going to use Tier Helmet to get my set bonus over my engineering goggles, but it may be that, obviously, until you get your tier bonus, because there's no, like, creation catalyst in older versions of the game, the only way that you can get raid tier in older versions of WoW is by actually running the raid. Now, that being said, I do believe that you can buy it with Valor. So technically, if you farm enough Valor, I think you can get it. The only thing I'm not sure about is whether you can buy all 4 slots. That I forget. I want to say you can, but also I don't remember confidently enough to state it for sure. But I know you can buy at least some tier slots with Valor. So there's that. But... there's also, like, a lot of other professions that give good items. Like, I know tailoring clothies can make, like, a certain piece that's pretty good. And then there's usually buffs from various things. So, for instance, where the fuck is my ghoul going? Why is it... It's whacking a critter. A crystal beetle. What the hell? So, for instance, I'm actually... In addition to engineering, I am a tailor on my Death Knight. Because there is a cloak enchant that you can get called Sword Guard Embroidery that's really, really, really good. That being said, technically speaking, there are multiple viable options for second professions on Blood DK. So I know very few people actually are tailor. I'm just doing it because, like, I don't care about my second profession. But a lot of people go blacksmithing. I'm pretty sure, from what I've read, in Dragon Soul, blacksmithing will pull ahead because... Blacksmith allows you to add bonus sockets to your gear, and in Dragon Soul we get better quality gems, so the relative amount of stats that you get from your profession bonus will increase for blacksmithing, whereas for all other professions it stays the same throughout. So at that point I'll probably swap to BS. But for now, I get, like, roughly the same benefit from blacksmithing, tailoring, and What's the other one? Enchanting, I think, because I get like a slightly better enchant for one of my items. But generally speaking, I find Sword Guard Embroidery to be the strongest. But yeah, overall, I would say it really, like, it depends on what your goals are in Cataclysm Classic, because also, I think it's just kind of fun to play through. I think it could just be fun to, like, play a character, get it to max level, and mess around in some heroic dungeons, right? I didn't raid a ton back in original vanilla and TBC, but I still had fun leveling up my character and experiencing the content and the classes for what they were back in the day. I did dabble in it a little bit. TBC especially, I did all of Black Temple, and I did parts of Sunwell, but I never finished Sunwell. And I did raid a good amount in Wrath Classic, but I still had a lot of fun early on. And it wasn't until, like, Ulduar when I really got into Wrath raiding. There was a time there when I wasn't even sure if I would continue playing it after finishing my first Paladin. But then Ulduar rolled around, I gave it a shot, I found a good guild, and I stuck around with them for a little while. I think up until now, the biggest issue for me with classic raiding is I just don't really know anybody, right? Because for the longest time, I've been trying to find, like, people who I know from retail, etc., who also play classic, and that was just never a thing up until literally Cataclysm. Wow. Oh my god, that's 2 chatbots back to back. We got a combo. I get to ban both of them. Hold on. Easy. But, like, now, finally, my co-tank from retail leads his own classic guild, so it's actually nice, because now I know people. Like, I've just, every single other classic guild that I've ever joined, I've just kind of felt disconnected from all of them, because it's just random classic players that I don't know outside of it, and it's just felt weird. Hold on, just checking a Discord ping real quick while we do the roleplay anyway. Right. And so this shouldn't be too difficult. I should have used Rune Strike first. I'm just gonna AMS this. Yeah, I took, like, no fucking damage. Take that. But anyways, yeah. If there's any, like, I think I ranted enough about, like, general catch-up stuff, so, like, Lumion, if you have any other, like, specific questions about elements of Cataclysm, like, how the catch-up is, then, like, definitely I could try to elaborate, but I feel like I was mostly thorough there, covered, like, everything that I can immediately think of. Where do you get the recipes for it? You should just get them off the profession trainers. Like, you unlock the engineering goggles at what, like, I think it's 520 skill level. It's close to the max of your professions. So that's actually one of the nice things about professions these days. Back in, like, OG vanilla, a lot of the really powerful recipes were, like, ultra rare drops. That's not really a thing anymore. Some professions, there are recipes that you need to buy. Like, I'm pretty sure tailors, they need to get something called, like, Dream Cloth to get a lot of the high-end recipes. But thankfully, like, in my case, I mentioned that the only reason that I'm tailoring is for my Sword Guard Embroidery enchant. That you just learn off a vendor. It's just one of the default things. So the only thing that I actually need tailoring for, I can just get by leveling it up. And it's really cheap to apply. So it's fairly cost-effective. And the engineering goggles are pretty expensive to craft. It did cost a lot when I made it before. So again, that's why, like I said, professions in general, probably not your best option if you're just starting off and you're low on gold. But they also aren't super necessary, because the goggles, well, those you have to, like, spend a lot of gold on. The other main advantage of engineering is the little tinkers. And it's so easy to get the Tinker effects that I already have them while leveling up. Synapse Springs, Nitro Boosts, and Flex Weave Underlay. Those are the big three. And you don't need to really spend any money at all to get those. So it's only like the big crafted items that cost a lot from professions. And it's not like Dragonflight crafted items where there's like embellishments or something. And you need to, like, they're required basically for progression. It's basically just a piece of catch-up gear that's like an alternative to spending Valor or entering a raid. Hold on, one of my guildies just messaged me. Not to the moment, just questing. But Mike was gonna help me with dungeons after I hit 84. If you wanted to run those. No worries. Not, though. Which quests are these? Oh yeah, that's hit the big Colossus and then kill the little guys. Did I not? Oh, I always forget that the way that this quest works in terms of sundering the Colossus looks really weird. Gloves, chest, legs from Valor, 3 out of 4. Oh, okay. So I wasn't sure if it was... Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was 2 out of 4. That's kind of what I thought it was, but 3 out of 4, that's actually perfect. So you can get most of your tier slots. Which, yeah, and as SQWK said, because it is gloves, chest, legs, helmet is not one of the tier slots that you actually get from Valor, so that's another one of the reasons why the engineering thing is nice to get. Assuming you have the gold for it. I got, depending on your point of view, I got lucky / unlucky in that I just happened to loot the guild that I was in, because that was the previous guild I was in briefly at the start of Cataclysm. They gave me the tier helmets, which just happened to drop. I think it was Nefarian that dropped it. I forget which boss drops it. But I was like, all right, I literally just made this like a few days ago. Didn't really get much mileage out of my engineering helmet, but since it's not one of the pieces that you will want to buy with Valor, it's a good candidate for an off-piece, unless the stats on whatever yours is happens to be insane. And in the case of Blood DK, actually, helmet is one of the 2 slots that we would normally use as an off-piece. So I'm actually, on my other Blood DK, I'm no longer using tier helmet. But that's also because one of the, like, the stats on it aren't amazing. It's not one of your best options, but there's also a very, very, very good non-tier or like off-piece candidate in the form of Dragonbone Warhelm, which we happen to get one on Heroic, so I have a Heroic Dragonbone Warhelm. How did I get in combat with this mod? What? That is such a weird way for it to evade bug. Alright. Rock Furrow boots or Woe Breeder's boots? Hmm. Is this better? No, the Stalagmite Dragon I got is better. Oh, yeah, which one do I want? See, the greedy side of me is screaming Woebreeder's boots. Oh man, because I hate dodge rating, yucky dodge rating. Yeah, I just hate dodge rating. I can get my expertise elsewhere. I like the red socket on the first boots better than the yellow crit socket, but like it's not bad. It's the fact that dodge rating is so yucky, and losing that much strength is just yucky. So neither's a bad pair of boots. For context, because obviously my chat is covered, but one of my guildies is gonna use his Valor to buy me a pair of BOE boots. And those are the two strength ones, so he was asking which one I prefer. Initially, I didn't understand the question. I thought he was just asking me which one like would be better for a blood DK. So I was like, oh, they seem relatively comparable. And then he's like, well, you have to pick one. And then I realized what he meant. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Oh, nice. So that guy pulled that, so I don't need to fight it. Easy peasy. Sorry, Lumion. I was about to read your message earlier, and then I got distracted by that. It's for you more like you would say maintenance time. The head start time is one investment. Oh, yeah, the maintenance time, if that's your main concern, there's, like, none of that. That's honestly the biggest complaint that most people have about retail, and honestly, it's kind of justified. At this, like, once you get gear in Cataclysm, like, you just raid log, basically. So if that's what you're about and you just want to experience the raid and like get the gearing process, and then at that point just slam raid bosses whenever it's raid time, which I feel I'm the same way, then yeah, actually Cataclysm's really good for that. There's no currencies that you need to grind. Like there's Valor points, but Valor gear is all like normal raid quality gear. So you will want to farm Valor points when you're getting into raids, but once you've already gotten your raid gear and you're just progging Heroic, you don't really have any reason to farm Valor. There's nothing that good from it. And the other thing is raids drop Valor. So you can't like fully cap Valor every single week just by doing raids. But I mean, I haven't done really many Heroics in weeks on my main DK because I don't really need to buy anything with Valor at this stage. And I already get so much Valor just from doing raid that like if I really needed to buy something, like the other day I bought a cape that was like a side raid because I still haven't managed to get a Heroic cape. So actually I think I may have gotten it on our very last week, but at one point I was still using a normal cape and there was a Valor cape that had slightly better secondary stats than the one that I had, and because I literally don't need anything else with Valor, I just spent some Valor on that cape. But yeah, there's no Great Vault or anything like that. Aside from, you know, what I just got done saying with Valor, there's no like currencies that you need to grind, no Soul Lash, none of that nonsense. So honestly, yeah, that's one of the best parts about older versions of WoW. And the only thing that you ever really needed to grind in like TBC and original vanilla is gold. A lot of times you had to farm money for consumes and stuff like that, or get world buffs or whatever, but there's no world buffs in Cataclysm Classic. And consumes are like super cheap. Like all of the stuff that you see here in my bags, this is what you need for raiding. Health pots, damage pots, flasks, food. And I bought all of this stuff, which like this is enough to last you basically like 2 full weeks of raid, pretty much. And oh man, that guy tagged it right before I did. All of this I bought for like 5,000 gold, I think. And you get like a decent, like 5,000 gold is really not that much, especially 5,000 gold to cover you for like 2 full weeks of raiding. That's nothing. So yeah, it is very, very, very affordable in terms of maintenance, stuff like that. The only expensive things would be like BOEs or crafted items, which again, there's no like embellished crafted items in Dragonflight or whatever. And honestly, I hate Dragonflight crafting stuff. I hate the fact that you need to use crafted items because it's tuned to be barely mathematically better than other shit, but it costs like an arm and a leg. It's terrible. And unfortunately, War Within is doing nothing to change that. Going back to my whole thing about War Within just regurgitating the same garbage that makes Dragonflight mediocre. There's a lot of reasons why, like, I'm gonna be honest. In many ways, Cataclysm just feels like a better version of WoW to play than modern WoW. Like, I know that original vanilla, it is very dated in many ways, but a lot of the system design in Cataclysm is just objectively more player-friendly than the stuff that we have in recent years. That's just how WoW has evolved. And it's like, if you want to deal with, like, if you want to experience the good raid content, which is really all WoW still has to offer in its modern versions, you have to slog through the systems to get to the good raid content. Whereas, like, back in these days, Blizzard designed the game to not be a pain in the ass for players to deal with, intentionally. So, it just feels so much better as a whole. Yeah, so that's good news there. And so, sure, I interact with this guy. I think I can still loot these stones through the rock pile things. Then, how many more do I need? I need 5. Shit. So let me just grab these. There's also one to my left, and that should be the last stone I need. Zassaru said exactly. I'm glad you agree. Yeah. And to be clear, Mists of Pandaria, and hell, even WoD was more of the same. Like, WoD had problems, but genuinely, I feel like I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The actual experience of playing WoD, like, it was fun. The issue with WoD is that, like, there was very little to do outside of raid. But that's kind of the irony when people say that WoD wouldn't work as classic. I actually think WoD would fit perfectly into a classic format because 99% of the time in classic these days, people just raid log, right? People don't give a shit about like the other minor side content in the game because most of the side content in classic expansions is still available in retail. So if that's what you're interested in, you can still do the vast majority of that stuff outside of like obviously classic era. Vast majority of that you can still go and farm in retail right now if you're trying to like collect stuff. So there's no real advantage to playing classic for it. So naturally, most of the people like me who are playing Cataclysm Classic are doing so because they want to experience the raids. And on that front, even WoD, a pretty poorly received expansion, didn't really have much friction in terms of getting ready for raid. It's kind of the way that things work right now in Cataclysm. It's the same all the way through. Now, admittedly, the only thing that they add to my memory, there might be one thing that I'm forgetting about. The only slightly annoying thing that got added in MoP and WoD, that's a little bit different than Cata, is the legendary questlines, which, depending on your point of view, I think is kind of just a negative thing. A lot of people forget, and like even these days, I'm sure, I don't remember exactly how it felt to grind like abrogator stones back in Highmaul, but I vaguely remember not really enjoying it a whole lot. I definitely would prefer that compared to some of the grindy things we've gotten since, like Azerite Armor and Soul Ash, and all that nonsense. But we did still have a few annoying systems like that in later expansions. Even like the MoP Legendary questline, you could argue it's like an extra thing that you needed to do every single week in order to get prepped for raid. And you had like, there was the whole legendary gem that you got back in the first tier, that there was the items you could get from raids that had like the Shaw Touch socket, and then you had to like get the gem to put into that socket or something like that to make it into like a mini legendary. And then obviously later on we got like the cloaks and whatnot, and there was all the shit that went along with that. And again, I think relative to the stuff that we've gotten since in retail, that is like, that's small peanuts. But one nice thing about Cataclysm is we don't really have anything like that yet. I suppose, depending on what class you want to play, there are specific legendary quest lines, but, you know, that's obviously a separate thing. Like, if you play a rogue in Dragon Soul, there's the Daggers of Deathwing, and in Firelands, there's a Terracosa's Rest, but, like, in my case, I don't have any legendaries that I'll have to grind as a Blood DK, so I don't need to worry about that. You hated the Battleground portion of the mock quest legendary chain? Yeah, there's like a lot of little things like that that I think we've kind of pushed out of our memory, but, you know, well, it doesn't seem so bad in hindsight. When you remember bits and pieces like that, you think, oh, yeah, that was kind of a fucking pain in the ass, wasn't it? So I'm sure I'm not going to love doing that whenever MoP Classic rolls around, but I'll deal with it, because the rest of MoP is really good. And there are a lot of other small things in MoP, like the Tiller's farm, which are really fun, and kind of like makes the entire expansion for a lot of people. Malernus said, "Morning, Harlden. How's it going?" It is going good. Yeah, I'm just leveling a new Blood DK in Cataclysm, and so far, we are cruising. I think I'm making good progress here. At best, I think I'm maybe slightly ahead of my average time, and at worst, I'm like exactly on pace. And more importantly, I've gotten pretty good RNG on dungeon gear, which will save me a little bit of time when I start gearing up at max level. And hopefully, because basically my guildies are offering to help me speed this along a little bit. They help me with dungeons up until now. But I've told them that for the next one level, at least, I want to just kind of quest on my own. Because I'm going to have to do this at some point. I need to do Therazane quests for rep. So this, technically speaking, isn't like... is slower than if I allowed my guildies to help, like, boost me. But I'm either going to do this later on at level 85, or I'm going to do it now to level up. And I'd rather just kill two birds with one stone, because it's not even necessarily a slow way to level. Deep home quests are pretty good. So we'll just do this entire quest chain, and then hopefully by the time I finish Deep Home, I'm level 84, and then we can go back to spamming dungeons. Oh, this quest sucks, but that's what it is. This quest bugs out a lot, which is the annoying part. You think WoD Classic could be really great? Bugs should hopefully be fixed, and they can control the pacing of what comes out way better. Yeah. Wonder if they're going to fix the mission table for WoD, if you could prepare in advance for it with an army to farm a shit ton of gold. I mean, at this point, in Classic, it hardly matters. The economy is so fucked already that, like... the economy being ever so slightly more fucked in WoD Classic, it's, like, nobody's going to really notice. God damn it. I think the catapult's fine. Oh no, the catapult's shooting at random shit. That's the annoying part about this quest. It gets stuck in combat with random mobs. And then sometimes it'll just refuse to move. Think we're good? No? Do you want to massacre every single Trog over there? No, okay, we're good. I didn't want to attack the Trogs until I knew whether or not it was stuck in combat. These ones it's probably going to get stuck in combat with, so I'll just kill them. Alright, there we go. I'm not sure if that is gonna... Yeah, we'll just do it, just in case. I think this is the last one. As long as it doesn't get stuck on those mobs. Come on. I think we're good. Hey, if it works, this is actually one of the least painful... Yeah, nice. Alright. Out of all the times I've done that quest, that's actually the least buggy I've seen it. Hop in a catapult, and... This quest also sucks. I need a better catapult. No, this one's terrible. What catapult do I usually use? God, yeah, that... I hate this quest so much. Think I'll be able to hit that? Nice, that's actually... This definitely seems like one of the better catapults. Because the problem is, you can't really shoot anywhere but directly in front of their spawn point on this side. So if you're shooting from the catapult on the left, half the time, the travel time on your shots will just be too long. And they'll already have passed by the time it actually connects. Okay, there we go. There's, that's revered with my guild. Cool. Not the reputation I'm trying to farm, but, you know, I guess that's cool that I'm revered with them. Let's do that. And, 1 second, I see a few new messages in chat. Just give me a moment to do this, and then I will respond. I'm not ignoring you, do not worry. Just... Dematius1 said, speaking of new versions of old X-Pack, WoD or Legion Remix. I'm kind of fine with either one. I'm not, like, a big fan of the remix format. So, I don't even care what they remix. They could remix Cata, they could remix BFA for all I care. I just hope that next time they focus on actually making it fun, rather than just kind of like a soulless collection vehicle. Because I really have not enjoyed MoP Remix, like, at all, kind of. The only actual fun that I had during MoP Remix was prepping for the sub 30-minute speedrun, which is, like, I kind of made my own challenge independent of Remix and theory crafted whether it was possible. That's the only time I was even having fun. The rest of it I just thought was incredibly boring. It just, they went with, like, the most basic route with pretty much everything. So, it's like, I guess I prefer Legion generally over WoD for most things, but I probably wouldn't enjoy playing either if it was literally just MoP Remix but with a different coat of paint. Because I think fundamentally the game mode isn't very interesting. See if I can do it. Okay, well, I was gonna try to not get in combat with those mobs, and then the War Guardian said, fuck you. Let's do that. And then Damati said, hi, first time in, big fan. I'm glad to hear it. Glad that you like the videos. And I appreciate you stopping by the Twitch stream. Malernus said, I'm sure you've already talked about it, but is there any news on your ban? No, nothing new. I'm kind of, this is always like the weirdest part of it, right? Because like, we're in that kind of weird limbo stage where I haven't heard back on the most recent stuff. So, you know, obviously I want to keep doing stuff to get an answer from Blizzard, but I don't really have any new information to work on, so other than just repeating myself over and over, there's not a lot that I can do to get them to help me out. So I'm kind of like at this point thinking of my next move. On one hand, almost the best thing that I can do now is to just kind of put my nose to the grindstone and get working on both guides and stuff like this. Basically, accounting for the fact that Blizzard is banning me and that I need to prep new characters. So that's kind of my decision in the meantime, is just, if Blizzard won't respond, then I'll just play around it, I suppose. But obviously, it would be much better if I could actually get my account back. I don't know. So I think right now my feelings, or I'm feeling like I will probably make like another Twitter post tomorrow. I don't really know how much good that's going to do, but probably just summarize and be like, hey, it's been 3 days, because by that point it will be 3 days. 3 days since I've heard back from you guys. You know, you falsely banned me a week ago, and blah, blah, blah. Support keeps telling me that, you know, I cheated, and I obviously know I didn't, and nobody's really taken a look into it. And then I'll probably also mention, also the thing says abusive chat, despite the fact that I'm being accused of cheat programs, so what the fuck is that about? Because that I really want to get answered, because that's still the biggest, like, question mark for me, as to why they flagged it as abusive chat when that's not what they're claiming. Is it a typo? Or is there something weirder going on? But until I really know what that's about, then I don't know. Because the entire thing that I'm wondering, I really hope that they say something to the effect of, like, it's flagged as abusive chat because, you know, an overwhelming number of reports were detected on one of your chat messages or something. Because then I can be like, okay, well then isn't it a pretty blatant case of mass reporting? Like, what the fuck is going on? But I don't want to, like, start arguing that point if they come out and say, oh, we just misclicked, or something like that, because then I'd be wasting my breath. So, I don't know. I guess this is probably better than Egglyph Talisman. So, sure. And then go back to that quest. And yeah, I mean, I'm definitely not going to make like another video about it until I get more concrete information. Because if I use a video, it'll be to like hammer home a really important point. Like, Blizzard is really fucking me over and I need help. I definitely, if it doesn't get resolved, I will make another video. Oh, is that better than... Yeah, shit, that's just better than Whitefin X. Alright. Also, holy shit, my bags are full. Now... I'll go back to the Temple of Earth, and then I need to clear out my bags a little bit. Yeah, so I definitely... If it's not resolved by War Within, I'll make a video, something to the effect of, like, Blizzard is trying to prevent me from playing War Within, or something like that. I'll probably clickbait it up a little, just because, obviously... Oh, shit. Nitro boosts misfired. But yeah, I'll have to do something if this doesn't get resolved before long. Let's see, those are BOEs, Ornate Weapon. It's another BOE. I think also those two things I should toss into my bank. Get rid of all of that. And that's all, like, actual reagents. And... okay. Where are... I can turn in these quests. And... then let me swing back by Stormwind really quick. Where's the teleport again? There we go. There should be a bank close to the portal. That way I can just save a little bit of space. But yeah, I don't know what I'll do next. One thing that I'm also considering doing, the only thing is, I'm not really sure what Blizzard's stance on this is, so that's kind of why I'm really hoping to get a response about the, like, whole abusive chat thing before I submit another ticket, because the thing about Blizzard is they refuse to give you any details on... oh, to Kay, he sent it as a red ribboned gift. Is he online? Hold on, please. Just checking something real quick. But yeah, so I'm not really sure whether Blizzard would allow me to do this, but they are very adamant that they cannot give you any information about bans that are for cheating, right? Because they say that cheaters can reverse engineer it. But now, whether or not it is intentional or not, and I don't know, but now, according to Blizzard, my ban is now for abusive chat, not for cheating. So theoretically, Blizzard should be able to give me information on why I am banned for abusive chat. So what I'm wondering is, like, would I be able to submit another ticket and ask, hey, can you guys tell me why my account is suspended for abusive chat? That way, I'm pretty sure 90% of the time, if you do that, and the only reason I know this is because I had one of my friends back in Legion who was actually suspended for abusive chat, and he deserved it. And then he submitted a ticket, I still have the screenshot somewhere, and asked why he was suspended, and they gave him, like, a list of chat messages that he sent in Antorus the Burning Throne general chat, where I don't remember exactly what it is, and I'm obviously not going to try and paraphrase it, but he said some pretty rude things to a random person in Antorus general chat in the middle of one of our raids. I don't remember how long his suspension was. I think it was like 3 days or something, so nothing crazy. But I do know for a fact that if you do ask what you were suspended for, Blizzard will send it to you, which is why I still have that screenshot of my friend, the 3 things that my friends... the only message that I remember, because it was like, it wasn't even that offensive. The other 2 things he said, like, he said curse words or something in raid general chat, so, like, I'm not surprised. But the screenshot, because I'm quoting off memory, there were 3 different messages that he sent in Antorus general chat that they cited to him as to why his account was suspended, and one of them was, go lick the Cheetos dust off your fingers, or something like that. And that one, I mean, it's a dumb message, but that one was like not really offensive, so I'm surprised they included that in the reasons why he was suspended. The other stuff he definitely, the other 2 out of the 3 lines that they included, I vaguely remember what it was, and I'm obviously, like I said, not going to paraphrase because it's bad, but he deserved to get suspended. But the go lick the Cheetos dust thing, I always found it amusing that they included that in the reasons why. So that's why I'm kind of wondering, if I submit a ticket saying, hey, why is my account banned for abusive chat, then one of 2 things will happen. Either they will have to dig through every message I've ever sent to try and find something that they can consider abusive chat, or they will tell me, actually, your account isn't suspended for abusive chat, sorry, we got it wrong, or something like that. It was actually, we are still accusing you of doing cheat programs. And then, kind of on the flip side of that, if they don't find anything, because I don't make a habit of flaming people in game, right? then they might say, we actually haven't found anything. It's possible that maybe if they notice that the message that got flagged, like if, let's say, hypothetically, this is a mass report scenario, and they check to see what message it was that got mass reported, and it's like a bot or mass reporting me for me telling them, like, you know, fuck off or something. I don't know if I actually said fuck off. In that case, it would be funny if me telling a botter to quite literally fuck off, and then the botter mass reports me, gets me suspended. But either way, what I'm kind of wondering is if I do submit a ticket basically saying, hey, can you look into why it is abusive chat, maybe the new Blizzard developer I get looking at that will realize, oh, actually it is wrong. So I'm wondering if I'm allowed to do that, right? Am I allowed to basically be like, hey, look at it from the angle of abusive chat, not from the angle of unauthorized cheat programs? And the only did I get credit for that? What's going on? Is it worth it to start playing Cata now? Yeah, why not? Why wouldn't it be? It's still a fun game, and we're only in phase 1. Okay, I did get credit for the air ward. I don't know why the quest log was funky. Yeah. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone would agree that Firelands is, like, the highlight of Cataclysm, and we're not even in Firelands yet. Yeah, there's a lot of people playing it. I mean, obviously, it depends on what server you're on, but the big classic servers are still just as big as they've always been. There's still plenty of people playing. Not to mention, it doesn't even really matter if there's 20 people playing it or, like, 20,000 people playing it. As long as you have enough people to play with and get raids done, who cares, right? And as you've been able to see in here, I'm able to get instant dungeon queues. So there's still clearly tons of people playing. And like, it's 3 in the morning and I'm still getting quick dungeon queues on Cataclysm, so yeah. Well, yeah, Fairlina Horde for Horde players is definitely one of the biggest ones, yeah. Fairlina, Mankrik, those are 2 of the big Horde servers. I'm on Benediction Alliance right now. I used to be on Fairlina Horde. And I don't really know the other big Alliance servers. I know that there's one other really big one. It's the weekend? Yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, yes, it is the weekend. And that's a big reason why there are so many people playing. What am I missing? Is it just Heathen Call? Or... oh, no, I also need to activate the bomb. Yeah, I'm just pointing out that it's clearly not dead, you know? Even though it is the weekend, it's still, in North America, it's super late at night. So there's clearly still at least enough of an active player base to get dungeons. Yeah, Pagel, that's exactly Zasaru. That's the server I was looking for. That's a big Alliance server. Thank you for your help, no problem. I hope you enjoy Cataclysm Classic, because I think it's a lot of fun. Also, I forgot to runeforge my weapon, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn in all these quests, and then whenever my Hearthstone's back up, we're just going to teleport to Akris and then runeforge this bad boy. And Lumion, let me read your message. 6 months for abusive chat when it's first time? I doubt that. Well, exactly. That's kind of the thing. It obviously isn't abusive chat. Like, it's definitely... and that's why, like I said, the Blizzard person who handled my ticket, they didn't tell me, actually, upon further review, we've noticed that you only typed abusive messages in chat, and that's why we're reducing it to 6 months. They literally told me they reviewed it, they still think I'm cheating, nothing changed, but we're now suddenly reducing the penalty. And it also... but they never said anything in the ticket itself as to why they were reducing or changing the wording to abusive chat. They never explained that to me. I still am confused about that. That has parry on it. That's technically worth it. I should do that. I can't be bothered. I'm not gonna... the stats are so marginal, I'm not going to switch items just for that. That is intellect, yeah. And then where's the next quest? Right, I remember. I'm going to hop into the stone core just to turn that in. And then we'll go over there. The biggest thing you ever heard in the first ban was 30 days. Yeah, so that's the thing. It's not necessarily that I got banned for 6 months for abusive chat. It's that they have flagged my ticket as abusive chat despite them themselves saying that's not what they were claiming it's for. So what I'm hoping is that if I get somebody to take a look at it, they can very clearly see, yeah, this isn't for abusive chat, and then either they review it and realize the entire thing is bogus, or they tell me, oh, it was just a misclick, now your ticket is back to being for unauthorized cheat programs, right? But what I'm kind of hoping, and I don't know if it would work, is that if I do get somebody to look at it for abusive chat, and it is a mass report scenario, then they'll realize that the entire thing is bogus, and then they will just throw out the entire ban as a whole. But I don't know if that would work. And I don't know if, like, Blizzard would get upset because I'm, like, circumventing the first ticket or something. I have no idea. Obviously, if they don't respond to me within, like, a certain reasonable amount of time, I will just go ahead and do that anyway, because I'm not going to, like, let them continue ignoring me. But I've just been thinking about whether I should do that now instead of waiting. Okay, I got credit for that. D. Norman, Harlden, do you know how to fix the rekindled memories on the beta? The quest near Aegis Wall. I haven't done enough to know for sure. If there was one quest that I ran into trouble with on the beta, I don't know if it's the one you're talking about, but it wouldn't let me interact with, like, these dead bodies in the ground. And then I abandoned the quest, I flew into Azj-Kahet, and then I flew back to Hollowfall and picked up the quest again, and then it let me interact with the dead bodies in the ground. So I don't know if that's the one that you're having trouble with, but if that is what you're talking, it's exactly that one? Okay, then try that. Hopefully that works for you as well. Yeah, I had to abandon it, fly into a different zone, fly back, and then it was working for me. So hopefully it wasn't just a fluke, and that fixes it for you too. I need 2 more cores. You would say typical League player, toxic guy? Yeah. Like, I am not going to pretend that I haven't said something in-game once or twice, like, out of frustration. Like, I'm pretty sure I distinctly remember telling a dungeon group that I ran with, like, 6 months or something ago, a while ago, this is the worst dungeon group that I've ever run with. I said that after the dungeon ended, where it's like, we had multiple people who were just actually fucking trolling, and just non-stop chain, like, pulling extra shit, and then they were, like, bickering and bitching and moaning amongst themselves, and the only thing I said is I literally did say, this is the worst dungeon group that I have ever had. It was in, I think it was either at the end of Wrath Classic or at the start of Cata, so it was, like, months ago. I forget exactly what time. But, like, that is probably the meanest thing that I have ever said to somebody in-game chat. Like, don't get me wrong. There's a billion times where I have, like, every fiber of my being is like, oh my god, I fucking hate this guy. You've listened to me rant about the fucking rogues and stuff that I've gone in my dungeon groups. The thing is, I never let that leak into party chat, because why? Why just, like, flame somebody in-game like that? But I'm pretty sure the abusive chat thing has nothing to do with months ago me saying, this is the worst dungeon group I've ever had. So I feel pretty confident that it's just bullshit. You started playing on Pagel a few hours ago? Nice. Yeah, I played on Pagel back in TBC Classic. It's a good server. And then let me read your other message, Lumion, that I missed. Think you helped a lot. Now, the last thing is class decision. Back in the day, you were a Prot Warrior tank, but it's kind of meh. Thinking of Blood Decays, you want to check it out, and heard it's very great in Cata and later on in MOP. So if you're mostly interested in tanks, obviously, that is something that I can definitely answer. So Blood Decay is the clear winner tank in Cataclysm by far. It is the best tank. Every single raid team needs at least one Blood Decay. I would be very surprised if there's, like, any guilds out there. I'm sure there's at least one that manage to clear all of the heroic raids without a single blood DK, but they would be the exception, not the rule. You need at least one. Many guilds run 2 blood DKs, but that is not necessarily required, nor optimal. Generally speaking, the meta right now for Cata Raids is 1 blood DK and then either a prop paladin or a feral druid. Both have their pros and cons, and a lot of times you'll want one or the other, especially for 25-man, as like an off-spec to handle some of the ad fights. So, where's the Quartz Rockling? The thing that I'm supposed to break to free them. Oh, I have to use the item, right. So, like, prop paladins are really good for a lot of the difficult ad encounters, like Maloriac ads, or most importantly, they can be used for, like, Nefarian ads. I think you can also have a DPS Death Knight, and there's, like, other specs that can handle Nefarian ads, but prop paladins can do it. And they are a pretty good tank in general. Blood DK does the most damage by far, but technically speaking, feral druids who are, like, actively cat weaving and are basically... They are like a DPS cat that can shift into bear form when needed for like when the fights require it. Some fights, you really only need 1 tank. Other fights, you will need to actively tank. If you're cat weaving, then Druid can be really good because then it does like damage roughly comparable to Blood DK, but they're like relatively tanky still. They can handle all the mechanics. They're solid. If you're not cat weaving on a feral Druid, then they're kind of mediocre, but they're still fine. But like when I say that feral druid is like one of the better tanks, it is assuming you are cat weaving. If not, a lot of guilds probably won't want you because cat weaving is kind of mandatory. But I do know some people hate it, so I want to give that disclaimer. But Prot Warrior, it's not terrible, so you can absolutely tank all of the heroic raids with a Prot Warrior. But it is going to be more challenging. Crystal clusters. How many of these do I need still? I need 6. Okay. It's going to be a lot more challenging. And the thing about Prot Warriors, I actually think in Cataclysm, it's pretty fun to play. So I've been like leveling up a Prot Warrior. I think you probably swung by some of those streams, Lumion, because you're pretty active. So I've been leveling up that Prot Warrior, the undead one, and I really enjoy playing it. It's pretty fun. And for, like, dungeon tanking, Prot Warrior is really good, but obviously, you know, there is no Mythic Plus here, so raids are kind of the true endgame at this point in WoW. And in raids, Prot Warrior just doesn't really bring anything to the table. Its damage is kind of, like, on the lower end. Its survivability is fine, but it's definitely not, like, nearly Blood DK levels of survivability. And it doesn't really have anything special like cat weaving to pump out more damage or Prop Paladin's utility with like, you know, bubble, etc. to drop stacks on certain fights. So, find Felson the Enduring. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so Prot Warrior is undoubtedly the weakest tank in Cataclysm Classic, but that does not mean that it is unplayable. You'll have to work significantly harder to make it work, but you can make it work if that is what you have your heart set on. And I wouldn't blame you if you did, because I actually do think it is pretty fun. Okay. We're gonna go for the skip. Let's see if I can make it. I shouldn't have used my, my nitro boosts, but oh well. I fucked the jump. Okay, come on. I'm not gonna make it. I barely didn't make it. Fuck, shit. Yeah, I'm gonna need to wait for them to pass again. Let's also go into an Unholy Presence. Okay, nice. Yeah. It's so much easier to land that jump off a mount, so I usually try to do that, but also if you don't have Nitro Boosts up, then running... I should have saved Nitro Boosts. I forgot about that skip. But at least I got it on my second try, so... Okay. And so let me see if I can get out of combat. No, there's no way I'm getting out of combat now. Hold on. If I kill these two guys, then I can at least run out. Right. I'm still in Unholy Presence. Finally, some good RNG on your collecting today. You got a version of Taishalak? Nice. Taishalak is a really cool appearance. Unfortunately, moving into the nearby zone after abandoning and then picking up when you came back, it did not work. I'd say keep trying, just keep flying around over and over again, because at the very least, it did work for me eventually. It is a very buggy quest, so maybe try again. Pick it up, abandon it, maybe go into a different zone, abandon it in the other zone. Just try a bunch of different variations until it works. Because I'm pretty sure that it probably works still exactly the same as it did when I did it a few days ago. And I don't know, like, I'm trying to remember if I did anything differently. So I don't remember the exact, like, step-by-step things I did. I do know it involved that, abandoning and running into a different zone. But I guess just throw everything at the wall until you manage to get it to work properly. Because eventually, after I tried that, it was functional. Is dodge rating? Yeah. I'll just take the vendor value.
Is this the one you are wasting your time with, dear?
Okay, yeah, I don't need to wait for Therazane's roleplay. Here, so what I'll do is... This is a good opportunity to go runeforge my weapon. 9 runs on Invincible this week, about to start your 10th. Nice, good luck. Other messages that I miss. Oh yeah, so to elaborate a bit more on your question, Lumion. Yeah, I would say if your heart is set on Druid, because you also said that's another one you're considering, if you are okay with cat weaving, it's definitely a really good option. And in fact, the only maybe downside to Druid potentially is that you will effectively be forced into the off-tank role. So Prot Paladins are not the ideal main tanks. Blood DK is in almost every case, but Prot Paladin can reliably main tank. Guardian Druids or Feral Druids are almost exclusively picked as off-tanks, and they are very, very good off-tanks, and a lot of guilds will really want them. So that's probably like the easiest way to get a raid spot if you do decide to play Druid, but a lot of fights you will just be playing Cat. So if you're like me, and in my case, I want to main tank everything. So I definitely, I was already excited about Blood DK, but usually if there's like 2 different tanks and one of them is usually the main tank, I will try to play the class that usually gets picked for main tank, just because that's what I always prefer. So keep that in mind. And as for like going into MoP Classic, obviously Blood DK is definitely the most future-proof, because Blood DK is insane in MoP. It's like really, really, really good right now, but it is like, I mean, anybody who played around then, of course, remembers how obscene Blood DK was. You could like solo tank Garrosh. It was crazy. So definitely you're going to have a guaranteed raid spot for a very long time. Even in WoD, Blood DK was extremely powerful in WoD. So I'm pretty sure that at the very least in raids, I don't necessarily know if Blood DK was as dominant in WoD as it was in Cata and MoP, but it was definitely very good because I played a Blood DK, and Blood and Brew were still the 2 best challenge mode tanks. So if you're interested in challenge modes, which I of course would recommend because they're going to be really fucking fun, then that's definitely a good one to pick for both MoP and WoD. And obviously, going into MoP Classic, Brewmaster will be kind of important. So the reality for like tanks going forward, I don't remember the exact meta every single tier. So especially because I was fairly young in like these earlier expansions, and a lot of my knowledge is from like research that I've done or vague recollections from, years ago. But kind of going like forward, Prot Warrior is kind of in a pretty dire spot for a very long time. Just because there's just no real situation that I can recall where Prot Warrior is really good. Now, I don't remember exactly where it was in every single position in the meta, because a lot of people going into Cataclysm Classic were just parroting the idea that Prot Warrior is the worst tank, Prot Warrior is terrible. But having seen Prot Warrior in action, I can tell you that while it is the worst tank, it's actually not that bad. You absolutely can get work done with it. And there have been raid tiers historically where Prot Warrior is so bad it is unplayable. This is not one of them. Like, in recent years, Sanctum of Domination, Prot Warrior was the worst tank by an extreme margin, and it was basically unplayable. It had, like, massively lower mythic boss kills than every single other tank just because its kit was completely fucked. And it got fixed in Sepulchre, but that one tier, it was just a broken mess. So, I can't tell you off memory whether Prot Warrior is dog shit in MoP, in WoD, or just not as viable as the others. That's just hard to say. But it is pretty safe to say that Blood DK and Brew were pretty dominant. And Prot Paladin, I'm pretty sure, is always, even when it's not, like, meta, there are very few tiers where Prot Paladin is, like, objectively bad, just because over the years it has consistently had really good utility. So even when it's, like, one of the squishier tanks or one of the lower damage tanks, it always has its utility going for it, and having an immune as a tank will always have some place in strategies. There's been raid tiers where Prot Paladin isn't even necessarily that good. One that comes to mind is Emerald Nightmare. In Emerald Nightmare, Prot Paladin wasn't super powerful, but I specifically remember that you wanted to have even like a DPS Paladin switch to Prot on Eloreth Renferal, because if you did Blessing of Spell Warding on yourself, you could completely negate a raid-wide mechanic. Normally, there was like the big wind tunnel where everybody had to stack up and mitigate the damage from Renferal's wind tunnel, and if you had a Prot Paladin Spell Warding that, you negated the entire mechanic. So the fight was easier even with a third Prot Paladin tank. So over the years, there's a lot of mechanics like that where it's just kind of very future-proof, but it may not necessarily be the strongest thing out there. And Guardian Druid, I do distinctly remember that, especially after Cataclysm, when it becomes its own spec, because I'm pretty sure MoP is when it gets Guardian. Right now, it's still Feral. Catweaving obviously took a massive hit in MoP because you weren't able to catweave quite as easily. It still, like, technically speaking, existed, but you weren't literally playing the full cat damage spec at the same time as you were playing the bear. So that is like a massive hit to its main niche in raids, like right now, which is being able to be a DPS and a tank at the exact same time. And again, I don't remember exactly how good Guardian Druid was relative to the other tanks in MoP. I don't know if it was really bad or only like slightly behind, but I do distinctly remember that in WoD, Guardian Druid was the worst tank by far. Because I remember I was trying out every single tank towards the end of WoD just for fun to like see what they were like. And all of my friends told me not to even bother with Guardian Druid, like my Mythic Raider friends at the time who were like pushing rank 1 challenge mode times. They were like, don't even bother leveling a bear. It's terrible. It's really, 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 really bad. The entire kit was just really outdated and just didn't work for modern content. And I did it anyways. And I remember playing bear, and I distinctly remember it feeling super janky compared to all of the other tanks at the time. So I understood why all my friends were telling me that it wasn't worth it. But then, of course, one of the reasons why Guardian, one expansion later in Legion, ended up being so good is that Guardian was so bad in WoD that it got effectively a complete overhaul And then the Legion version of Guardian was just completely different. It's a completely different spec in WoD and Legion. And the rework made it extremely powerful, which is why it was a powerhouse throughout all of Legion. And then after that, it kind of fell back into obscurity, and Bear has been getting mostly shafted ever since, outside of like 1 or 2 periods like Aberrus, where it gets the spotlight again, purely for Mythic Plus. And even then, it wasn't that good in raids, so. Hey, Super. Good to see you. But yeah, so I guess all that to say, in summary, right? If you really want to just play the strongest tank, which is really fun, I love Blood DK right now, that's kind of the no-brainer pick. But if you want to try something different, all of them are good options, but Prot Paladin is probably the safest bet long-term. And it's also, like, the most traditional tank out of the rest. And Prot Warrior only if you're, like, really dedicated to it. Okay, I have to go back there to turn in the other one. Only thing to fear a bit from Blood DK is if there's too many Blood DKs and you have too much competition to get into a raid. Not sure how healthy tank pop is in Classic. That is absolutely a very fair thing to be concerned about. And yeah, Blood DK is extremely popular. There's going to be a lot of Blood DKs. Now, it's one of those things where if you are confident in your ability to play it properly, I think technically I can enchant this with something later on, but the stats are good, so I will actually take this as an upgrade. And I'll just try to remember to get an enchant later. If you know that you can play it really good, like I went into Blood DK this expansion having only played Prot Paladin back in Wrath Classic, but of course, when I was applying to guilds, I'm like, you know, I tanked almost every single heroic boss in Wrath on a Prot Paladin, and also I raid Mythic and Retail. So, like, I was confident in my ability to deal with competition, but it is absolutely something worth being concerned about. That being said, I did mention before that double Blood DK is not even that bad of a comp. It's the only tank right now that you would be perfectly fine running 2 of. So, if you are willing to get it really geared, it could be really nice. Now, one thing I'm not sure about is I don't know how good double Blood DK will be going forward in, like, Firelands and stuff. It's technically not even meta right now, so for all I know, in Firelands, you're going to definitely want, like, another Paladin or something, and you'll want Blood DK Paladin. So, don't quote me on that. I haven't done too much research into the minutia behind that, outside of I know Blood DK is BIS for the entire expansion. But I do distinctly remember hearing that Prot Warrior, while maybe not necessarily meta, becomes significantly better in Dragon Soul compared to where it is now. Something about its tier bonus being really good, but I still don't think it is technically the best option for your second tank, but it's not awful. You remember having a lot of fun as a Prot Warrior in Hellfire Citadel? You played a lot of Blood and Prot back then. Yeah, like, I'm pretty sure that Prot wasn't bad in WoD and stuff. Prot, there are very few times when it has been, like, objectively terrible. I'm pretty sure it was a solid tank even throughout WoD, even if it wasn't, like, meta, per se. And maybe it was meta and I just don't remember. But there has been a few times where, especially in recent years, Prot has kind of fallen off pretty hard. There was also definitely a period of time in Legion where Prot was the weakest tank. Like, I would say there's a case to be made. Well, actually, Vengeance. Yeah, Vengeance is probably the weakest tank throughout all of Legion, unfortunately. I love Vengeance. The only thing about Vengeance is, I would argue that Vengeance was actually a little bit underrated just because it was the highest damage tank. And that much, I have the logs to prove it, because I was the rank 1 Vengeance, I was the rank 1 tank DPS on multiple Mythic bosses as a Vengeance Demon Hunter. So, I know for a fact that it was really fucking good if you knew what you were doing with it. And it would just absolutely demolish other tanks in certain situations. There were other fights where it was, like, comparable with tanks, but in the right situation, which is usually pure single target, which is the most valuable damage profile generally, Vengeance did monstrous damage when played properly with Spirit Bomb. So if we get Legion Classic again, I have a feeling that Vengeance will see a bit more play than it did before, because a lot of people will recognize its value as like a single target boss nuker. So on fights where tank survivability isn't necessarily 100% required, like Kill Jaden, Vengeance really struggled with, and that was its biggest weakness, right? It was really, really difficult to survive heavy burst damage like KJ Fellclaws with Vengeance, just because it did not have the tools to deal with it. Also, this is huge. Somebody activated Aosera earlier, so I get to save like 2 minutes, basically. But the thing about Prot Warrior is, throughout Legion, like, it didn't really bring anything crazy to the table. I don't really recall any situations where, like, Spell Reflect was powerful to the same degree that, like, Blessing of Spell Warding was in that one situation that I outlined. Obviously, the meta tanks throughout the entirety of Legion were either Double Bear or... where's the follow-up? Oh, over there. The meta tank comp throughout Legion was some combination of Bear, Blood DK, and Brew. I think in... What was it in Emerald Nightmare? I don't even remember what it was in Emerald Nightmare, because Emerald Nightmare is such a weird tier. Might have been Blood DK and Bear. Definitely at least one Bear in every single tier. Tomb of Sargeras, I believe Race the World First was Double Bear, because KJ was such an insanely high damage tank fight that Bear was just so good for it. But Brewmaster was the second best tank throughout Tomb of Sargeras. That much I know for a fact. You run Blood DK on Tree Boss to pull ads. Third off to... Oh, yeah, that boss. Yeah. Blood DK was... Like, those tanks were always good as, like, a backup or off tank. I'm trying to think of, like, meta. Because I know for a fact that Brewmaster was much weaker in Emerald Nightmare than it was in later tiers. It got massive buffs going into Nighthold. So, Nighthold onwards, Brewmaster was one of the best tanks consistently in Legion. And I know for a fact that in Antorus, Brew Bear was the comp. So I distinctly remember Tomb of Sargeras was Double Bear, but a lot of guilds ran Bear Brewmaster. And then the vast majority of guilds in Antorus ran Bear Brewmaster. And Blood DK was like a good third option behind the rest for quite a while. Okay, I don't have the Portal to Temple of Earth at this point. But the one thing that I can't remember is what the meta comp was for Emerald Nightmare and Nighthold. And then I guess Trial of Valor, which probably would have been the same as Nighthold. I can't quite remember whether it was Double Bear or whether it was Bear Brew or Bear Blood. But I think it was some combination. But Prot Warrior and Prot Paladin were never like the meta main tanks throughout the entire expansion. And whatchamacallit? And while Prot Paladin had a lot of niche cases where, like, utility was helpful, there were other fights where, like, immune soaking was really good. So, like, Tomb of Sargeras had a shit ton of immune soak, so you didn't necessarily need a Prot Paladin, because that wasn't, like, a pure spell warding angle. It would have really helped. Prot Paladin probably would have made those a little bit easier. The thing is, a lot of those Tomb of Sargeras fights had pretty tight damage checks, so, like, Elrath Remfurl was a pretty easy fight. It was, like, generally speaking, the second or third boss that you did. Most people, it was kind of a toss-up whether you did her or Ursoc second or third. So you could kind of get away with running like a third tank for that fight, even on Prog. But Tomb of Sargeras, there weren't many situations where you could do that, but there were definitely points for Prot Paladin. Also, Prot Paladin technically was the only tank that could fully immune hammers on Maiden of Vigilance. However, one of my proudest moments of, like, my early tanking career back in Legion is when I came up with the idea of, because I played Vengeance DH, I used Death as an immunity. So every single Vengeance Demon Hunter on Maiden of Vigilance back then was running like extremely tanky trinkets. It was still, out of all the tanks, the least played tank on Maiden of Vigilance was Vengeance DH, because it was considered to be a terrible tank for that fight because Maiden of Vigilance was all burst damage. However, the damage was so predictable, it wasn't like Fell Claws, where Fell Claws was frequent and like intermittent burst damage over a period of time. Maiden of Vigilance hammers was just one big hit, and then you had to mitigate that, and if you lived it, cool. If you didn't, you were dead. But the thing with Vengeance DH is Last Resort back then was able to do an insane amount of overkill prevention. So, and back at that point, Last Resort, the CD, would reset on death. So, my strategy that I came up with for Maiden of Vigilance, and at the time my guild called me crazy, but of course after I pulled it off, every other Vengeance Demon Hunter copied my strat, is I would just, with 0 defensive cooldowns, eat Maiden Hammer to the face. I would proc my cheat death, and then on the second one, I would just die. I would let it kill me. But it's fine, because as long as you soak that damage and it's not hitting the raid, it doesn't matter. And the entire strategy for Maiden of Vigilance is that most of the time, all of the damage that would go out, there was very few mechanics that would actually kill an individual DPS. Like, just randomly kill them off. Normally, if one person died, the entire raid died. The exception to that was the tank, which meant that battle reses effectively weren't being used for anything else, so you could just freely use battle res on your Vengeance Demon Hunter tank and just let them die, and then every single time they died, you're effectively double dipping because their Last Resort resets. So you can negate 2 Maiden of Vigilance hammers per battle res. So instead of running like the super tanky defensive build that most Vengeance Demon Hunters were going with, I ran Omega Greed damage build, DPS trinkets and everything, and I just let myself die and get battle res. And as a result of that, when I killed Maiden of Vigilance, it is still, I think, the only time, I might have done it one more time recently, I can't remember. But it's definitely the only time I clearly remember I had rank 1 for all tanks in the entire world, all specs, right, on a mythic boss. Rank 1. I still have that screenshot somewhere because, of course, I was super proud of it at the time. And it was like one of the first times ever where I literally developed a strat that then other people copied. And considering I was only just getting into mythic raiding at the time, I was really happy about that. And, you know, especially playing super greedy like that. And then, of course, like, some people pinged me in the Demon Hunter Discord after that happened, and I, like, explained my strategy for it. And then a bunch of random idiots in the Demon Hunter Discord said that I was bad because I was running the wrong build. Because that's just how the class Discords are 90% of the time, which is fun. So, one of the many reasons why I hate class Discords. Why is this... This quest bugs out a lot, unfortunately. I'll try... Maybe there's a different red cloud that I can drag this to. I'll try this one over here. If that doesn't work, then I'm just gonna abandon and re-accept. Okay, yeah, this quest is just bugged. It's not the first time I've seen that happen, though. It's an easy one to run back and do. But all of that to say, Vengeance Demon Hunter was extremely unpopular, especially because very few people knew how to make the Spirit Bomb build work properly. So it was underplayed. And a lot of times early on in progression, you kind of need to be a little bit safer. You can't run like super greedy shit. So it makes sense why, especially in Race to World First, they wouldn't necessarily do that. But you look at how classic progression has gone over like the last few re-releases, and in most cases, they run like the greediest damage comps possible, because if everybody already knows the strategies, and you're just effectively speedrunning the raid, I don't necessarily know if Vengeance Demon Hunter will end up being like a sleeper meta pick for Legion Classic, but I would not be surprised whatsoever. And especially for like damage, for fights where the damage intake is really low, who knows? It could be a really good pick. I do think, obviously, Tomb of Sargeras, no matter how you slice it, Vengeance cannot realistically survive KJ. After all of the nerfs, and with an extremely tanky build and really good healers, there were some Vengeance Demon Hunters who killed that boss, but that fight was just a Vengeance Demon Hunter's worst nightmare. There's, like, no chance that you would ever use them for prog. But, like, Nighthold? Maybe. Emerald Nightmare? Maybe. Especially because back in Emerald Nightmare, it wasn't until, like, the middle of Nighthold, after progression had already finished, where, Vengeance got its rework. Because one of the reasons why people slept on Vengeance so hard is because it was absolutely dog water at the start of Legion. Like, release Vengeance Demon Hunter was so bad, which is kind of surprising because normally they like to make the new release specs really overpowered, and Havoc was really overpowered, but Vengeance was not. Vengeance was the worst tank from release by a large margin. And while it still was arguably one of the worst tanks in raids after its rework mid-expansion, like mini rework, it became significantly better when Spirit Bomb was changed. Because Spirit Bomb used to be completely different. So it didn't actually get changed until halfway through Nighthold, so obviously the Race to World First was already completely over by then. And it also never, that version of Vengeance never existed during Emerald Nightmare. But the way that classic re-releases have tended to go is we get the final patch tuning of that spec, and Vengeance was at its strongest. Ooh, random blue BOE, cool. Vengeance was at its strongest design at the end of the expansion, whereas, conversely, Guardian Druid, while it was still good throughout the entire expansion, it was at its strongest towards the start of Legion, and then it got stuff like Mark of Ursal removed mid-Nightholds, and a lot of other stuff. Was DK the strongest class on release? I would say probably overall, like across the board. Definitely, like, because I think Monk, Windwalker and Mistweaver weren't terrible on release, but they definitely weren't like automatic meta slot-ins like Death Knight kind of was at the start of Wrath. Brewmaster was. Brewmaster has been pretty broken since its addition, but Monk across the board wasn't necessarily super overpowered, and obviously, like I said, while Havoc was really good, Vengeance was literally the worst tank spec when it first got added to the game, which that I don't think has ever happened. I think it's the only time where it was literally the worst spec in its role when it got introduced. And, like, Evokers obviously are pretty good, but with the exception of Og Evoker, which is kind of hard to compare because Og Evoker wasn't in there on release. But Og Evoker is probably about as powerful relative to, like, the meta of the game as Death Knight was on release, but again, it's a little bit tricky to say. And Preservation and Devastation, definitely not. Also, holy shit, these mobs got hands. I should not have pulled so many. .1 Unholy was glorious, yeah. I've heard many good things about, like, original tuning Death Knights. Of course, I didn't really play Death Knight back then, so... I tried Death Knight a little bit in Wrath Classic, but it wasn't really for me. You remember Brewmaster being incredibly bad in Emerald Nightmare, and it kept getting buffed over and over until Trial of Valor when they suddenly became one of the best tanks? Yeah, your memory is not wrong. It was incredibly bad in Emerald Nightmare. That's why I'm pretty sure Emerald Nightmare was either double bear or bear blood DK for the meta. The funny thing is, while I do know for a fact that Brew was one of the weakest tanks in Emerald Nightmare, I could not tell you why it was weak. I just remember that it took a ton of damage, and it didn't really do that much damage, like way less than every other tank. But I don't really remember exactly what it is that made them stronger later on. One thing that I do know for a fact is that in Tomb of Sargeras, the set bonus that Brewmaster got in Tomb of Sargeras was so broken that just for shits and giggles, I ran Tomb of Sargeras 2-piece in Uldir one expansion later, and I tanked the entirety of Heroic Uldir, like on release week, using Tomb of Sargeras 2-piece. It was that broken. So, you still ran TOS 2-piece even in Antorus. That was definitely one of the biggest things that made Brewmaster ridiculously strong. But I know for a fact that by Nighthold, by Trial of Valor, as you said, they were considered to be one of the top two tanks, and then of course they were the second best tank in both Tuma Sargeras and Taurus. But I forget what it is. It might have just been like a generic tuning change. So there is a very good chance that if Legion Classic gets, you know, re-released with the final patch tuning, that we end up just having Brewmaster being really good out of the gate. But I know for a fact, because I loved Brewmaster in MoP and WoD, that early on into Legion, I was just kind of lost, because the two main tanks that I had played, Blood DK and Brew, got completely fucking shafted. Blood DK a little bit less so, because, well, my main issue is the playstyle of Legion Blood DK, and this still remains true to this day, I think is just an abomination compared to the glory that we had back in the day. I still enjoyed the playstyle of Legion Brew a lot once it was buffed, but old Blood DK was like, or Legion Blood DK felt awful to play, even if it did end up being really good later in the expansion, especially for Mythic Plus. Because we all know Blood DK was the meta tank for like the vast majority of Legion M+. That much is pretty clear cut. What's it called? But yeah, I don't remember what it was about Emerald Nightmare, but you are absolutely correct. Because I got AOTC on my Brewmaster in Emerald Nightmare, and I was just taking so much more damage than my Guardian Druid. So I tried to make both, or all three tanks work, Brew, Blood, and Guardian, which I hadn't really played Guardian much up until that point, because, again, like I said before, when I tried it back in WoD, all my friends told me, don't waste your time with it, it's terrible. But then, of course, the rework in Legion made it really good, so it's what I spent most of my time playing. But I still tried to gear up my Monk and my Death Knight, and I just couldn't stand playing either one of them until Nighthold, in which case I really started enjoying Brewmaster again, and then I mained Brew Vengeance from Tuma Sargeras onwards. I dropped my Guardian Druid mid-Nighthold because, while it was still really good, it's really boring to play. So, if Legion Classic rolls around again, I'll probably still mess around on a Guardian Druid for fun, but there's, like, no chance that I'm playing one again, because while it was really good, I distinctly remember it being an absolute snooze fest to play it. It was not a very fun tank spec. You just kind of, like, mash buttons. That's when Galactic Guardian got added. And, like, to a certain extent, it honestly hasn't really changed a whole lot since Legion. And it's not a unfun playstyle, but I think, like, Guardian has kind of stayed relatively stagnant since Legion, and a lot of other tank specs have gotten worse, so now, by comparison, Guardian feels better to play. But back then, so many other tanks felt better to play in Legion than Guardian, even if it was really good. Should be almost done with this. Oh, I just realized I've been completely forgetting to spend any of my talent points. Oops. I probably should have been doing that as I leveled up. Alright, well there's On a Pale Horse.
And so the champion rise, so small, so soft. It's a wonder you even lasted this long down here, fleshly. It's a testament to your abilities. All of this for a piece of the world pillar.
Do I have to... I don't know exactly. I think I just wait for the dialogue to finish. I'll just wait here. Hello, Yuna257. Good to have you stopping by the stream. Were there any messages I missed before? I don't think I read this one from Lumion. I think I start now with Paladin, level it to 55 to access Blood Decay, and check out if it makes it fun or not, and then decide which of both to play. Yeah, that's definitely a good thing to do. I will note, completely personal preference, I did not personally find Cataclysm Prop Paladin to be very enjoyable. That's just my point of view. Take that as you will. Because I was talking earlier purely about, like, meta viability, but out of all of the tanks that I tried in Cataclysm so far, Why is my phone updating? But yeah, Prop Paladin was easily my least favorite, which is kind of a shame because I mostly played my Prop Paladin back in Wrath.
On the twilight cut and extinguish any utterings of Deathwing's name from this realm. Your earthen ring.
But yeah, either way, it will be really fun, going back to the previous topic, to see what tanks end up being used. I'm still banking on Vengeance Demon Hunter having like a surprise appearance somewhere in there.
Seal the rift and leave.
Let's see. At this point, I should probably start spamming dungeons.
You have all thanks done, mother. Save your thanks. We march upon the twilight precipice as soon
So I'll message my guildie.
I expect to see you on the battlefield.
Alright, sick. Let's double check. Are any of these upgrades? No, not really. I can do the other quests later. And then I'll ask TK. I don't know how Crucible of Carnage works, come to think of it. Yeah, that would actually be pretty good, because Crucible of Carnage drops a really good two-handed sword. Yeah, so if I get that 333 sword, that would be a pretty nice upgrade. And that would have me set all the way up until Heroic Dungeons. What I still need to do is Bracer Enchant and... wrong portal. Bracer Enchant and the Armor Kit. Which it's, I think, Brawn is the name of the Bracer Enchant. And... here, I'll pass...
Hello.
see. Do I have anything I can drop into my bank? I think most of this stuff, not really. I can, that's not better. I should at least use this for the appearance. And toss. It's a BOE, so I'll hold on to it. There also might be cheap dungeon BOEs. TK mailed me gems. Little does TK know, I'm not going to be caught dead using pure stamina gems. Oh. I'm going to run strength stam gems. Or something else. And any red slot, slapping Bold Inferno Ruby in that bad boy, which I already have some. But it's nice of him either way. Ron for bracers. And then our leg armor. It's scorched leg armor, right? That's the good one? Yeah. For this level. I also need to... shit, I need to fix my... hearth points. Let's just set my hearthstone here. Is the modern transmog system in Cataclysm? Kind of. Not like fully modern. We have a lot of the modern transmog system, but it's still missing like a handful of quality of life features. Okay, they're gonna try the dungeon one. Usable. Level range. Let's do 81 to 84. I guess I don't want to buy a weapon because, like, we're about to get one. 15 to 85. That should work then. But sometimes there's, like, really cheap dungeon items. That's intellect, blood gout. Oh, that's actually... It's good, but there's a better one. So in that case, maybe I should do... Okay, they're summoning me. I'll check the auction house later. But there should be 1 or 2 super cheap dungeon items that I can just snag. And that would save me time farming normals, because I want to spend the least amount of time possible in normal dungeons. Ideally, I want to hit max level and jump into heroic dungeons as quickly as possible. And then farm a bunch of heroics, get a bunch of valor, and then head into Zul'Aman and Zul'Gurub as quickly as possible. Do you know if Prop Paladin is an okay tank next expansion? To be clear, what are we talking about? Are we talking about,
Hey, how you doing?
Did I... Oh, okay, so they've already done it. They're just trying to help me get it. I see. Perfect. Yeah, sorry, Unit. Okay, so you're asking about War Within. Because I was just talking about, like, classic expansions, so I wanted to clarify. But if you mean War Within, yeah, Prop Paladin looks good. I think right now, the 2 best tanks are looking like Brewmaster and Blood DK, but Prop Paladin is pretty safely the 3rd best tank. And, like, it's not... Oh, shit, I'm still in Unholy Presence. It's not, like, far behind at all. So, yeah, Prop Paladin looks solid, for sure. I'm not, like, a big Mythic Pluser, so I don't know what the meta is going to look like. I don't necessarily think that Prop Paladin will end up being the meta tank for that. Just because usually it's not, like, the best Mythic Plus tank. It has been at times. I think Blood DK right now is looking pretty good, but in raids at least, it's a pretty solid tank. It's kind of in the same spot in the meta that it is right now. You're going to try tank next expansion. You want to play Blood DK and Prop Paladin. You know Blood DK is usually really good. Yeah, well, Blood DK is normally already pretty good. Blood DK is looking really good in War Within. So, basically, whenever Blood DK is poorly tuned, it's still a solid tank just because of how it works. But Blood DK is looking especially strong relative to where it normally is. Which is why there's a very good chance that it ends up being the best tank. Right now, I'm planning on playing Brewmaster, especially because my co-tank plays Blood DK. So, we already have Blood DK secured. But... if it was... Like, on my main account, I was planning on getting, like, a Paladin ready just in case. But... I mean, with the current situation that I'm in, I think it's better for me to just focus on getting one thing, so I'm just going to prioritize making sure that I have Brewmaster fully set up. And especially the other issue is with like the pre-raid gearing stuff that I've discussed, it's much better to focus on one particular tank. So I'm going to get multiple Brewmasters set up, because otherwise I need to effectively double the amount of alts that I prep. And if I end up having free time, maybe I could. In fact, you know what? There's a very good chance that I may actually ask some of the people in my like Discord and stuff I know who do a lot of mop remix boosting if they could like help me boost alts while I work on videos. Because at this point I can use all the help possible. And I was going to boost characters on my own, but obviously if I could get like thumbnail work done at the same time, that would actually help me out a lot. I didn't actually, I'm saying that now, but I haven't like really thought about that until this moment. That's actually a pretty good idea, because I know some people have offered to help me out with that, but I haven't really taken them up on it. But at this stage, like, I don't need any footage or testing for mop remix boosting at this point. I just need characters. So that would be the perfect opportunity. Stupid ban, but thank you for answering. You'll play Blood Decay and Prop Paladin then, I think? Perfect, yeah. They're definitely going to be, either way, very strong options. Honestly, right now, the only tank that isn't looking very good in the War Within is Guardian Druid. Guardian Druid is in a rough spot. Which is a shame, because it was looking pretty good early on. There's like a low chance that Druid of the Claw ends up being alright for raids, but there's no chance that it will ever be meta, because it brings absolutely nothing to the table. And I doubt that the damage is going to be tuned high enough to make it worth it. Wrong button. And Vengeance Demon Hunter is also not in the best spot. For raids, Vengeance Demon Hunter is in a pretty bad spot at the moment. For Mythic Plus, while it's definitely looking significantly worse than it was before. Oh, there we go. Lagged a little bit.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay, here we go. Here's the final quest. You know that Dratnos was contemplating playing Guardian Druid because Feral Balance and Restos were so bad at one point on the beta, so out of all of them, Guardian was the best. Guardian was definitely looking a little bit appealing early on. Guardian has basically received nothing but nerfs for the entirety of the beta. It has just been... It has gotten absolutely beaten down over the course of the entire beta. It's rough. Because I was also very excited to potentially play Guardian early on. In fact, when my guild, like at the end of Season 4, my guild leader put out like a spreadsheet basically letting people say what they were looking to play in Nurubar Palace. Obviously, Brewmaster was still my first pick, but I actually put Guardian Druid as my second pick. And it was what I was planning on playing second. But at this point, that's no longer the case. It has been absolutely fucking shafted every single round of hotfixes. It's rough. You watched Dorky, and he said the only tank that kind of needs a healer now is Guardian. The rest were okay, but a little worse. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And the problem is, one of Guardian's biggest strengths before was that it didn't need a healer. So, yeah, it's really bad. I haven't seen Dorky's analysis on it, but that's what I would expect based on my reading of the changes. And especially considering, like, Guardian wasn't necessarily, like, even after a lot of the other changes they'd received throughout the beta, They weren't in an amazing spot when those massive tank nerfs went out a little while ago. They were already kind of on the back foot by that point. Okay, yeah, that's a huge weapon. And... okay. Gonna throw Fallen Crusader on this. So yeah, Guardian is just in a really rough spot. It's the only tank right now that's just objectively looking pretty bad. No, 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 no. What is this bug? Why does that happen? You played Guardian on and off and you rarely needed a healer, only in Season 3 and 4? Yeah. It's depressing. That was literally the main reason to play a Guardian Druid. They were so self-sufficient. So that is definitely a D. Norman, a good point, like from Dratnos, right? Because the only actual utility that Guardian brings to the raid is Mark of the Wild, which is not unique to Guardian. It's every single Druid can bring that. And 99% of the time, another Druid spec is viable. Now, that being said, I am pretty sure that there's two things to consider. One, for the vast majority of guilds, you're going to have one stupid fucking chicken player who is refusing to play anything other than chicken, no matter how bad it is. So you're always going to have a Mark of the Wild. Every single guild has their one chicken player, right? So in that perspective, Guardian would be bringing nothing special. But from a Race to World first setting, you could argue that, yeah, if Boomkin was really bad, people wouldn't want to play it. What are my guildies saying in party chat? And yeah, so exactly what I was going to say that next. I do know for a fact that they were looking a little bit bad early on. And but here's the thing, and this is why I was going to say, even if they hadn't gotten buffs just recently, there is no chance that Boomkin ends up being complete dog shit, because think about who the loudest complainers are out of, like, most specs. It's Boomkin players and it's Warlock players. If Boomkin is ever not viable, they will bitch and moan like crazy. Feral Druid got brought for one Race to World first kill, and every single Boomkin player I know was whining non-stop throughout Amirjasol. Oh my god, Boomkin's dead. Feral Druid is better now. Ah! And then they all re-rolled Feral because they're just, like, basically being emo about the fact that their spec wasn't brought to a single set of tiers. Mages are also, yeah. It's always the caster DPS. So, yeah, obviously, Boomkin has gotten buffed a good amount, so they're no longer dog shit. You'll probably bring at least one Boomkin, worst case scenario, to cover that, which means that you don't need Bear. But also, I will say, even if they hadn't buffed Boomkin, with how bad Guardians are looking right now, there is no chance that Dratnos would be playing a Bear just to bring the raid buff. You would rather take a slightly lower DPS Boomkin over a Bear at this point. Because earlier in the beta, Bears were looking pretty good. So if Boomkin was bad and Bears were actually looking to be competitive with the other tanks, that would have been a strong consideration. But given how bad they are now, holy shit. And again, I am sad because it was my second pick early on. I really love the idea behind Druid of the Claw and Elun's Chosen, but now Elun's Chosen has been nerfed into the fucking floor. It is so terrible compared to all of the other, the other options, right? You just can't really play Moonfire build anymore. And Moonfire builds is pretty much the playstyle that was looking to be the best for Mythic Plus. So now in Mythic Plus, Guardian is just in the fucking dumpster, on top of the other tank nerfs that, you know, everybody's been talking about. And if Bear ends up being played in raids, it's probably with, like, a Cat-Weaving Druid of the Claw build, but what does that bring to the table, right? Unless the damage is so ridiculous that it's worth bringing a tank just for that, which I'll tell you right now, there's no way that happens, then why bring a Bear just for that? So, Bear is in the fucking gutter at the moment. Glowy said, oh, you're over here. Yes. Yeah. These days, I stream on Twitch most of the time because it's good for stuff like this that may not be like as popular on YouTube. And that way, it works out really well now because, you know, now I have a way to stream without like fucking with the YouTube algorithm on my main channel. And because now I have the second channel fully monetized and all that stuff, I can just upload Twitch recordings over there, and it works out perfectly fine, so I don't feel like I'm wasting my time streaming on Twitch. Because while this may not necessarily be a super interesting main channel video, right? Everybody's excited about the War Within, you know? I doubt there's going to be that many people who really want to watch me level another Blood DK and Cataclysm Classic. This is definitely something that will get, like, some views if I post it on the second channel, and that way, it won't, like, impact my main channel guides or anything like that. So just, overall, it's the perfect solution for me. You were giga excited about Laser Bear? Yeah. I was giga excited about Laser Bear, too. The one, like, nice thing is Druid of the Claw doesn't look bad. I still think it looks interesting, but one of the things that I was the most excited about, like, if you go back into my early, like, streams when War Within was just being announced and stuff, I said over and over that my favorite thing about Guardian Druid is it's one of the only specs right now where I think that both of their hero talent trees look good. So no matter which playstyle ends up being meta, I would end up enjoying it. Because one of my early concerns with Brewmaster is Shadowpan looks like absolute shit to play. It is just a miserable, nonsense hero talent tree that is super unfun and non-interactive. Now, thankfully, Shadowpan is also garbage in terms of tuning. So there's no chance that you're going to play that. You're going to play Master of Harmony, and Master of Harmony actually looks relatively interesting. So that is like one of my main concerns avoided. However, early on I was like, oh, no matter which hero talent tree ends up being picked for Bear, I'm still going to have fun with it. But nowadays, well, nowadays you only really have Druid of the Claw. But I was excited for the design of both of them. I think Moonfire Bear could have been really fun. I love generally playing that for leveling and stuff. So it's a shame that they've just gutted it. Not super happy about that. Hello, owner. Good to see you. Having fun on a Druid Blasphemy, yeah. Unfortunately. Let me do this poll first, and then I'll read the rest of chat. But we can... I always forget we can mount up here. Let's TK go burp. Come on. Top DPS, bitch. Blood DK is a stupid spec. Oh, you're also a chicken player, you know? It is fun. Let's see. Boomkins are a very special type of players that they are. Warlocks will play whatever DPS is spec. Warlocks will just play whatever DPS spec is best. Mages are just crybabies. I would say they're both equally crybabies sometimes. I know a lot of Warlock players who refuse to play anything else. To be fair, though, Warlock is usually very good. Alun's Chosen sounded really cool, but all Moonfire stuff got giga nerfed. Yeah. Let me do this pull real quick. Nice. Alright. Do we get the skip? Ah, somebody activated it. Unlucky. Now we just wait for that to fade, and... Oh my god. Here, let me real quick make sure I don't fuck up this parachute. What are they doing now, from what you can see, is just balancing hero talents against one another in the same class. Like, the Ellie Shaman balance changes for the most part. Class versus class balancing should come soon. Probably, but there are many cases where they are just abandoning a hero talent tree until after the end of the or until like later in the expansion. So a good example is Shadowpan has just been completely neglected since it was released. Shadowpan is probably the most embarrassing hero talent tree that they've added because it's so fucking trash. Okay, can I greed? Okay, thank God. Fucking KK won't turn off aspects of the pack, so I was just fucking chained ace there. Oh my god. I think he did that on purpose. At least I got a leap of faith. Instance group. But yeah, some hero talent trees definitely are being neglected, which is a shame. Alright, now hopefully we get some of the higher level dungeons. Vortex Pinnacle's not bad, but what we really want is the level 84 dungeons, because that's what gives the 333 gear, and that will let me get into heroics the moment I hit 85.
You have a great day now.
Yeah, so like this one is yuck yuck. Don't like that. It does, like, no damage to me. Oh my god. Okay. Ugh. Yeah, like, if we're gonna get a low-level dungeon, at least make it Throne of the Tides, which is fast and has a chance to give me, fucking Might of the Ocean. Or, hell, Stone Core, Magnetite Mirror, that one's good too. I'd rather have a heroic version of it, but, like, fuck, I'd take that. But I really, really want to get the level 84 dungeons. Nice. That was pretty fast. Do I do YouTube full-time? Yes. Yeah, I've been doing YouTube full-time ever since I graduated college, which was... Sheesh, how long ago was that? Has it been 2 years? Oh my god, it's been 2 years. Time flies. Yeah, a little over 2 years. Okay, his pet's just gonna... Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, now admittedly, up until recently, it hasn't been like a super viable full-time job. It was just one of those things where I'm like, you know, until I find a job out of college, I was going to try and do it. But obviously, more recently, it has actually turned out to be something that I can potentially do. Oh, there's mobs back there I can loot. Oh, I thought TK's pet was going to pull that, but I guess it's too high level either way. You wanted to try to, like, Baron use Boomkin form on some bosses, but it would be kind of silly now? Yeah. That doesn't really work at this stage, unfortunately. It's a neat idea. But yeah, it, like, Boomkin weaving is not really a thing with Bear. Even, like, cat weaving is not truly a thing. It hasn't been a thing for a while. The last time cat weaving was a thing, like, I guess, like, a little bit very, very, very niche in, like, Legion. I'm pretty sure one of the legendary powers encouraged you to play a cat weaving playstyle, but, it was a little bit weird. Alright. Just fucking send it into the lava. I'm just gonna chill in here with the boss. You know what? Let's just, like, not drag him out at all. Just keep him in here. Yep, and it's just that easy. I think that cloak is dropped every single time. Chicken weaving was a thing in Shadowlands for a bit. Wasn't chicken weaving, like, only for, what's that ability called? The one where you, like, fire off all the spells? Were you, like, actually chicken weaving, or were you just shifting into chicken form using, the one that shoots off all the abilities? Convoke, yes. How could I forget? Because I'm on... Yeah, I don't really care enough. I could teleport, but it's like a tiny bit of XP. I just don't really care. It was also viable for the Venthyr one? Was it really? Okay, I take that back. I wasn't aware that it was that much of a thing. I did not... Guardian Druid I barely played, at least for endgame content throughout pretty much the entirety of Shadowlands. I played Guardian Druid a little bit throughout Dragonflight, but both BFA and Shadowlands, I just did not touch it at all. So, outside of, like, one of my friends played it a little bit, so I know tiny bits about it from that, but... yeah. I feel like we're making really good time, though. At this rate, obviously having my friends helping me with dungeons and doing, like, Crucible of Carnage super early, that's very big. But I feel like we definitely get under 10 hours, like, not even a question. But I'm wondering how fast this will end up being. This is definitely going to be my fastest leveling run in Cata Classic, though. Faster than any... well, I guess, again, hard to compare because I am getting help, but it's faster than any of the solo runs I did, and it's faster than my launch day leveling. What did I miss? Hopefully it becomes viable in the long run, because it looks like you put a lot of time and effort into it. I definitely do, yeah. It's already, like... it's good. It's good enough at this stage that I can justify continuing doing it, but I'm not at a point in time right now where I'm, like, you know, completely sure that YouTube will be a perfect full-time solution. Basically, if I were to stop making YouTube videos cold turkey right now, it wouldn't remain a viable career, right, for, like, a very long time. I need to continue working on it. But it is, like, the growth and, like, trajectory of my channel is looking very good, effectively. What do I get for doing these random... yeah, because random, it's like, it's what, 50k? 50k in the grand scheme of things is, at this stage, random dungeon bonus is probably not enough to justify. Because I think even just the mob kill... yeah, the mob kill XP from, like, the higher level mobs would probably actually outweigh the random dungeon bonus. Yeah, I started at level 80. Yeah, I mean, I think XP-wise, it definitely would be faster, no matter what. But also, even if I am losing a tiny bit of XP by specific queuing, the fact that I'm guaranteed to get dungeons that drop gear upgrades would outweigh that. Because I'd be saving myself time in the long run, because I would have to do less gearing at max level. I was kind of hoping that, with 285s in the group and me at 84, it would prioritize giving us higher level dungeons, but considering we have yet to see a single one of those, I'm guessing that it just prioritizes forming a group as quickly as possible. And considering there's probably way more people who are queuing for dungeons at lower levels, we just keep getting into these. Now, if I manage to get Magnetite Mirror, then this won't be a complete waste of time, because that would still be very good. Raid Shadow Legends stream soon? No, that mobile game, not into. Honkai Star Rail streams, though, I have actually already done. I guess we could probably skip those flares. Oh! This druid made some friends. You can start streaming Marvel Rivals. That one, I don't know. Let's get the right distance. Straight into the boss room. I love doing that. It doesn't really save much time, because everybody else is already caught up. But it looks really cool. I guess it's a bit hard since you do content for a niche part of stuff. Yeah. I mean, long term, obviously, I would want to branch out a little bit. If anything, all of this shit with Blizzard falsely banning me has made me realize I need to diversify a little bit. But, I mean, at the end of the day, I make videos for the stuff that I enjoy doing. Generally speaking, if I don't enjoy a topic at all, I'm not going to cover it in a video. And there's a lot of times where I have, like, a video mostly finished, but I'm just miserable editing it because I'm just not interested in it at all, and I just grab it. So. There's a lot of stuff that I could make YouTube videos on, but obviously branching out into, like, different genres or even just different games can be a little bit difficult. Because obviously it's not just World of Warcraft that I really like playing, but there's a lot of games that I play in my free time that could be cool to make videos for, but it'd be difficult. And also, the types of videos that do well for one type of game may not necessarily do super well in a different type of game. Like, for instance, leveling guides do really well for World of Warcraft because you know, everybody has to level up characters, and leveling is a bit of a chore, always has been. But leveling guides for, like, Final Fantasy XIV wouldn't really perform super well. I'm sure that there's somebody out there who does Final Fantasy XIV leveling guides, but I can guarantee you right now it would not be nearly as widespread as mine, just because the game doesn't really fit that format. So, while I do really like Final Fantasy XIV, if I were to make videos on it, it would have to be completely different than the type of stuff that I would normally do for World of Warcraft. And the things that I may enjoy doing in Final Fantasy XIV may be way more niche than the World of Warcraft stuff, so could be a challenge. Harlden's speedrun guides of Balloon's tower defense. I've watched a few videos on Balloon's tower defense, but I've never actually played it myself. I mean, honestly, if there was, like, aside from Honkai Star Rail, which I actually have genuinely been, like, thinking about maybe making Honkai Star Rail videos. I don't know what I would do outside of, like, build guides or something. I've at least made a few videos of my clears for, like, endgame content, but, you know, that's not necessarily the most applicable thing always. But I do play that game a lot these days in my free time, so who knows. I do think that speedrunning Honkai Star Rail could be a fun thing to do at some point, like speedrunning the story. That could be a fun little challenge. The speedruns, I think, are always... Like, that's one of the reasons why I like doing speedruns, is it's a very easy, fun way to, like, showcase a game you like in a format that is easily digestible by people who aren't super familiar with it. Because I've watched speedruns for countless games that I have literally never played. But it's still really interesting to watch somebody who is knowledgeable about the game just break it in half and do things that, like, you've never played it, but you can clearly see that the thing this person is doing is not, like, intended by the developers, and they're doing, like, crazy shit that just visually looks cool. So that's kind of why speedrunning as a format works really well. So it definitely could be fun to speedrun some of the games that I like, but a lot of the games that I like playing may not necessarily work super well in a speedrunning format. So, like, Final Fantasy XIV, that I think could be interesting to speedrun, like the main story quest, but the main story quest is not designed to be speedrun. That would be very, very, very difficult, and it would take me a very, very long time. Something like that. Is Genshin Impact 2 pay to win? I mean, I don't really know. I don't play it a lot. I've heard mixed opinions on that. Either way, the reason I don't really like Genshin Impact has nothing to do with whether or not it's pay to win. I just tried it, and I wasn't a huge fan of the combat. It felt very, like, generic to me. Ah. Dude, Magnetite Mirror doesn't fucking exist.
Honored, I'm sure. Very well then.
Okay, apparently I need to check the auction house for upgrades. I already have a good necklace. What are my rings? 308, 316, that's fine. It's like a slight upgrade, but not enough to really warrant. Petrus Quarry. I mean, I could buy that. That is cheap. I'd rather buy something that I can actually use. Fuck it. I mean, it's 100 gold, and that will, at the very least, let me get into heroics faster. The Cloak of Rich Anger. That'll be good. Are there any higher item level ones? Yeah, that's higher item level. 149 strength. Yeah, let's buy Cloak of War. And then, I guess, Helmet too. Fatal Vision, that's not super good. That's Intellect Plate. No shoulders. No chest. That's 300 item level. That's caster stuff. But I may as well check everything. 316. That's actually a pretty big upgrade. Rating crit. Yeah, I'll just take that. And then... That's expensive, but that's actually a heroic piece. A really good heroic piece at that. Why is that such high item level, actually? What the fuck? Holy hell. Yeah, honestly, you know what? I'm just gonna take that. For something that I'll be able to use, like, pretty well into raid. That's a really good slot. That's also 325. Yeah, that's good. Perfect. Okay. Morning Boometer. Good to see you. So I'm gonna equip this just so that it increases my item level in bags. And we'll equip that. Equip that. Need to do Synapse Springs again on gloves. And I think... Was that everything? No, Cloak as well. But I don't want to equip Cloak. I'll do it just so that at max level I can do it and it'll increase my item level for now. And I'll just put that there. Okay.
Would you like to purchase something?
Alright, so let's see. Synapse Springs and gloves, and I'll put that there. I should do... I'll have to put Flexweave Underlay on my cloak later on. Then what do I want? Tuskar. And... Brawn. Then my bracers have a yellow socket. I don't have any yellow gems on me, but if I go to gems... Usually orange gems are the best. Add up to Ember Topaz. No, that's Agi. Hurtful. Deadly. These are all Agi. I can't remember what the name of the one that I normally use is for yellow slots. But it's normally this. Ember Topaz. Fierce. Yeah, that one's good. I'll take it. Pretty cheap, too. Alright, bracers. Hey! Alright, nice. I think, yeah, we did find the problem. Of course, it was because I was low item level. I wish I had noticed that before we wasted our time queuing for 3 dungeons. I am an idiot. Alright. Oh, and Boomer, it is technically speaking, what do you call, like, the middle of the night? Would, like, 5 a.m. in the morning be good morning or good evening? Well, it definitely wouldn't be, like, good evening. It's past the evening. I guess it would technically be good morning. Because, like, also, well, good night would theoretically work. Good night is, like, usually used to say, like, you're going to bed. So, I guess, yeah, it technically is morning. So I guess good morning would work. But... we don't really have, like, a good evening, good morning expression that, like, specifically refers to demon hours. There are a few good pieces from this dungeon, though one of the best possible pieces from Halls of Origination is the bracers. And... oh, did we... they already flipped that lever? Okay. They did that quickly. Good riddance. Oh my god. Oh yeah, on normal I forgot. You can just insta-click it. It doesn't have a cast time. It's much easier. Am I a DK main in Cataclysm? Yes. Yeah, definitely in Cataclysm. In retail, I'm a tank. Well, I mean, generally speaking, across all versions of WoW, I am a tank main, first and foremost. I don't really, like, choose one particular class and then, like, ride or die on that class. In Cataclysm right now, it is Death Knight, though. But I would sooner play a different tank than I would a different spec on Death Knight, if that makes sense. And in retail, I am not a DK main. But I have played Blood DK. Like, in the most recent retail raid, Amirdrasil, I mained Blood DK. Oh, also, I actually... it's covered by the timer, but in chat, I'm getting reputation with factions from these dungeons. So despite the fact that I access these dungeons at level 84, I'm already able to get rep from them. So that's pretty cool. That should actually help me out quite a bit. Started a new character in the beta, now one of the side quest givers is not spawning. Oh boy. Yeah, admittedly, I haven't checked a lot of the side quests. So...
What? This isn't the control room. There's another entire defense mechanism in...
it's very possible that a lot of them are, not working properly.
Trogs. Why did it have to be trogs? Let me think a moment.
Oh my god. That guy got fucking deleted. Oh no. I mean, I don't know why he started blasting. We were clearly trying to round up the mobs. Oh shit, we're stunned. Come on. I'm starting to get parries, finally. Oh my god, I've lost a ton of expertise. No wonder. Okay, after this dungeon, I need to reforge my gear. Because holy hell. Yeah, I think a lot of the new gear pieces I got have low hit and expertise. Because before, I had, like, insane hit and expertise, but now... I was wondering why I felt like I was getting way more parries than normal. Let's see if we can get this. Did TK aggro the other one? He did. Okay, cool.
One more elemental to go. The door is almost open.
Nice. Well, that makes that room significantly easier than it normally is. It's not always that fast.
That's it. You've done it. The vault door is opening. Now we can. Oh no.
Mythic last boss boost is for 5 million gold. You wanted the Mount Druid form? Yeah. We were selling it for around that much. I hate to break it to you, but yeah, the time to buy it was like a few weeks ago before all raids are awakened. Because especially now, with Mythic Farok being only awakened, it's much harder to sell carries than it was prior to that. So a lot of guilds like mine just aren't even bothering until, aren't even bothering for the rest of the expansion. So less options, higher price, unfortunately. Yeah, by the end of the season, the price honestly didn't go down that much, but yeah, you're right, it was around 3 million. I think that's roughly what we were selling it for. Still pretty high, but... Ha ha ha! Ha ha! You're kidding me!
The control room is breached.
That's hilarious. I mean, these are still better, because this is heroic. Basically the heroic version of those bracers. Of course they fucking dropped, though. All things considered, 2,500 gold is not a lot. So. 200,000 gold, 2,500 gold for a pre-bis item,
Take a moment.
I'd say is worth it. And then we just go straight Raj. Especially on this difficulty, there's not much else I care to farm. Chest piece would have been slightly good, but... we're talking about Mythic Farok mount. That's what we're... and the sale cost of it. So yeah, buyers would pay it. I don't remember exactly how much we were selling for. All I know for sure is that I was making roughly 530k as part of my cut. So the amount that I was making per my guild's Mythic Farok sale was 530k. That was split amongst like 20 people-ish. Sometimes 21 if we had somebody on the bench, which, you know, we all agree that that's fair. Oh my god, that mob dropped 5 volatile fire. Sheesh. That's a lot. Okay. Ah, that's the wrong trinket. No. Unlucky. Right Eye of Raj would have been pretty good. This is not classic. No, we're talking about retail. Sorry. Apologies if that was confusing. Yeah, this is retail WoW that we're discussing. How could people afford 3 million per run? Well, obviously in retail gold, you know, the value is a lot different. There was something I was going to do before. What was I going to do? Aside from buying guild banners. I told myself I needed to do something. Reforge, yes. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Banner of Cooperation and Standard of Unity. It was like, I distinctly knew there was something that I told myself I was going to do, but I couldn't remember what it was. Thank you. Yes. 3 million on retail is not that much. I mean, it's still a lot, right? But in the grand scheme of things, yeah, it's affordable for people who, like, really, really seriously farm gold. How much crit and haste do I have? What should I prioritize getting rid of first? Like, I can spare a little bit there. My hit chance is probably the lowest thing out of all of them. Before I do that... Mastery hit... Mastery haste. Let's get a little bit of haste. Am I still missing? I'm actually fine on hit chance for now. Okay, so I need expertise. And definitely want to get rid of parry rating. Still need a lot more. I'll reforge off my expertise. Yeah, because I actually got rid of some of it. Because I had too much before. And then parry, expertise. This might be enough. No, I still need a little bit. Yeah, very, very tiny bit more. Let's... Do I have one of my rings? Let's take a little bit of mastery off. And go expertise, and this might just be enough. Yeah, for level 85 mobs. I still have, for 87, a slightly reduced chance. Is what it is. I'm gonna have a... Yeah, I'm gonna have, like, a slightly harder chance to hit boss mobs, but getting, like, a perfect hit and expertise chance against the bosses will be challenging. All that really matters is that all of my attacks against trash land. Because not being able to land all of those was really annoying. Reforging is really nice. It's awesome that I can just, like, walk over, press a few buttons, bam. Hit chance fixed. I missed a few messages earlier. Revenity said, just started tanking for the first time ever with Blood DK. You got overwhelmed with all the spells and rotations. Ah, fuck, we got Vortex again. Yeah, Blood DK in Cataclysm is definitely a little bit involved, but I would say once you really understand, like, the core fundamentals of the kit, it's not too bad. Like, so, here, just to make it easier, I'll walk through, I'll basically narrate every single thing that I'm doing. So, for starters, you'll notice that I'm often refreshing Horn of Winter and Bone Shield. So those are just two maintenance buffs that you have. They have, like, really good effects. So Horn of Winter, this has no cost. A lot of times, whenever you have downtime, like running from pack to pack, or you're like you have no real abilities that you can press because you're waiting on resources to come back. If Horn of Winter is up and you're not runic power capped, this just gives you free runic power. So it regenerates 10 runic power, and then it gives you a raid buff. Now, the raid buff lasts for 3 minutes, especially if you have your glyph. You obviously want to maintain 100% uptime on that, but because the ability is every 20 seconds, you're never really in danger of running out of Horn of Winter uptime, because you do want to weave it in every now and then to just get free runic power. It's just a, if I have nothing else to press, I might as well press this because it just gives me free shit button. It's not a lot of free shit, it's only 10 runic power, but free stuff is still free stuff. So, nothing to dislike there. Bone Shield, similarly, is a really nice debuff. It doesn't, or a really nice buff to have. It doesn't last super long because the charges get reduced when enemies hit you, but it starts off with 5 charges, and every single charge will reduce the damage that you take from incoming hits. And also with Glyph of Bone Shield, it increases your movement speed by 15%, which is pretty nice to have. And you get a slight damage increase while your Bone Shield persists. So a lot of times, it's nice to refresh your Bone Shield right before, like, or right after your co-tank taunts off. That way you have, like, the maximum charges for the maximum damage buff while your co-tank is tanking. And then later on in the fight, when you grab threat back, you'll have all charges to be able to do more damage. So it's only a slight damage buff. It's like 3%, but it all adds up. It's just nice to have. Then you'll see here on large AoE pulls, there's a few different things that I'm doing. So for 2 to 3 targets, you don't really need to spam Blood Boil or drop Death and Decay, but there was a lot of little guys there. And for really high targets, like 5+ targets roughly, Blood Boil and Death and Decay are really good. D&D does a ton of damage. You just toss it on the ground, and it just sits there and deals a shit ton of damage to anybody in that area. And Blood Boil doesn't do a ton of damage, but it will hit in like a really wide area, and it does damage like uncapped. It can hit an infinite number of targets. So if you're fighting like 10 little mobs like that, then mashing Blood Boil over and over is a lot of times better than hitting Heartstrike. Now, what you'll notice here, obviously the bosses are dying so fast, it's hard for me to, like, really narrate in time. But, okay, so we're running to the next thing, so what am I going to do? Bone Shield, Horn of Winter. And that way I get the speed boost as I run. It's nice. So, this pull, I'll kind of set up how I do it. Also, every now and then, Raise Dead, Summon Your Ghoul, that's also really free. So I'm going to do a big pull here. I'm going to Blood Boil early on to establish threat. And then I'm going to drag in these guys. Now, this mob here, I used Outbreak, and Outbreak applies my diseases to one target. And then, once I'm targeting that mob, I can press Pestilence, and Pestilence spreads all my diseases to nearby targets. And a lot of your abilities, like Blood Boil, like Heartstrike, the more diseases you have on the target, which caps out at 2, you only have 2 diseases, you have Blood Plague and Frost Fever, and Outbreak will apply both of them to a target completely for free. There's no cost for pressing Outbreak, it just has a small cooldown before you can use it again. And you kind of want to use Outbreak at the start of every single pull. So now, this mob has my diseases on it. That means all my abilities are hitting harder on it. And single target, Deathstrike and Heartstrike are going to be your hardest hitting spells, but you can't just press Deathstrike and Heartstrike as many times as you want. You're limited by your runes. So you also have runic power, and whenever you cap out on runic power, you want to press Rune Strike, which costs 30 runic power, which does a bit of extra damage. It doesn't really do that much damage, but it's better to make sure, like, the most important thing, and this applies to pretty much every single World of Warcraft spec out there, is you always want to be pressing something. Which is why, if you have nothing really to press, Horn of Winter is still good, because it's still doing something. And especially with runic power, you never want to be overcapping resources. That's another big thing. So a big pull here. I'm going to do Dancing Rune Weapon, which is my main cooldown. I'm going to Outbreak. Now all the mobs are grouped up. I'm going to Pestilence, spread all my diseases. There's a lot of mobs, so I'm using Blood Boil, and now I'm using Heartstrike. Heartstrike, especially when it's down to like 3 to 5 targets-ish, can be really good. And you can see there I did like around 20k damage. And if we look at my damage breakdown, Death and Decay on that large pull did a lot. Heartstrike did a lot. Blood Boil did a lot. That's most of it. Now, my Plagues didn't actually do a ton of damage overall, but keep in mind that those top damaging abilities that I'm doing are getting boosted. It does more damage if I have Plagues on my targets, which is the main reason why you want to do Outbreak into Pestilence. Because that's only one rune, but that one rune, unlucky positioning of the winds, that one rune will give you a bunch of free damage, and it'll boost the damage of your main spenders. So, I guess it's a lot to take in early on, but the actual, like, playstyle gets, like, pretty muscle memory once you're used to it. You start with Outbreak. If there's multiple targets, you spread your diseases. Then you spend your runes on single target, a mix of Deathstrike and Heartstrike. On AoE, a mix of Heartstrike and Blood Boil. Large pulls, you drop Death and Decay. So here we go, as I said before. Outbreak, Pestilence, Death and Decay. Now, because there's 4 targets, I'm going to be using Heartstrike here. Also, sometimes if Blood Boil lights up, that's a free proc. I forget the name of the ability. But there's some passive you have where another reason why you want to be using your diseases is when your diseases deal damage, they have a chance to make your next Blood Boil completely free. So you can just slam it. Even on single targets, sometimes that happens. And while Blood Boil doesn't do a lot of single target damage, if you're just pressing a button that's doing damage for free, then it's good. We love free damage. We love free damage that doesn't cost runes or runic power. So again, here we're going to spread our diseases. Blood Tap is another. This one's a little bit trickier to get or remember to use it. 99% of the time, though, when Blood Tap is off cooldown, you can just press it. This just refreshes one of your runes and makes it so you can spend it on whatever you want. So whenever Blood Tap's up, use Blood Tap, you get shit for free. Again, we love free shit. Because basically, if you could just spend, like, your entire rotation as a Blood DK, pressing Heartstrike and Deathstrike, you'd probably want to do that. But you are limited by resources. So Blood DK, ultimately, is trying to press its big damage buttons as much as possible, and the rest of its rotation is, how can we get more resources to press the big damage buttons as much as possible? To a certain extent, that kind of summarizes, like, you know, a lot of specs in this game. But that's Blood DK. And then, of course, that's damage-wise. Survivability-wise, when you take a shit ton of damage. So here, even though there's a lot of mobs, I'm taking a beating, so I'm pressing Deathstrike even on AoE, because Deathstrike keeps me alive. So, it's important. Also, for cooldowns, IBF just makes you take massively reduced damage. So, if you just think that you're about to take, like, a shit ton of damage from a bunch of different mobs, hit IBF. It's going to reduce it by a lot. If you're going to be taking, like, consistent throughput damage from, like, a big AoE pull or something like that, Vampiric Blood is a really good option, because Vampiric Blood gives you more health, so it gives you more time for your healer to keep you up, and Vampiric Blood increases the amount of healing you receive, so it also boosts your death strikes. And then if you're taking a shit ton of magic damage, then Anti-Magic Shell is, of course, a great option. Anti-Magic Shell being, like, an insanely good way to mitigate magic damage. Even in retail, it's still one of the best magic damage mitigation abilities. And it should also be noted that a very big part of Blood DK's damage will come during its Dancing Rune Weapon burst window, so I kind of skimmed over that, but this button is, like, ludicrously powerful. So at the start of a boss fight, for instance, you want to build up runic power, press Dancing Rune Weapon, and then just slam all of your big damage buttons, because Dancing Rune Weapon will, of course, replicate all of the damage that you deal. So I usually save a lot of my other things, like trinkets or things that give me stats. I hold off on using them for, like, the first 5 seconds of a pull, and then once my Dancing Rune Weapon is active, that's when I press that, because that's when I'm getting most of my value. Because then all my damage is effectively tripled. Vendy said, thank you, this really helped. I'm glad to hear it. Yeah. I love Blood DK, so. I mean, I love tanking in general, so I could talk about tanks for hours. I need to remember to use those banners. I keep forgetting. Nice. Lost City of the Tolvir has some good object, or good items that I could get. You're still sad that they never brought Reforging back for retail? I agree, yeah. Reforging's super nice. How many side quests did you do in your Rep Paladin when doing 70 to 80? Quite a few. So, basically, the campaign for War Within only gets you up to level 76. You need to do quite a lot of side quests. I meant to press Death and Decay there. You need to do quite a lot of side quests in order to reach max level. I'm still figuring out exactly what side quest route I want to go with. There's also some weird stuff, potentially, where you could unlock adventure mode on your first character early on, which is... that could potentially end up having some weird consequences in terms of how you, Ooh. I got stunned and then took a shit ton of damage really quickly. But see, that's the power of Deathstrike. Another small little thing in Blood TK that didn't come up earlier is one of your talents. So Blood Tap or Rune Tap here. Rune Tap is honestly kind of a shit ability right now. It gets better in Mop Classic because in Mop it turns into a damage, like active mitigation ability, which is really nice. But right now, Rune Tap is really bad. Basically, you're spending a rune to just heal for 10% of your health. The return is terrible. However, there is a talent that you have called Will of the Necropolis, and Will of the Necropolis makes it so whenever you drop below 30% health, your rune tap becomes completely free. And as I said before, we love free shit. So, especially when you're dropping low, getting just a nice little burst of free healing can be really helpful. So there are some people, like I can show my talents in a second. Don't mean to press that. There's some people who put 3 out of 3 points in Will of the Necropolis, and I don't think that's correct. Just because the... Ooh. 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 Okay. Alright. Those are some juicy boots. Oh, there's no water. They still haven't fixed the water? Huh. Alright. That's some pretty sweet boots. Is that gonna fuck my hit and expertise? Yeah, that kind of fucks my expertise. I can fix it later. Also, another thing that Dancing Rune Weapon replicates is your Outbreak diseases, so you get 3 times the diseases on your target. It doesn't boost your damage by 3 times. It still only counts as having the 2 diseases, but it's just a lot of bonus damage, so... that can be really nice. But yeah, so for talents, I run at least 1 point in Will of the Necropolis because having like an extra 8%, like the only thing that you get for 1 more point in that is 8% additional DR for 8 seconds after your health drops really low. Which, like, it's not a bad thing to have, and some people think it's, like, really good. But, I mean, you shouldn't be dying no matter what. Like, I've tanked all the content without having to deal with that, and a lot of times, if my health drops really low, I'm just going to slam Deathstrike and immediately rocket back to full health anyways. And I still get 8% DR, which isn't nothing. The main reason to put 1 point into Will of the Necropolis is that free Rune Tap proc, which is just really nice. It can only occur once every 30 seconds, but there aren't too many situations where you're going to be zigzagging all the way down to like sub 30% nonstop. It can happen, but not that often. Okay, we can do a really big pull in this next room. Oh, I got feared? Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Oh, no. That's why I... That is actually the exact reason, though, why whenever I do this big pull, I always do it with Army of the Dead. Army of the Dead there being another really, 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 really good cooldown ability. Now, Army of the Dead has a 10-minute CD, so you can't use this thing very often, and it's relatively expensive. But for situations like that, where I just did like an insane pull on a pack where those Neferset Darkcasters will crowd control the tank a ton, having all of those extra ghouls active to tank mobs for you while you're crowd controlled is really good. So, it doesn't always target you. It can hex other players, but if the tank gets hexed there and you aren't using Army of the Dead, it can be really spooky. If you single pull those packs, it's not too bad, but if you do the double pull like that, I've wiped there a few different times for healers that were unprepared for it. There's a few mobs I can loot. Oh, snap? Okay. Alright. That's, yeah, that's a minor upgrade. It's not insane, all things considered, but an upgrade is an upgrade. My loot RNG this run has been actually wild. GTFO is gonna blast my ears. Let's do that. Oh yeah, he's immune during this phase. Sure.
Is only the beginning.
Let's do Bold Inferno. And... yeah, I'll have to edit my hit and crit after again. He's gonna get... yeah, his debuff takes a second to activate. Do you think it's going to be smart to do the first zone in its entirety and then rush campaign? Exact opposite. Completely ignore first zone. Because think about it this way. You want to get ahead of the pack. You want to make sure that you are doing quests with zero competition on launch. So the absolute last thing that you want to do is stay around in Isle of Dorn for too long. You're going to have to rush the campaign at some point, but you want to make sure that you're doing side quests in the later zones, not the early ones. Hollowfall has a lot of really good side quest chains, so right now, I still need to do further testing, but I am estimating at the moment that I'm going to get most of my side quest XP from Hollowfall. And that's the problem, because, like, Isle of Dorn actually has a few good side quest chains, but you just can't really stick around there, because, you know, you don't want to fall behind the pack. What the fuck? Why did TK just said in party chat, completely unprompted with zero context, to a guy like me, Crazy Frog is normal? What the fuck? Oh my god. I can reforge off some of that dodge. Can kill second cap, please? Oh, there is a quest to do the second captain. Right. Yeah, where's the second Oathsworn captain? Oh shit, okay. Here we go. In fact, actually, hold on, let me scroll up. I'm gonna screenshot that for later. You know if you can learn professions at 70? In Dragonflight, you can learn your professions at 60 and use it to level multiple alts with the knowledge quests across the season. I'm pretty sure you can. Yeah. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to. I haven't, like, explicitly tested it, but... Remind me another time and I'll check it out. Just to make sure. I'm also not sure if there's any, like, first craft bonuses for War Within crafting. Yeah, it's none of the stuff that I can use. Ramkahen front boots. Now, that I actually can use, but that's worse than the boots that dropped off the first boss, so... We'll take it, just for thunder value. Yeah, I still need a little bit of expertise. What did I get? I got this thing. Let's reforge some crit into more expertise. And... it should be fine. But I do need more hit. Actually... yeah, okay, that's good. Is there anything I haven't reforged? I guess I haven't reforged this. Haste, crits. Let's reforge off some crit into hit. And that is... yep, perfect. Also gotta fix my transmog. What else? I think that's everything. Obviously, I still have helmet hidden. If so, it'd be nice because you'll just speed level one character to use on the first week and focus on crafting on the rest of your alts. Yeah. Or specific queuing for Grim Atoll. I guess, yeah, because I need the quest there. That works. I can also head to Deepholm and turn in the Stonecore quest. Because we did that one before. I'm also going to use Therazane Tabard for a bit, because I really want to get Revered ASAP. And... yeah, I don't think you get the Temple of Earth portal until the end of the questline, so I'll have to do that later. Rallying the Earthen Ring. Oh man, I'm almost out of coffee. I guess at this point I'll probably just wait until I finish and reach level 85, and then I'll make more coffee before we get to work on gearing. Grimbatol. Alright, Grimbatol has a few good things. There's a ring that would be pretty good. Upgrade over that. What else? Obviously, Wild Hammer is good, but Wild Hammer is like identical to the, at least the normal version, is the same as the Crucible of Carnage weapon, so I don't need that. So I guess if we are specific queuing, then technically we can just pick the same dungeon over and over. And it doesn't really matter. You know, one thing that is a shame is, like, technically, I still have my Zinrock on my other Blood DK, but obviously I can't access that. That would have made this a little bit easier, being able to get that for free, but... Now, ideally, the best way to do the Grimbatol strafing run is you get all the mobs to really low health, but you don't kill them. That way you can still one-tap them and get Tabard rep from it. So we deliberately want to leave them at low health. My other account was initially permabanned, anti-lol. Blizzard has, like, kind of basically said, we've reduced it to a 6-month ban, fuck off. But of course, you know, I'm not going to accept that because I know I'm innocent, so... That's also a standard response that they give. Basically, if you pester them enough, they'll just reduce it to a 6-month. But the entire point is they want people to be like, ah, good enough, I guess I'll give up now. But, you know. I will accept nothing less than being fully cleared of all charges because, well, I'm fucking innocent. So. Okay, we try to kill as many Trogs as I possibly can for the quest. Oh, 29 out of 30! Yes, 30 out of 30! Okay. Easy fucking peasy. It's not often that I get that quest done on the first try. Okay, I want to leave the mobs alive for rep. I think we actually did a really good job at leaving them at, like, 1-tap range. For the most part. Very few dead mobs here. That's wild? You mean at least it's a silver lining, but you hope it gets sorted sooner rather than later? Yeah. I agree. Like, it is, admittedly... It is nice to know at least that is one thing off my mind, because, yeah, a permaban is, of course, absolutely terrifying. So, at the very least, I do take a very small comfort in the fact that if Blizzard continues to fuck me over, at the very least, my entire account is not gone. But, again, it is a small comfort because I don't want to be accused of cheating when I haven't cheated. Also, I'm going to kill these mobs for rep because, like, I want Therazane rep. But it is at least nice to know that, like, at least now, the worst case scenario is that Blizzard just refuses to do their job and I get my account back in, like, 6 months. Instead of Blizzard refuses to do their job and I never get my account back or my characters back. Which, that would obviously be disastrous. But we still need to get them to do their job. And they reduced it to 6 months with good behavior. Thankfully, good behavior is not part of it. If good behavior was a part of it, I don't know if they would reduce it to 6 months. Although, I will say, credit to myself. You know, I know you guys listen to the way that I talk on stream and stuff like that. And of course, I'm going to give my harshest opinions here. But I am very, very nice and polite to the Blizzard people who respond to my tickets. I do not berate them or anything like that, because that would not accomplish anything. Good old General Umbrus. He's under house arrest with an ankle bracelet. He can't leave Orgrimmar without triggering the device. Yeah, if I try to leave Orgrimmar, I get a pop-up that says, "This is not your time," and then it snaps me back. Forever punished for, fuck me. For escaping Mock Remix. Okay, nice. Throngus is gonna be right around this area. And pull him with the other mobs. Okay, this is tough. Nice. Yeah, Throngus needs to jump away. This is the kite phase. If I had IBF up, I would face tank the hits, but without IBF, it's gonna be rough to eat those. You'll probably face tank a few hits with Vamp Blood at this stage. And let's just throw out Bone Shield and make it a little bit easier. Nice. That's an upgrade, right? Yeah, that's a big one. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Oh. Easy. I didn't have that one, apparently. Or maybe it's character specific and I already got it. Yeah, holy shit, my fucking loot RNG this leveling run is actually ridiculous. Wow. It just keeps getting better. Wow. I need to add a socket to it at some point. But for now, I should have the materials in my bags to add nitro boosts. Hold on, let me make sure. Nitro boosts. There we go. Try to do a double pull. Oh, perfect. They pulled it for me. Unfortunately, I'm like completely out of resources. Oh my god. Okay, Oh, that was cool. That was like such an unnecessary flex, but it felt really fucking cool to do. Yeah, we actually had really good damage spread from the Drakes in this run. Pretty much all the mobs are up and at low HP, so that's maximum Therazane rep gotten from this. Love it. These ones too? Oh, that's perfect. Does the Thunder Spirit count for rep? Yep, that counts for Therazane rep too. Okay.
Dragon, you will do as I command. Catch me! If they do not kill you, I will do it myself!
I'll wait for Taunter now. Ah, one of the fucking mobs disarmed me. Pain. Pain, pain, pain. Nice. See, were these mobs damaged at all? Not by much. Alright. Then if I time this right... Oh, yes! Thread the needle! Okay. Man, I love Nitro Boost so much. That was so fucking perfect. I can probably pull the ads with the boss, I would imagine. Let's... Is this in range? Yeah, that's in range of Pestilence. MS. Ow. Now, you can't Death Grip the Faceless Corruptors. Now we're gonna get ads. I don't think that we can out DPS's ads. Or I think it's a singular ad on normal, yeah. Try, at the very least we can cleave. Oh, it's going the other way. Well, actually... Okay, yeah, we can just DPS it. Oh, of course Wild Hammer drops. Of fucking course it drops. I mean... It actually has... I'll fucking take it, but... I think I'd actually rather have this weapon. Oh my god, I forgot to turn in the quests. Okay. That's fine, I can do that later. Fuck. Let's see, Therazane... What's this? Ah, shit. Need that. Do you want to just force queue for the 3? Or, let me see. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need that. I'll keep Wild Hammer just in case, but I'm pretty sure I won't need it. Okay, what do I need the most? Halls of Origination. Just, yeah, it's set to Death Knight. Necklace would be a very slight upgrade, but the stats are meh. Don't really want to do that boss. Rafit. We would be doing Raj anyway. Fingers of Light is good. My gloves are solid right out of Raj. And also, I don't, like, so out of all the dungeons that we could do at this level, which would be what? Lost City? Heart of Solace would be really big. I already have a belt. A ring would be good. I don't need a one-handed sword. There's 2 possible rings. And I think I already have a cloak ready, right? Yeah, that 333 cloak. And then Grimbatol has a good ring. There is trinket that I don't need. And shoulders would be good. Ring. Okay, yeah, I just don't need... There's like 1 or 2 things I could maybe use from Halls, but I hate Halls, and it's not really that good, so... The boss sucks in Mythic Plus. It's super big and it obscures all the tiny AoEs. Wait, so the visuals are still dog water? Man. That's kind of disappointing, but I don't really know what I would expect from Blizzard. Belts, buck. That's unfortunate, yeah. Okay, Lost City's good. And... there we go. Oh, we actually, yeah, because of that quest, you need to actually kill them on the dragon to get credit for that, so... Technically, it wouldn't even hurt doing Grimbatol again, because I didn't get credit for one of the quests. Alright. You shall go no further! Main thing that I need from this dungeon is definitely Heart of Solace. I'd rather get a Heroic Heart of Solace, but even a normal one would be huge. I pretty much wouldn't need to replace that unless I got like another better trinket from Heroic Dungeons, which would be either Heroic Might of the Ocean, Magnetite Mirror, or, well, another Heroic Heart of Solace. Wow. Obviously, I don't need it, but it's insane how much plate is dropping. Whiffed. Yeah, fucking take it, laughing at me. I think it looks like Nike failed the jump twice. Unlucky. One question in between as you get into that range, is dungeon spam faster from 15 to 80 in Classic than questing when tank spec'd? I'm still, like, I'm working on a rough leveling route. The problem is, like, War Within stuff has kind of really halted my ability to work on Cata leveling stuff. I'm gonna get back to working on Cataclysm leveling probably, like, late September, once Nurubar Palace kind of settles down, and I no longer need to do, like, a shit ton of grinding and whatnot. Dungeon spamming early on is very bad, though. Dungeon spamming from 48 to 58 is definitely the fastest way to level, and mostly doing dungeons through TBC is also the fastest way to level. TBC quests are not that good. I haven't managed to do the final part of my, like, speedrun for the Prot Warrior, because that's on my main account, which has been falsely banned, so if Blizzard doesn't fix that, that's gonna really suck, because then I just won't be able to finish that run. But that is for Wrath, and... oh man. No Heart of Solace. And I suspect that it'll mostly be dungeon spamming, but at low levels, actually you just do the retail questing route. So up until like level 40-ish, all of the zones that are good in retail from like Cata revamp zones, you just do those in Cataclysm. And they're really good. So Horde does like Silverpine Hillsrad, Alliance does Elwyn Forest into Redridge, into Duskwood, etc. Lochmodan. Lochmodan is in a little bit of a weird spot because it's actually a fairly low-level zone in Cataclysm, so a lot of times you're not going to be able to do that. It is still good, but you kind of need to pick between that or like Redridge, and Redridge will usually last a little bit longer. So that's the only awkward thing for Alliance. I haven't actually started doing my Alliance test runs yet, so I'm not 1000% sure on what will be fastest. I still need to test it and like put my theories into practice. But for Horde, we did Silverpine into Hillsbrad into Western and Eastern Plaguelands, and that felt pretty good. But kind of like from level 40 onwards, you want to do some dungeons, and then 48 to 58, it's like pure dungeon spam. The end of like the Cataclysm Classic revamp zones with the current scaling are really not that great. Let's try to do this without Army of the Dead. So this is the one that had my diseases. So we're going to do this. Yeah, as long as it doesn't hex me, we're kind of fine. Yeah, not getting Heart of Solace definitely kind of sucks, but what can you do? What can you do? This just means that I'm going to get it on Heroic. Actually, like, getting pretty close to level 85. I definitely think it won't end up being under 8 hours, which would have been crazy even if it was, but under 9 hours, I will definitely take, considering my fastest run was... My fastest run was barely sub 10 during my tests on the beta for, like, solo questing. Now, of course, I do have help for this, but that's still a pretty big step up. And also, the nice thing is, if it ends up being, I hate GTFO spam here. If it ends up being around 8 hours, I could probably upload that onto YouTube just in one sitting without the playback giving me, like, or like the processing giving me any issues. Nice! That is one big piece. So, we're good there. That would be... Which one am I dropping? 308 one. I might be able to just go straight into Heroics at max level. I forget what the requirement is, but... I'm already 324 item level. So... Is that the sequel for One Piece, One Big Piece? God. Yeah, if any... Does anybody happen to know off the top of their head what the requirement for Cata Heroics is? It's been a little while since I've had to check, so I don't quite remember. I'm just wondering if I'll be able to jump straight into them the moment I hit max level, because my gear right now is, like, kind of fucking crazy. I'm pretty sure it's ballpark, like... I want to say it's either 330 or, like, 325. Around there. I don't think you need full 333. I think that would be a lot. What's my hit and expertise at now? Hit chance is good. Expertise is, like, not perfect, but we're close enough. I need to fly to Grimbatol just in case. Just in case it's Lost City again. It is Lost City, okay. That's fine, though. Wonder how many more dungeons it'll take. So I'm wondering if it may not just be a better idea to quest at this point with how much gear I've gotten. It's like, there's very little that I can realistically get. This is really good for rep farming, though, admittedly. So, can't hurt. I guess it's either I do this to farm, like, more Therazane rep, or I do, like, Twilight Highlands to unlock Wildhammer. Which, you know, I'll have to do that at some point anyway, but I'm also gonna have to do this eventually. If I get Heart of Solace, then I suppose my decision is made for me. Because then I just won't really need much more. But... You looked it up and Firelands arrives around October? Yeah. Ballpark, that's when we should get it. You hope you have the heavy gearing phase done in retail to get both balanced? I would hope so, yeah, because, I mean, the raid comes out early September. By the end of September, I think most of the immediate gearing things, like the rush, will be done. Fingers crossed. Heart of Solace. Come on. The loot table says it exists, though I have yet to see it drop ever. Everybody has that one piece that eludes them. I mean, there's very little else that I need. If I get Heart of Solace, then I'm pretty sure that I'm ready to queue for dungeons, because that would be a big upgrade over one of my lowest slots. So what is my lowest at this point? I guess Shoulders? Shoulders and Trinket. Because my heirlooms, at least some of them I have things to cover. I have another 333 Trinket that covers one of them. So that would more be a replacement, item level-wise, for Leaden Despair. Yeah, chest piece and shoulders are pretty low, too. Team got left behind? Yeah. I'm guessing some of them failed the jump a few times. It happens. Now, there is a warrior in this group, so theoretically, if Heart of Solace drops, I may have competition. Come on, game. Come on, game. Please. That's not Heart of Solace. Yucky. Alright. Grimbatol definitely has one or two things. What do the Grimbatol quests give? I actually never checked that. Because it's possible that one of the quest rewards just gives me something better. Oh my god. The chain CC. That pull is so annoying sometimes. Alright. Nothing off that, and... Ah, plate chest piece, okay. So, one of the Grimbatol quests gives me a chest. That actually will be a pretty big upgrade. That's one of my lowest slots. And then, I'm pretty sure I have, like... Yeah, I have a shitload of Justice points. So... I can also just spend those, and, yeah, we'll be good. So I should be able to hop straight into Heroics. I know, obviously, TK, one of my guildies, just had to go to bed, and Nike said that after I hit 85, he's gonna go to bed. So... but they're both able to help with dungeons tomorrow. So I think after I hit 85 on this stream, I could get, like, some early gear. Because, like, I can still do early heroics. And then that way, for, like... I could get to a point where I'm ready to enter Zul'Gurub and Zul'Aman. And then I can get their help with that. And then I should be able to get a ton of gear from Zul'Gurub and Zul'Aman. Honestly, this ended up being so fast that I think I'm just going to focus on this tomorrow, just to get it done, over with, and probably not going to do the YouTube stream that I had, like, been planning. Which, admittedly, is why I didn't do a YouTube post or anything announcing it, because I was kind of not sure if I was going to do it. I'm going to stream either way, it's just whether I do a Twitch stream with more of this stuff, or a YouTube stream with, like, the 10 to 70 leveling, but the 10 to 70 leveling I can do anytime. We still have a few weeks to do that testing, and this stuff I need to get done ASAP so that I can raid with my guild again. Trying to think of what else. I guess another thing that I can do in the meantime is definitely, like, generic questing. But that I'll probably do off-stream, because that it's pretty mindless. Right? After 85, at least. And... I would imagine, I think questing is usually going to be a better way to get rep. Though, it's tough to say, because on one hand, while quests probably give more bang for your buck in terms of rep for the time that you invest, at the same time, if I am getting, like, good gear from heroics, then that's probably just better. So then I'm killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And I'm getting Valor, so yeah. That's revered with Therazane, nice. So I already have the shitty Therazane enchants, but I still need to get Exalted for the good enchants from Therazane. But getting revered out of the way, that's good. And there's still multiple quests in Deep Home that I need to finish. And since I'm already at, like, the very end of Deep Home with all, like, the really good quests, I'll finish that up at some point. Just because that's just a bunch of really easy free rep. And I know there's a lot of really good quests at the end of Hyjal, so I'll probably do that. But I think for, like, Wildhammer Dwarves, for instance, I'm not going to really bother doing the entire campaign, because that one I could probably just easily grind out with dungeon spam. I just wouldn't really be worth my time to any more than that. Oh, I was about to be a perfect bounce, and then he bounced me away at the last second. I don't think there's anything on this boss that I could use. Another thing that I could always do to enter heroics is I could buy, like, a cloth item that's super cheap, or something like that, because it still counts for bag item level. So leave instance group. What else does... Yeah, technically that ring would be a slight upgrade. Nothing crazy. That would be fine. Yeah, I guess just slamming Lost City for Heart of Solace is probably my best bet. I think I could also justify just, even if I don't get Heart of Solace on this next one, it might just be better for me to do the unlock stuff for Twilight Highlands regardless, because that's an 84 quest. I'd get good XP, and that I 100% need to do at some point. Same with the unlock quests for like Old Doom and whatnot. Ramkahen has a few options. What I'll need to look into is which Valor things I can get instead of rep rewards. Like, I really don't need Wildhammer Dwarves that much, because the best rep reward is boots, but because TK gave me the level 85 boots for free... Oh, actually, I didn't even think of that. Because he gave me these, that's actually going to almost guarantee that I get into Heroics immediately. So yeah, I won't need to worry about any of that stuff. So the only thing that I need from Wildhammer is actually just Revered for my shoulder enchant. And then as long as I have that, like, I think it's just the Wildhammer boots that are good. Because Mount Hygel is Cloak Belt. It's Belt of the Frostwolf Hero and the Tortolan Guardian's Cloak. Ramkahen is Necklace. And I want to say that Wildhammer is just boots. Yep, there we go. So that's all stats. I'll need to replace that. Then that we just vendor value. That's okay. Honored with the Earthen Ring. Yeah. And then anything else I'm missing I can just grab with Justice points. That should be fine. That's...
Watch your back.
How's my hit and expertise looking like? Hit's fine, expertise is, yeah, pretty reasonable. I think we're good on that. Super stats for chest. Stats on that are kind of yucky. Dodge parry is like, oof. Don't love it, but I can make do with it for now. I keep forgetting that I have these banners, but I should probably start using them. Right. Yeah, because we double dip, pretty good trash pull, and then the banner should still be up when the boss dies, so I get... Does it boost my rep too? Yeah, it gives me 1 extra rep, so that's definitely worth doing from the tabard. I'm getting 12 instead of 11 per mob kill. Let's see how much the boss gives with the banner. Still in range of it, yeah. Range should be relatively forgiving, as long as I don't run too far away. Yeah, that's 181 rep. It's a nice little boost. I just made the jump. Should also... should be tracking Therazane. So I know. I think I'm getting a bunch of free Ramkahen rep from this too. I'm trying to explain to this DPS who's complaining about the fact that we did the skip that it is just faster for him for us to do this. He's just like, I don't know, some classic players are just fucking brain dead, man. Also, no Heart of Solace Womp. Yeah, I think at this point, after this dungeon, I probably will just do quests. Because we're almost there anyway. And I should get there just by doing the Twilight Highlands intro stuff. Just unlock Wildhammer Dwarves, pretty much. That way I can buy the tabard, and... this pull, I will focus a little bit. But my trash XP classic retail player with their skips. Yeah. At least, the one nice thing is if they do try to vote kick me, I have one guilty here to help me out. So, I mean... It seems like he's the only one here who actually wanted to do that. Everybody else was also trying to explain to him why it's faster. And then he was like, well, you have your views, I have mine. It's like, okay, like, sure. Oh. This guy looted the jewel crafting quest. Oh yeah, that's a good spot for a banner. Where's the stupid phoenix thingy? There we go.
Is only the beginning.
Alright. What the... My camera freaked out there for a second. What? Yeah, where am I? I'm on the opposite side of the platform. I've never seen that. Like, yoinked me all the way over to the opposite end. It's very strange. Well, I was worried that was gonna knock me off. I think we're good, though. I am getting bounced dangerously close to the edge.
How generous.
The consequences of your skips, yeah, it's the game punishing me.
What can I do? Safe travel.
I'll have to check the prices on those afterwards. Okay, where do I start? Let's just pick up the Hero's Call. Yeah, so Hero's Call Twilight Highlands, because before you actually go to Twilight Highlands, you have to do a bunch of quests in Stormwind. I'm just gonna refresh food buff. Yeah, Twilight Highlands intro should definitely get me 4.5 bars. Not like just the Stormwind quests, but getting up to the point where I unlock Wildhammer Dwarves, this should definitely be enough. And I'll grab the,
Reward my friends, but let my enemies beware. Never again will our kingdom be deceived.
do that. And then I'm gonna go over and grab the Oldham intro stuff, because might as well do it while I'm here. And
What can I do for you?
learn archaeology while I'm at it.
How are you? Safe travels. Have a good one. See you later.
And then, okay, yeah, the next one is... Hero's Call, Thistle Shrub. Okay. So... Oh, fuck. Next objective is in there.
I hope you are enjoying your stay in Stormwind.
I am very, but I am also in a rush.
Okay.
Hey there. Safe travels.
I'll keep that in case it forces me to talk to Variant. Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff down at the docks. I've only done this, like, once or twice for my Alliance test runs, but these quests are, like, a little bit annoying. I wonder what I'll buy with Justice points. I know there's a good relic, a 346 one, that you can get with Justice points, but at the same time, I have a decent starting relic here. And with how much catch-up valor is available now, I feel like I may as well just want to buy my Bis Valor relic, because that's literally, like, you never replace it. Peasant problems. Okay. It is nice that I can interact with the NPCs while mounted. It's going to save me a little bit of time. So yeah, I can do that. I get to pretend that I actually have Druid Flight form for a short period of time. Kill. What? There we go. I guess I clicked off a little bit too fast. Parts. Just need the dock workers. And is that all of them?
Keep your eyes open for anything.
Oh, that's Vashir. Yeah, and that's the Vashir quest. I'm not sure what to believe. Yeah, it says the turn-in's there, but it's very clearly not there.
Aye.
Um,
Keep your powder dry and your ale cold.
I'm glad you're here.
okay, yeah, it's over there. What I think is really interesting about this questline is this is one of the few Cataclysm questlines that I think is completely gone from retail. Because most of it is still intact. And on the Horde side of things, the entire Twilight Highlands introduction is, it's working. You actually don't need to follow the trail of gore, but... But all of these quests are just completely gone in retail WoW. Which kind of makes sense considering it's really difficult with how much Stormwind has changed over the years to make this accurate, because this entire section has obviously been completely revamped because of like the Chromie Time area and the Embassy, etc. I don't remember exactly when they changed this section. Because I know the Embassy got added in BFA. And obviously Chromie got added recently. And while the docks haven't changed a ton, the entire, like, destroyed section where, like, the next few quests take place, that has been completely revamped. So all of those quests don't work anymore. And I guess another thing is, like, with Varian Dead, I feel like I did that quest faster than normal. So where's he's holding out on us? It's over there. It would be kind of weird. They technically could still have, like, an instanced version of Varian. But, you know, with Varian Dead, that kind of makes the entire intro awkward. So I guess Blizzard probably just decided that instead of completely revamping this questline to fit within the confines of New Stormwind, they just scrapped it. But because I never played Alliance before, I never even knew that this questline was a thing in the first place. So I remember being very confused when I did this for my testing runs in Cataclysm Classic, because I'm like, I never remember messing around with this because it took me many years to actually get to a point where I started actively playing Ally. That wasn't until like BFA. And I'm guessing that it was in Legion when they changed it, which would make sense. Shaw. Yeah, so that's where you go over there. Because I'm pretty sure the final nail in the coffin, like, even with some of the changes they made to this section here, it would probably still work. But the complete revamping of the park, I think, makes a lot of this impossible to do. Because this area isn't used at all, but when they turned this into, like, the Varian Memorial, this entire section had to go, and I don't really think there's anywhere else that they could put these mobs. So I'm gonna guess that Legion is when this questline was gutted. But it would be interesting to have it, like, outright confirmed. There's probably more mobs on the top floor. I guess these ones. And the NPC was literally just here. Or no. Okay, it's one floor down. They look so similar. For a second, I thought the other Death Knight that's, like, around this area got here first.
Hello, see you
around. Yeah, so this is the one where you go in and defuse the bomb. I hit a little lamppost. I think, yeah, it's at this point where I can just run past. The bishop moves diagonally. That's good. Stupid fucking Cataclysm Blizzard humor. See, I know a lot of people hate that. The silly, like, the fact that this entire quest is, like, you know, the NPC that you talked to before is Jack Bowden, and it's just kind of, like, parodying 24, but there's something nice about it. I like that the quests are goofy and they don't take themselves too seriously. My biggest issue with the retail writing is that they just think they're telling a masterpiece when it's just fucking children's theater. And that just makes it absolutely insufferable to play through. Because every character just talks, like, non-fucking stop. And they act like the stuff they're saying actually matters when it doesn't. I'd take little TV show references that at least make me chuckle over that any day. Villain unmasked. Did I... Oh, Major Samuelson.
You need something?
Why the fuck? The mob is just chasing a random guard. Alright, there we go. Ooh. Okay, this is slightly less gold, but at least this will help me hit item level checks. On the off chance that I can't find a better pair of shoulders. So, it's a super minuscule gold difference. Because what's my bag item level now? It still says 324, but I'm pretty sure that's not the case. If I were to actually equip everything, I think it is higher. I didn't have any better shoulders, right? So, it was 324 before I got those shoulders. And those shoulders are, like, significantly better. So while I'm here, expertise could be a little bit better. Hit chance is fine. Let me just reforge dodge rating onto expertise. And yeah, it's a little bit better. Alright, now we actually get to Twilight Highlands, and one of the nice things is, on my other Death Knight, on my main account, I actually never unlocked the, I never unlocked the portal to Twilight Highlands, because this was, like, required. You had to do all of these quest lines, and even though I did the entirety of Twilight Highlands on my original Death Knight, when it was a Blood Elf, I did it on Horde. And it turns out that doing Twilight Highlands on Horde doesn't automatically unlock it on Alliance. You have to do the entire questline again. And I just could not be fucking bothered to go through all of that and do those quests just to unlock the portal. So, this way I won't have to get summoned to Bastion of Twilight every single week. And I mean, technically speaking, I always could have flown there myself, but, you know, too lazy to do that. I think, there's like one other portal that I didn't get. I think it was Vashtir that didn't carry over, because I think the quest lines are slightly different. Can I... Okay, you can't skip this cutscene. Also, real quick. Closing my door just because you probably can't hear it, but I can definitely hear my cat has woken up and he is meowing very loudly. Probably won't pick up the mic, but can't hurt to be safe. Right, for this... Oh, hey, that's the person that... Hey, that was the guy in Lost City of the Tolvir. That was the person who was complaining that we did the skips. And, but my DPS queues, you know, I want the mob kill XP. That's actually kind of crazy that I just ran into them out in the wild. I'm pretty sure that's them. They have, like, the exact same name. Otherwise, it's a massive coincidence. I can't remember, were they... I think it's too much to scroll up. Yeah, it's way too much. I could check, Siamat. Yeah! Yeah, it's definitely them. That's wild. What quest is this? Welcome to High Bank. It's all the way at the bottom. I think, yeah, so this one's just kill 5 bombs, so... And... Oh, I should have killed those bombs. That would have been even easier. I guess it looks like, yeah, the Bilgewater NPCs The Gob Squad probably wouldn't count, though, so I don't know if I'd want to fight them, but maybe that would have been better. Alright. Cannon powder. It feels weird that it's only one quest at a time, though. So let's go ahead. And let's grab all this stuff. And one more. Where is it? Cool. One over here.
What now then?
Oh yeah, this one's super RNG because you have to wait for the Zeppelin flying around to line up in the right spot. So it's a good time to clear up my bags a little bit. Huh. Where are the vendor NPCs? There. Oh, it automatically drops you in the cannon. I think I plant the explosives here. I get credit still, right? Yeah. Alright. Oh, there we go. I think I go upstairs. Yep.
We must unite the Wildhammer clan.
And... how long has the last level been? I mean, I did say before, did I not, that the last level alone is almost as long as the other 4 combined. That's just how it is. But I think we hit level 84 around the 5-hour mark, right? So it's been 3 hours? Then I need to kill a bunch of mobs here. Shit. Remember, it took like the same amount of time from 82 to 84? Yeah, ballpark. I mean, it was 30 minutes from 80 to 81, but I also had a bit of rested experience. Not a ton, but a tiny bit. Let's find another clump of Marines. Yeah. Do I have to kill the shredders to get those parts? Looks like it. The one thing that's a little bit annoying is the Alliance take way longer to unlock Wildhammer than Horde unlocks Dragon Maw. Horde gets Dragon Maw, like, pretty fucking fast. The moment you do the intro stuff and you unlock your flight path, you can already go there. Now, I wonder if, like, technically speaking, if I were to just fly to the Wildhammer place right now, if I could access the Tabard. Because technically, that's all I need. I'm not going to farm any of this rep by doing the quests, because Twilight Highlands quests can suck my dick. They are so bad. Can I salvage them for that? I was wondering if it would be like... This quest sucks, though, so I'm not going to do it. Alliance definitely gets shafted in Twilight Highlands compared to Horde. The only downside to Horde is they have the super long Zeppelin thing. But it's not that bad. That's not better than what I have. And... I'll just do... Disabilities said hype, or a hype emote. Is this the breadcrumb that leads me there? I think this breadcrumb leads me into the next area. The Wildhammer spot. What? So I have to, like... It is weird that I killed 2 shredders and I didn't get anything. Yeah, okay, I guess it is just a low drop chance. Yeah. Well, if it's gonna make me run around this forest anyway, then I may as well. If I could get sub 830, that would be pretty cool. But, I don't know. 1 bar, 8 minutes? It's not impossible. You'd have to really go, though. Okay. That's an annoying drop chance. I figure since I already have 3 out of 5, this should be worth doing. But if I just keep getting shafted on the drops. Alright, only 1 more. Let's find an area with 2 shredders close together. This is good enough. Yeah. Hopefully one of them will drop it. Nice. Alright. How much XP does this give? Yeah, that's probably worth it. I remember this quest doesn't take a super long time to do, so... And yeah, keep in mind, because we're about to ding 85, so the stream isn't going to end when I hit 85. I'm probably going to take like a 5-minute break after hitting max level just to go make food and coffee. Because I ran out of coffee like 2 hours ago. And obviously I haven't had anything to eat in 8.5 hours, so, you know. I think there's still leftover pizza from last night that I could probably heat up, so. That'll be nice. And then I'm just going to keep streaming and we're going to gear this Blood DK. Got nothing else to do. It might take a little while for the, for me to get the full recording of this posted on YouTube. Nice, just because... yeah, I don't think we'll get sub 830, but, like, who cares? It's just a number. The reality is, while this will barely squeak in under the sub, like, 9-hour mark, so it should process on YouTube. Who fucking knows how long that's gonna take? Videos like that can be really rough. And in fact, probably the moment that... Actually, it's gonna be tough. How much space do I have on my PC? Yeah. I probably, because it's such a gigantic file, I'm not even gonna be able to start the upload process until, like, much later today. So, I wouldn't be surprised if it takes me until Monday or Tuesday to get this footage posted. But I'll try to, obviously, do that as quickly as I can. And then it'll take me a few days after that to get the rest of the stream posted. So basically, if you're watching this on YouTube, around the time when it came out, the rest of the stream obviously will be in a separate video, because we'll have one video for the leveling, one video for the rest of this for gearing. And what I'll probably do for that is actually combine whatever the rest of the stream is with maybe like a stream tomorrow or something, depending on how that all goes. We'll just showcase the entire process of getting this character geared for raids. Why am I pinged on Discord? Okay, this way. Yeah, I don't really care about doing those side quests. I mostly just want to go and check the Wildhammer ones. These are the ones, yeah, up there. Okay, I'm gonna go swing by that thing, because that's not where the Quartermaster is, but I'm at least gonna check. Another thing that I should probably do while I'm at it is, I guess, does it even matter doing Tolbarad dailies at this stage? Because, like, in order to get the stuff from Tolbarad, I would need to... What? That was kind of sus. I think that's actually a bot, but I don't know. They just had some really sus movement there. But frankly, the last thing I want to do is antagonize bots and get mass reported again, so... Oh, let's just let them fucking live. At this point, Blizzard can fucking deal with it themselves, stupid bastards. But yeah, I honestly, the more I think about it, I don't really think Tolbarad dailies are worth doing. Because it would still take me a really long time to actually get enough rep to a point where I could get the trinket. But then again, it is a good trinket on certain fights. I should probably start doing it. Especially because, like, the tank trinket, like, defensively, in the right context, could be really impactful. So, I don't want to, like, not have it in case it's needed. And worst case scenario, if I get, like, absolutely shafted on trinket drops, again, then that's always, like, a nice backup trinket. So, yeah, I should probably do that. So, and I mean, if I'm doing Tulbarad dailies, then that's going to be... Oh, shit. There's actually a Horde player on Benediction. Huh. Would have thought. I think that's the first one I've seen. But okay, I'm gonna check the Wildhammer spot just to see, can I access the Quartermaster? And if so, do I even have enough rep? Wildhammer clan next. I'm fucking neutral. So bare minimum, I need to do quests until friendly. That way, at friendly, I can buy the tabard. And I don't need to continue questing here. And then we could just get the rest from dungeons. But before friendly, I gotta do quests. And yeah, I have the other tabards I need. Ram Kahen I could probably skip. Because it's pretty much just a necklace. And the rest, like, doesn't matter at all. Alright. Just grab highest value. The way is open. Okay, yeah, you don't need to actually take the portal. But alright, that's that portal done. So now I have that. That's actually kind of nice. Is this it? Oh, look at that. The bar is kind of... It's broken. The game is actually so confused as to how we're not max level yet. Look, I've never seen this happen. It's just a big purple bar. Okay, this breadcrumb quest has to be enough, right? We must be at like literally 100% out of 100% to the point where the game doesn't even know how to register this. Come on. There we go. Easy. Exploration ding XP, something like that. Close enough. Alright, that's 85. Yeah, 8.5 hours. I'm happy with that. That is a good time. I'm gonna need to fully respec. Yeah, I definitely want to respec my talents. Because you do not need the on a pale horse for endgame stuff. So I guess I'll continue questing here until I get to friendly with Wildhammer, and then we'll grab the tabard and we can start doing heroics. On that note, 329, I can almost certainly reach that, right? Because now I can also replace my heirloom, or one of them. I still need a helmet to replace that. But that's, 325, and then if I were to equip everything... Yeah, I have two 333 trinkets. I have these boots, so I can equip those now. I think it's my helmet that's the problem. Maybe we'll get a helmet from quests or something like that. But I'm pretty sure the moment I replace this helmet, we're chilling. So I got that. Yeah, I don't want to use the Elementrium Dragonling, but we'll do that. Actually, fuck it. I hate Impetuous Query. Just gonna go with Let in Despair, and then I'll equip it whenever I'm ready to enter dungeons. Now I can drop any lower item level stuff that I don't need. Before I forget, so obviously we're gonna do the rest of this. We're gonna continue the stream. In fact, I'll close the timer. So we'll continue the stream here. But for everybody watching the recording on YouTube, the leveling run, thank you for watching. And in the description, I will include a link to the rest of this stream recording, which will be the gearing process if you're interested in watching that. And I'm just gonna cut off the recording here, and we will continue along on Twitch. So, oh, and people on YouTube, don't forget to like the video. That helps with the algorithm and all that fun stuff. But yeah, like, subscribe, blah, 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 blah. And we'll cut it there.